get into your physical. It's time to talk some piss and more. We gonna talk about it all. DVD, CD, UHD, VHS, books, Blu-ray. Who knows, maybe you'll even see a laser disc today. Let's get physical. We wanna talk some physical media. Movies and TV, music and more. Come check out what we have in store. This is a media house dream. It's time for some physical media on FanZcene.
I know it was like really popular because it like won some Oscars and whatever, but
Jimmy does that.
It's got the Mighty Ducks guy. Got that guy.
No! Yes, but no! He's not the Mighty Ducks guy! It's Emilio Estevez! We're the brand! You can never have enough physical media.
Hello, fellow fellers, and welcome back to the Physical Media Show here on FanZcene. With me tonight is Rook and Tom, as always, and our special guest, Austin Trunick, the author of the Canon Film Guide. How you doing, Austin?
I'm doing great. Thank you for inviting me on.
I'm glad to have you on. It's always fun to have you on.
We got a celebrity here.
Yeah, we got a celebrity.
Celebrity.
I wouldn't go that far, but thank you.
Oh, sir, your name is on one of the discs we're talking about tonight.
Yes.
So
Very excited about that.
that makes you in the same level as Greg, but only you've trumped him because of the movie, but we won't spoil it yet. So
yeah. I have a blurb on a full moon movie.
Oh, awesome.
I am mentioned in a commentary of a full moon movie too. So
Austin just
Very
comes
cool.
in and drops this and he's just like,
yeah, Austin's like, boom, I'm the Canon Film Guide and this.
well, of course, that's why he did the job, but we'll get into that.
Yes, we'll get to that. Well, let's say hi to the chat real quick. And we got Brian Barth coming in. Hi, chat. Hell to you, Brian Barth. Glad to have you with us. And hell to you, Style Section. Yes, we are beautiful physical media maniacs. Yes,
I see
sir.
Rick in the chat. I'm going to be sharing one of the movies he sent me tonight. He actually sent me a stack of movies.
Oh, nice.
That I'll be going through.
Nice.
One of them, I think we brought up on here, or two of them at least, maybe.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Cool.
But one I brought tonight, so yeah.
Awesome. Salute to you, Steven. Deleted scenes. And then we have Ace Hanlon. Good evening to you, Ace Hanlon. And where am I? Okay. And we have Rick Johnson. Speaking of which, hell to you. And Tim Hayes. Hello. Glad to have you with us this evening, night, morning, whatever time it may be, wherever you all are. Edwin, the Ace Volume 3 is live. Hello. Hell to you as well. Stephen Luther. Glad to have you with us. There we go. Stephen Luther. Glad to have you with us. And everybody watching at home. I'll turn on my camera so Austin doesn't feel out of place. we usually turn it on when we show it.
I gotta hide my pizza now, so
I turned it off and I didn't have a little picture, and I was like, "Oh, okay." There's a big white ball up there.
Yeah. But welcome, Jackson G. Glad to have you all in the chat and everybody at home watching with us. This like I said, whatever time it may be with you. Look, I like Brooks' hat for tonight. Great for the discussion for the second pick of the night.
America today, baby.
Yeah. So,
America.
So as far as new releases, I don't think we have any
new announcements. We just had a couple. We had, let's see here. What do we get? There was, of course, career opportunities got announced during Kino Lorber's discussion on their first podcast. The 4K of that's coming because evidently that's one of their biggest sellers.
I think we all know why.
Yeah,
that's
I don't think that's
boys
mystery.
became men.
Yeah, indeed. So like that one's coming. They mentioned a few other older ones that I don't recall offhand, but most of them are Blu-ray. The other one they hinted at a 4K, but they didn't specify if they were going to get a 4K necessarily, but it was in the same breath as talking about their biggest sellers, Space Camp, surprisingly. So maybe that'll be getting a 4K.
I hope that does. We talk about how like they edit and censor things nowadays. I actually have a Space Camp VHS that was edited. Because
for schools, I suppose, yeah,
for schools and stuff like that. Some of the stuff was taken out. I think it was edited by ABC. Matter of fact, so
probably.
Is Space Camp a type of movie where it's like a summer camp, or it's where they send prisoners?
Kinda, but it's for space, and It's a pretty fun movie. It's
it's fun.
the setup is basically these kids go to space camp, and this robot who somehow has artificial intelligence uh,
Not
wants
programmed
to
in him, of course.
finds out that his friend wants to go to space, so he sets it up through the computers and hacks in and does stuff to set him up on an actual space mission.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a convoluted story, but it works, and it's got a pretty
What
good
year
cast.
is
It's fun.
that from?
86, I want to say.
Yeah.
85.
It's got a young Joaquin Phoenix in it, Leah
Yeah.
Thompson.
All right.
Yeah, Can't Hardly Wait was announced. So that one
went on 4K. Yeah.
Can't Hardly Wait for 4K. That's right. One other rumor I think we got was Night of the Creeps in 4K. I think, or no, not a rumor. That's actually got a release date. No release date yet, but no surprise that's coming from Shit Factory. We got League of Their Own coming out on their own, but I think we mentioned that last week. Otherwise, there was nothing else new besides Bringing Out the Dead, which was a rumor before, but now we actually have 9/17 for a date on that.
Yeah.
Which is
Is that
probably
one
my
based
least
on the-
favorite Martin Scorsese film.
I was gonna say, is that based on the Monty Python Bring Out Your Dad? Make it a movie?
No.
No.
Yeah, I think that was about it. I think that was about it for that I saw as well. I did see Kino Lorber is going to be releasing Hiding Out with John Cryer on Blu-ray. So
Oh yeah, there was that. Yeah, Kino did a few. We did the Criterion ones last week, right?
I think
Repo
so.
Man and all that stuff.
Oh yeah,
I think we
Repo
did,
Man and all
yeah.
them. Yeah. Which that's one I do want to get, Repo Man. But okay, with all that being said, let's start off with our guest tonight, Austin. Before we get into the big conversation of the movie we all have,
All right.
let's start off with you. What's a movie you brought with us tonight that besides the one we're going to talk about?
So this came out last month. This was a May release, but from Fun City, and it just kind of caught me off guard because it's 3 movies that are pretty darn cool, and not a single one I'd seen before this. But it's Seeing Red, 3 French vigilante thrillers, and they're basically, I mean, I've seen plenty of Death Wish style like vigilante knockoffs, like cheap ones from the 80s, and they were making them in France too, just as sleazy, just as gritty. It's just really cool. It's 3 different films. I think the whole box set, I think the MSRP is like $50 or something. So like on sale, it's even cheaper. It's a pretty good value for what you pick it up for. But yeah, all 3 movies were cool. And if you're into like Death Wish stuff, these all came out right after Death Wish 2. I'd recommend checking it out.
They sound fun. Oh, I've been.
Oh.
There you go. So you can hold it up. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah. So, did you say it was 3 movies? 3 movies?
Yeah. 3 movies. They are Shot Pattern, Street of the Damned, and Blacklist, and they're all very different flavors of vigilante film. I mean, again, like there's only so much variety you can kind of have in the post, like Death Wish 2.
Yeah.
Somebody picks up a gun to get revenge for something happening to one of their family members. That's pretty much all of these films, but they're done with different styles, different budgets. One of them is like super cheap. One of them is this very, very like splashy production. It looks like a much larger budget film than it probably is. But yeah, definitely. Again, it's one of these ones that will probably be on sale a bunch of times. But even at the full price, I think 3 movies with extra features and commentaries and deleted scenes and things like that probably would never have gotten released. I think it's a pretty good value.
That's a good thing of physical media there, because like stuff like that we probably never would have seen, we're getting now on Blu-ray and stuff. So that's good deal. That's good deal. I like that. And of course, who doesn't like a little Death Wish style revenge? Somebody messes somebody up, and you got to take up arms and get revenge. Who doesn't like that? Who doesn't?
Oh yeah. You got so many thugs being dispatched in like weird, crazy ways by people who don't. There's one of them is about a mother whose daughter dies in like this botched bank robbery that she got suckered into, and she goes on a rampage. So it's like just it's an older lady in the older Charles Bronson role, and there's a point where she is killing one of the guys getting revenge with one of those big trucks that picks up cars in a junkyard and crushes them, and she's crushing a gang like one of these like gangsters like alive in the car. It's just crazy stuff like that. Like the French can come up with just as weird ways to kill people as the low budget Hollywood people were, it turns out. And I didn't know that before.
It sounds like a good like movie of title for a French movie. The French can kill just as good. I like that. That's like, it sounds like a good revenge thriller.
Yeah.
So who was it? Code Red? What did you
And
say?
that's Fun City.
Fun City. Okay,
Yeah.
I got to write that down. Fun City.
Just as good
Oh,
as
it's it's called Seeing Red, but yeah, Fun City Editions.
Okay, that's what I knew. I heard
Yeah.
Red. I was like, Seeing Red.
Yeah,
I was
Seeing
thinking
Red.
Code Red for some reason. But yes, that sounds great. I like that. I like when you bring home stuff. People bring home stuff like that I've never seen and stuff. That's always fun to have. And yes, Tim Hayes, Austin has been on here before. So
It's been a hot minute.
He's
but-
in the intro all the time. The Spider-Man shirt and
yeah.
stuff.
He brought on some cool canon stuff before, so it's great. But yeah, those are good. I know Tom likes the revenge flicks. He loves the you said them, and I can't. They just slipped my mind. Bronson,
Death Wish.
Death Wish. There you go. I don't know why they slipped my mind. Yeah. So those sound like fun movies. All right.
Indeed.
Yes, good first pick there.
Thank you.
I like it. So, Rookie, since you're the low man on totem, do you want to go show one now,
Sure, why not?
or do you want
Sure.
us to go to Tom since you have less?
It's okay. I'll go for him with it. Well, it's funny because you guys remember how a while back I was condensing my DVD collection by getting rid of some of the cases for my less liked ones and put them into the DVD binder and stuff. Well, I know that killed you, but what was funny, I was gonna do that with like half of my Blu-rays, but then something weird clicked or something where I didn't end up getting rid of the cases. I was like, I guess I changed my mind. No, I was going through all my movies and cases, and then I was opening my cases, and I was like, where's all the discs? What the hell? And then it's like I've been keeping empty cases on my shelf apparently for like the last 6 months while I put them into the binder thing, and I just like realized that, and that was funny. But I found one of those ones in there was a Big Fat Liar. It was part of like a movie pack one. So
Really?
I didn't like the case for it anyway. I didn't like the other movies in it. Didn't really care for Johnny English. So I was like, okay, keep the one that I want.
From French revenge thrillers to Big Fat Liar.
That's the joy of these. I'm not always in an action mood, and I just watched the movie of recommendation for tonight, so that's all good. And I felt I bring on some nostalgic stuff here and there now and then. I haven't seen Big Fat Liar since I was a kid. Like, all right, let's see Paul Giamatti in it, a little Frankie Muniz. I didn't really like Frankie as a kid and whatnot. You got Amanda Bynes in there and other actors of sorts, Jaleel White, of course, Urkel and whatnot. It's kind of funny on rewatch. It's not as like balls to the wall funny. It looks like one of those examples of like a 2000s movie or something. You have the like kids getting around montage, doing outfit changes. They have plans. They peek out of doorways, all funny, and they're sneaking up on people. And adults are stupid, like one of those kind of ones. Paul Giamatti is great in it, though. Honestly, like I wish it was mostly him.
He was too good for that movie.
Yeah, I wish. I just want to see a movie following that character of Marty Wolf around. I'm like, that would be kind of funny because he's just like, you damn kids, whatever. He stupid things. Okay, now, all right, you forgot. No, that he's just an asshole everywhere. Everybody, he's like, he acts, even if people he's not trying to piss off, he pisses off, and it's just like I don't know, kind of like that. That character's kind of fun to mess around. He dresses up he doesn't dress up, but he's turned blue and stuff, goes to the kids party as a clown and everybody wants to kill the clown. Was that how it was for you guys when you were young too? There was always some type of innate desire to destroy mascots. Or
this movie was a 2002 movie. I wasn't young in 2002.
I wasn't saying when you were in 2002. I said when you were a kid.
No, because it was different.
So Tom, did you have a desire to destroy mascots when you were a kid?
I think I was wondering if you were specifically asking if I'd ever wanted to kill a clown at a party when I was a child.
So you're one of the kids that would have kicked me in the nuts if I was dressed like one of the mascots, huh?
No, well, we definitely think about it in my era. We not as many of us would do it. Maybe there'd be one that would totally mess with the mascot, but not as many as they were in Big Fat Liar. That's for damn sure.
That's another strike. I'm just saying.
But that's funny. But no, it's a fun little movie. It's not like super amazing. It literally it's like one of the cliches of those types of movies. So it's you know what you're getting when you watch it. So there's that.
From my memory, it's better than it had the right to be. That's all I remember about it, is it was kind of funny and
well, I mean, yeah, because it's about
decent concept, and
the way the kid lies all the time, and kids are little liars here and there, sure. And then I do like how when his dad says like I can't trust you, and that is like what kind of strikes the chord in him to really prove that he was telling the truth. And I was like, okay. And then there's like some thematic stuff with that being his story and what they want to do for the movie sort of thing that they're trying to teach. So I was like, okay, that's that's something, that's an idea they got. So nice.
If I was constantly lying to my dad, he wouldn't tell me I can't trust you. He would have smacked me. And he would have smacked me hard.
The dramatics of Hollywood, right? For sure.
You get your ass to your room and you better start thinking about that's what I wouldn't, that's
if you're gonna lie, you better lie in ways that benefit everyone else, okay? Little turd. Something. But
I vaguely remember that movie. I do remember Paul Giamatti being pretty good in it, but I can't say it was something I would want to go back.
It's not one of the better nostalgic ones. It's just like one of those. If it was on, you wouldn't go, I need to change the fucking channel. Just be like, oh, hey, Paul, got a funny on there. All right, yeah, nice. That's about all I gotta say on that one. So it's all good. Consider Dodgeball. Okay, no, I don't actually consider Dodgeball to be a Chuck Norris film. That's called a joke, guys. Okay. What's funny?
Yeah,
is that
now you say that.
No, what's funny is that I only know Chuck Norris from Total Gym commercials, Dodgeball because he makes a small cameo, and vague conversations that friends would have where they reference him fighting Bruce Lee or something. Like I never actually watched Chuck Norris before, so like that's. I don't actually consider Dodgeball. That's why when I say I've only this is the first one I'm seeing. The joke is I don't consider him much of anything. I haven't seen him in anything. That's the one thing I know him from. The show.
But okay.
Tom, what do you have?
We're about to be getting into that conversation here soon. As soon as Tom gets done with his first pick.
Okay. Where should I begin?
Whatever.
Since we kind of did revenge flicks already with Austin, I'm going to do these three movies together. I had never seen this before, so I thought I'd get it, and I seen it for like $15, and I thought that wasn't too bad of a price. Point Blank with Lee Marvin, which of course is based on The Hunter by Richard Stark. And it's a good film. It's a decent movie for the time. It came out in 60. I want to say 67. Yep, 67. And the basic outline is Lee Marvin is a professional thief, and him and his crew rob this money drop by the mob, only to be double-crossed by his crew and left for dead on Alcatraz, where the drop was taking place. And this was also iconic for being the first movie to use Alcatraz to shoot in after they closed it.
Yeah.
And it was directed by John Borman. You may recognize from The Deliverance, and Exorcist 2, of course. But yeah, the fun thing about it is he really just wants his cut of the money. And the other guy who stole the money used that money to pay off his debts and buy his way back into the mob or the outfit, basically. And so he goes on this spree to get his money back, going higher and higher up the ranks. And the higher he goes, the more people remind him of the shitstorm that he's bringing down on himself over a lousy $93,000. And no, it's really well done. It's got Angie Dickinson in it as well. Carol O'Connor's great in it. And it may sound familiar to some people if you haven't seen it, because it was the same story was reused years later in the 1999 film Payback with Mel Gibson.
I've seen Payback.
Finally, a movie he's seen.
Finally.
Yeah, I like that movie.
Now, did you see the original version or did you see the shitty ass director's cut?
I don't know which version I saw.
Okay,
I think I saw the original. I think it would have said director.
Okay, the storyline is basically the same as what I just outlined with Payback or with Point Blank. The only difference is the type of heist they do. They actually they rob a Chinese syndicate, and then the guy double crosses him, and so on and so forth. Otherwise, pretty much the story is fairly similar. Okay. This, though, depending on which version you're watching, if you're watching the shit ass director's cut, which Mel Gibson took away from the director, along with the studio's help, because the shit ass director's cut is a very depressing version of the story, and it makes Mel Gibson's character a jerk, and it kind of goes against the type of character that, I mean, he's called Porter in this one, he was called Walker in this one, but the real character's name is Parker. Yes. We'll get to that in just a minute.
Okay, sure.
Because there's actually a shit ton of novels based on this character. That's the point. Is he's a thief with a moral compass, right? Like he has lines that he won't go over usually.
Yeah, that's why he's wanting just a specific amount of money.
Exactly. Back, he's like, you don't rob from certain people. You don't do this. You don't do that. You don't kill because that brings the cops down on your ass. Shit like that.
It's a really good movie. I love it.
All the basic rules that he has that he lives by.
Yeah.
But like a lot of his stories, he keeps getting fucked over.
Yeah.
That's like the majority of his problems in the movie.
Because it happens again in Parker, but we'll get to that. Yeah. This is not based on the same story, believe it or not. I was surprised. I'm like, are they sure they just didn't use the same
Jason Statham movie?
Yes, we'll get to that in just a moment.
Okay.
Yeah, so the better version of this film is the version that Mel Gibson did, where he reshot it, re-edited it. It's more of a comedic tone. And the big difference is you have this scene that feels completely out of fucking place in the director's cut. Because I don't even think it's supposed to be cut where it is cut. Okay. Right. That's part of the problem is I think it's not even that, or they didn't have the rest of the scene to go there and they just used what they had. Because in the original film, Mel Gibson comes home to his girlfriend who double crossed him, or his wife, actually, wife.
Yeah.
And he kicks the shit out of her in the director's cut.
Yeah.
In the regular version, she gets half-ass knocked on the floor when he busts down the door just because he thinks that Val is there, the guy that double crossed him.
Mm-hmm.
And she gets knocked to the floor, but she's still conscious, and then she's kind of half out of it or whatever, and then he carries her to bed. So in this version, she gets knocked on the floor, they have an argument and a discussion, he kicks the shit out of her, then you cut to the scene where he's carrying her to the bed, so it makes absolutely no sense, because she's like wide awake after the fight, like she's fighting back and shit, right? Like it's a full-on domestic dispute. Right.
Yeah.
So it doesn't even edit right into the movie. And then the other part is that the entire ending is different because Chris Christopherson's character, the bit with his son and all that stuff is added in the reshoots. The original version had Sally Kellerman play the same role, but you never see her. She's only on the phone. And so it runs basically the same up through the scene where the second in command guy gets shot. That's played by I just forgot his name. Great character actor though.
Isn't Lee Marvin in this one too?
No. You're thinking of Coburn, but he's great in it too.
Oh yeah. That's what
he's got the best scene. He's like, you just shot my alligator.
Yeah, he shot your alligator.
Like that's all this is over. Like Mike got suits that are worth more than that.
Yeah,
it's like,
he just wants what he's owed.
Yeah, but the guy in between there, the character that Carol O'Connor played in the original, I'm trying to think of his name. Not Coburn, the other one. Shiny teeth. What's his name? Oh, it does the thing with his lips throughout the whole.
Is it Greg Henry?
No, that's
Is it
not his
Greg
name?
Henry?
No, I'm pretty sure that's not Greg Henry.
Let me look up the cast real quick. So,
Yeah, they don't have him listed here.
oh shoot,
Willem Devane. Thank you. I was going to say
The
as
Mighty
soon as I
Ducks
saw
guy.
there you go.
yes,
There you go.
the Mighty
Willem
Ducks
Devane.
guy.
The Mighty Ducks guy.
No,
Willem
I don't think he's
Devane.
in the Mighty Ducks. He's
No,
not in the
no, of course not. No,
No.
if
Yeah,
I
you're
was
right.
quicker
Willem
on it, that would have
Devane.
been
He's
funny.
great in it.
That would have been fun.
No, but great character actor Willem Devane, and his scenes are still there. But after that point, it changes, and the drop goes down, but it goes bad, and the movie's kind of left ambiguous to where you don't know if Mel Gibson's going to live or not.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of the way the movie ends. It just a drop happens. He gets shot. He shoots back, and then they leave.
Yeah. The director
So the
says
whole
that.
kidnapping plot and all that stuff is not even in the other version. All the humor is gone. There was also the color timing was changed completely. In the original version, for those who may remember, it had this blue hue throughout the entire film.
Yeah.
And I remember that seeing it in theaters and on DVD, and it's still here present on this version. But the director's cut is like no color timing whatsoever change. It's just like a regular straight color timing. It's
Yeah.
really strange. And they changed a bunch of the music and stuff like that. It's just the tone is completely different. But the only reason I think they let him do it is because it was right after Mel Gibson got canceled.
Yeah.
And they wanted an excuse to release this movie. That's really probably what it was. But
Yeah.
it is one of the movies a lot of people forgot about of Mel's. It's really good. And it's really just because I don't think you can get the theatrical cut in the US. And that's why I import this version of it. Because it has both cuts on it. And I think that's the only way you can get the theatrical cut in the US. But then, of course, we got the third film that I have here. Although this is not the third Parker film, there's many more.
Yeah.
In fact, there's one called The Connection. Trying to think of the one with what's his face from The Godfather in it. Shit, I'm having a brain fart here, guys. But anyway, so there's been plenty of other ones. But this is one of the newer ones. This is from 2012, I think it was, or it's a few years old now. It's at least a decade old. But this is actually based on a different book. And this is one of the few times he's actually called Parker, which is strange. And it's actually not the last one. There's a new version coming out. I just found out about this, but it's not Jason Statham. Marky Mark is playing him now.
All right. All right.
That I can see. That's kind of a Marky Mark kind of role.
I can see it.
Yeah. So basically, but it's the same kind of setup here. He works with a gang he doesn't trust, gets double crossed. Michael Chiklis is part of the gang. It's got a real great cast outside of Jennifer Lopez.
Ever not get double crossed in anything.
But the funny thing is Jennifer Lopez is hardly in the fucking movie.
Yeah, they build it like really big.
So you've seen this. You've seen this one.
I've seen that. And
so yeah, so
I
you know
have
where I'm
never
getting
seen
it.
Original Point Blank though.
It's like what? She comes in at like what, 45 minutes into the
it
movie
takes
or
her a
more?
long time to get into it.
Long ass time, and her part is so minuscule. It's almost like they do everything they can to beef her part up, although it's really pointless.
Yeah.
And otherwise though, it's not a bad movie. I didn't mind Jason Statham as Parker. I haven't read the book that this is based on. I'm trying to remember if this one is based on was it Flash something? I don't know. There's a bunch of weird titles for him. Either way, Flash Fire, that's what this one's based on. But it's almost the same damn plot as Payback.
Yeah.
The only difference is him and his wife are still together. They're just separated throughout the film. And J-Lo thinks she's going to get with him. Then she finally,
that's like how they marketed that movie is like Jason and J-Lo together. And it's like, she's not even a love interest in the movie at all.
She's barely in it. Barely in it. And her role is really kind of, like I said, shoved in a lot of places. And it really questioned the ending of the movie. I wonder if that's even how the novel ends. Because that's the thing. Yes, in a lot of the stories, like I know Parker has to kill people sometimes, but usually it's out of self-defense or an accident. Because he usually just goes after what he's owed. Like I'm pretty sure he killed the Mel character, which is the Val character in the book, if I remember correctly. That's all there. But like even in this one, there's a couple times he killed people where it felt like I think you're kind of stepping over that line of what Parker would do. But I've never read the book, so I have no idea what's different. I've never read any of the novels actually. I just know of them and know of the world and the story. And I've been trying to get a bunch of the movies together, but they're harder to find. But I only became aware of most of them because of Quentin Tarantino, because he's a big fan. But yeah, check them out if you haven't had a chance. And you can actually get this imported version of Payback still pretty readily.
Oh, that's good.
Okay. That's cool.
Yeah. And Parker, you can get dirt cheap. Like that's part of the reason I got it is because I was like, oh yeah, I forgot that came out.
Do you recommend Parker? Like, as
it's fun. It's not nearly as good as Payback.
Okay.
It's a Jason Statham movie.
It's hard to imagine Jason in the type of role that like Gibson would play.
I mean,
that's why when you said the two together, I was like, what? Like
his dynamic works for the character. That's what's great about Statham is that's the thing about the character that works for a lot of the guys that have played him so far is as long as you get the proper kind of male lead action star, it'll fit. Like even Chuck Norris would have fit.
Yeah. Honestly, yeah, it's that type of guy. Yeah.
I mean, it's your basic kind of likable guy. Like he's got charisma. He's supposed to be likable. And that's part, and he's kind of naive and he likes to be friendly with people. And that's probably his weakness, right? That he always gets screwed over, even though he's probably the smartest one in the bunch. But
I'm trying to think of a film where Jason Statham does not get screwed over.
Jason Statham? Yeah, that's another question altogether.
Plays, maybe in the Meg. Maybe. Somebody knows doesn't double cross him.
Yeah, because they come to him in the Meg, so yeah.
Yeah. But
I haven't read the Parker books either, but I did read Darwin Cook like years ago, started adapting a bunch of them as graphic novels. This is his version.
I didn't know that. That's cool.
They're gorgeous, yeah. But if you love Darwin Cook, like it's just like him doing film noir. Just super,
no, I don't, but I'm interested in that now.
I think after he passed, they collected all the ones he did into like one volume that you can get nowadays.
Nice.
But yeah, so that's...
And it's the Parker
I better get them now before the Marky Mark movie comes out and they go up in price.
This one's his version of The Hunter, and I think he did 2 or 3 over the books.
That's awesome. I didn't know that one either, because I know Darwin Cook.
Yeah.
That's nice. That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, I love his superhero stuff, but he's like him doing like film noir, like all the shadows.
Oh yeah,
super cool.
Nice. And that is something that is good about those movies too, especially the Mel Gibson version, is the noir, the film noir feel to them. So I do like that. I'm always a big fan of that.
70 grand.
Yeah,
70 grand.
He just wants that. That's all he wants. It just depends, Brian Barth. It just depends on what I know he's supposed to be making the Passion of the Christ sequel, so I think he's happy in doing what he wants to do now. So
yeah, I assume they might see him as risky, maybe just because he could stay.
Yeah, there's a chance he's going to make Lethal Weapon 5, but we'll see.
Oh yeah, they did say that did come out recently. Yeah.
Well, that was actually an interview from 2 years ago. I had to remind people that he's been talking about this. Like, so what happened is when before Richard Donner passed, he knew he was getting there, and he had set it up to where if the movie got made, that Mel would direct it. So it's more or less down to Warner Brothers at this point, I'm assuming, and if they want to fight with Mel. But last I heard, yes, he was very busy with Passion of the Christ. In fact, it got so big that the latest word is that it's going to be Passion of the Christ Part 2 and 3.
Oh, so he pulled a Kevin Costner, didn't he?
Yeah, I think so. The Christiverse.
Totally
or the Eucharist verse. I don't know. Fuck it. Whatever you want to call it.
Whatever.
But no, yeah, I can recommend it. What's the most underrated action movie?
Here's a good question. That's a good hard question, actually.
I don't know. You'd have to find something that's kind of obscure but semi well enough known.
Specifically underrated.
Not people. One that I would probably put in there would probably be like something like Rolling Thunder. Right? Yeah, it's a movie that doesn't get enough notice. It's been ripped off endlessly. I mean, we brought up revenge films earlier, like Austin did. I mean, it's one of the granddaddies of the revenge films. And doesn't get brought up in the same breath as Death Wish and some of the others when it probably should. And actually, I think isn't Willem Dafoe in that one?
Yeah, he's in that one.
I was gonna say, isn't he?
Yeah, he's like the hook, the guy with the hook.
Yeah, he's the main guy. Yeah, I was just thinking that shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's a good one. Yeah.
There's a lot of movies that I'm thinking of that have great action scenes, but I would not classify them as an action movie. So that's
I'm sure Austin's got
really
a
tough to
few.
think of.
Yeah, well,
It's
the
tough.
Cannon
It's
guy.
tough to qualify what's underrated, though.
It's like a
Yeah.
question we'll need for next week. A week.
I
to
mean, a
think
lot of
after.
Canon films I would say are possibly underrated just because compared to a lot of the other cheap companies, Canon at least tried to give you the bang for the buck, at least until things got crappy near the end. You know what I mean? Like you can see the money and the passion on screen in films like Missing in Action and American Ninja and all those kind of action films. And I'm sure there's some more obscure ones that have never gotten the notice, like the ones I just mentioned, for instance.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of canon ones. When I hear thinking of the word underrated, a movie I love, and it's not canon, but I'm just shocked it doesn't get big special edition re-releases all the time. It's like I think I have a crappy DVD. There might be a Blu-ray out there, but the original Walking Tall.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
good example. Yeah. Actually, it is
I have
out
that DVD
on Blu-ray, but it's out of print.
Okay.
From Shit Factory, who actually put out the whole trilogy.
Oh wow, I missed that. Yeah, I went looking because I pulled out the DVD like a few months ago, and I was like, oh shoot. Like,
and the TV series has actually been released as well.
Oh,
if you want to get your hands on that too.
Yeah, I'll have to seek them out. I didn't realize I got a Blu-ray.
And of course, if you want the crappy rock version, that's out there on Blu-ray too.
I've only seen the crappy rock version.
I think that's I mean, the original is just, I think, a spectacular movie, and
I'm just gonna have to get a button that says.
I didn't know there was an original version or a TV.
I'm just gonna have to get a button that says, "And that is why you fail."
Yeah,
I feel like you have a lot of just rookie buttons in general for disappointment, for stuff like that. Why'd you fail?
Big time.
Wah, 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 wah.
But I'm sorry, Austin. I think I talked over you there a little bit.
No. That's just it's so many movies get these lava special editions, and it just seems like a very obvious one. And maybe there's reasons for it, rights reasons or something, but it's strange that nobody has grabbed that and put it out in a huge, nice restored.
I know, right? Like you would think it would have got a 4K already. Paramount, it looks like, owns the rights here. Sony has the rights to the TV show, but that's probably just because the company that made it, they ended up buying later on. So I think Paramount owns all the movies because I don't see any other company on here. Yeah. So you would think Paramount would get on them eventually. It's been 12 years since they've been on disc, so this is copyright 2012.
Yeah, it's overdue. Then.
So we're definitely overdue. At least the first movie deserves a 4K release.
Yeah, you would think so.
Yeah.
Although the sequels are fun. I mean, they're not bad. It does kind of follow the whole story-ish.
Yeah. It does. So, and they recast Jordan Baker. So they needed.
Yeah, but you could do worse than what's his face? I just had it out here. Bo Svensson. I mean, he's all right.
Yeah, you could do worse. He does a good job of filling in.
I think it's funny because I look at my Joe Don Baker section of my shelf, and there are nicer copies of much lesser movies like Wacko, and I mean Joysticks just got a new release.
Yeah.
I'm like, but Walking Tall, why do I have this ancient DVD that looks like garbage?
You know,
yeah, I still have that one.
Kino has a deal with Warner, or Paramount. I gotta wonder if that might be one of them.
Fingers crossed.
That's eventually going to get some sort of. Of course, we'll have to see what happens to Paramount here in the next.
yeah, with the sale and everything.
It's gonna be hard to say.
Yeah. That's what I was like. I'm looking at my movie shelf over here, trying to think what's an underrated action.
Before you know it, I might own Walking Tall. Like,
well, that's what's funny with action movies, right? Because I mean, a lot of them are like high budget and cheesy and lame. Others are really good,
lame,
well choreographed. What? When I say lame, I mean like it's plot and the substance isn't there. The action.
Look, guys, I got the rights to Ninja Turtles, Star Trek, and Walking Tall, all for $20.
That was good.
So like with what I just said, like you like when you're trying to think of an underrated one, every action movie you think of isn't underrated, right? Like they're all.
I mean, I guess I would try to. I mean, I think Austin came up with probably one of the better examples. I guess you'd have to, like I said, we've given pretty good examples. I don't think there's.
I'll
I
give
mean,
you
otherwise,
one.
yeah, go for it.
No, it's not. It's like not in the vein of Walking Tall or what Austin brought up, but it's one I just recently watched, which I think is kind of underrated. The Perfect Weapon. I think The Perfect Weapon is a little bit of an underrated action flick.
There's also that one with the first one that Brandon Lee did that everybody forgets because I can't even remember the name.
Rapid Fire is really
Rapid
good.
Fire. Thank you. Yeah, and
Rapid Fire
Ricochet is
really
a good one too. And that's just because some rights issue. It's the one with Denzel Washington and John Lithgow. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that one. That's a great flick.
With what was it again?
Ricochet, Denzel Washington and John Lithgow.
Yeah.
Where's the cop?
Yeah.
Where's the cop? That explains a lot.
Where's the cop? What's
He's the cop and John Lithgow's the bad guy. That's like 10 friggin' movies. Like
that's like every Denzel Washington and John Lithgow movie ever.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, well, that helps not.
No, I remember.
Shit, Austin could write a whole book of canon films like that. It's just like it's got a cop in it.
Yeah. And it's played by Chuck Norris and these like
Chuck,
8 of them,
just,
and
just
Charles
switch
Bronson
up
and these
Chuck Norris
ones.
Charles
And,
Bronson.
Yeah.
Showdown in Little Tokyo is another one too.
Yeah.
Virtuosity, we watched that. Yeah, that one.
What's Showdown in Tokyo? I've seen it, but like, what's the consensus on it? Like that it's
people like it.
It's all right. First off,
because The Crow is the movie that gets all of the attention. Yeah,
I gotcha. Because I mean, I put Showdown in Little Tokyo as like it's okay.
But which one do you think it is? Who stars in it? Just always
that's
make sure
the Dolph Lundgren one, right?
I'm thinking Dolph Lundgren and the Asian lady that I'm trying to think of. I can't forget, or I can't remember it right now. I think there's a part where like
that's an underrated one.
His sidekick friends like it lights a match or something that sets somebody on fire, and who's like, now you're gonna explode or something.
What's that one with? See, it's one I wish. It's like something Eve, and it's got Gregory Hines in it. It's like a Terminator ripoff. Oh, Killing Eve, is that what it's called, or something like that?
Isn't that a show on AMC?
I don't know, maybe the same name. I'm trying to remember. Somebody in the chat will correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, like this chick is like this robot thing, and Eve of Destruction. Thank you. Eve of Destruction. That's an underrated. I mean, it is clearly like a Terminator ripoff, but it's good. It's fun. Yeah. See, these guys know what I'm talking about in the chat.
Yeah. Well, I just had one.
The chat is a very quick Google search, essentially.
Well, this time of the day, thank bless them. Like this time of the day, I'm getting low on my blood sugar and shit, so I'm just like blah 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 blah. I'm basically just like whatever falls out of my fucking mouth at this point.
Tia Carey, that was the chick I was thinking of.
Yeah, I had one, and I lost it. It was in my head.
I'm sorry, bro.
No, this is okay because I'm much like, well, not my blood sugar, but I'm just tired.
Well, you got kids to deal with. That's enough. Yeah.
Equilibrium's pretty good. It's not a bad movie.
Should I blow through some quick ones here? I suppose.
I mean, if you want to, but I mean, I haven't showed
you guys
my
don't have go ahead and do your first one. Yeah.
I'll show my first pick, and then if you want to go through a couple before we get to Invasion USA, we can do that. My first cheater.
I didn't know if anybody else knew but us what the movie was going to be.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said it out loud.
Everybody forget what he just said. Rewind.
You didn't hear a word I said.
Yeah, no.
But
I'm sure everybody kind of knew that.
I'm going to go with a one I had never seen before, and I just got on 4K. Cemetery Man, starring Rupert Everett. What's his name? Yeah, that's how you say his name, right? Rupert Everett, whatever. This originally titled De la Morte de l'Amor, which I really wish they would have gave me the artwork so I could have switch it out and do that, but they didn't. Sucks. Yeah. This is just the 4K. I know they released it in a big set. Severn did. This comes from Severn, by the way. Severn did, but I didn't get the big pack. I just got this. It's the Blu-ray and Blu-ray and 4K. So this is one of the weirdest zombie movies I've ever seen, ever. It's an Italian zombie movie. It's basically this man, Rupert Everett here. He lives in a small town in Italy, and he's the cemetery guy. He runs the, he takes care of the cemetery. And in doing so, every 7 days, for whatever reason in this town, people come back from the grave. They rise from the grave. So he buries them, waits 7 days, and kills them, then reburies them. And the only way you got to do that is shoot him through the head like a zombie. That's how you do it. And then eventually he falls in love with this woman who loses her husband, and all kinds of weird shit happens. He has this guy. He's like Inani is his sidekick that's there. He's like this dumb guy that he like bosses around and stuff. So yeah, it's hard to explain this one. Have you seen this, Austin?
It's one of my favorites, to be honest.
Okay,
like, outside of canon and stuff. Yeah, that's a movie I love so much. And it is bizarre.
It's hard to explain, but it's bizarre. It's a fun watch.
Yeah, and it's because it's a very like melancholy comedy.
Yeah,
and Rupert Everett plays it in this way that he's just this very like bored with bored with life, but he's bored with having to like kill zombies that just keep coming back from the dead. And I mean, there's like a floating head that goes around there. There's like a Boy Scout troop that I just remember this song, never should have gone out to the Boy Scout picnic. And then they all he's killing Boy Scouts like while like just casually zombie Boy Scouts. And it's just a weird movie, beautifully shot. So yeah. I'm gonna butcher his first name. The director is Soavi.
Michelle. I want to say Michelle, but he's Italian.
But he's the guy in The Mask from Demons. He like shows up in a lot of the Argento and like Bava like movies. Yeah, that movie's spectacular. it's
a fun movie. It's a fun movie. It is weird. The woman in it has a nice set of,
teacup set. No,
they're pretty nice, and they have this really weird yet.
You have a wonderful ossuary.
Like
all the bones and stuff.
The ossuary, there's bones everywhere, and like she backs into the corner, and the skeleton's claws get her and rip off her blouse, and she starts out running, screaming. And he goes out and gets her, and then they bang on the cemetery grounds on her husband's, right by her husband's.
That's a movie. That's one of the few movies that I've bought like so many times in different editions. But for a long time, like the Blu-ray, there wasn't a great. The whole like Blu-ray generation or whatever what the right term is for it was, I had like a German like questionable whether it was like an actual like a bootleg or an official release that was not good, and then the Anchor Bay DVD before that, and then the VHS tape, which I had like a clamshell like where they cut the box to fit it in there. So I was very happy to see that movie because
and it looks great on 4K. The 4K looks really, really good. So if you've not seen it, I do recommend.
I've heard of
this.
it, but I've never seen it actually. Yeah.
It's really like an art. Yeah, came out in the night. It was released only in America.
It's
straight
plausible if it's like an Indies 90s movie, so it sounds familiar-ish. But you know me in zombie movies, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean the taglines for this movie was "Gun, Sex, Zombies." That was the tagline for the movie. It's a sort of an artsy zombie. It's not your typical zombie type movie. The zombies are really like an afterthought. What you're really doing is just following this man around who is sick of the living. He's sick of the dead. He's sick of this town. And he falls in love. Something happens with the girl, and he just gets sick of just shit all in general. And it gets really weird. And by the end of the movie, you don't really know what's real and what's not real. Because it's one of those type of movies. Because he becomes a really bad, unreliable narrator by the end of the movie.
Spoilers: none of it's real. It's a movie.
But I do want to keep you in mind. I'm going to tell you a little something about this because this does go along with another movie I have tonight, which is not as nearly as good as this. This is actually a precursor to the comic character Dylan Dog. All right. So Dylan Dog is an Italian comic book. The director of this movie loved reading the comic, and he called up the author of the comic and was like, I want to do a Dylan Dog movie. And the guy was like, I'm sorry, you can't. I already promised that to one of my other director friends, but I'd like to meet you. And he met him, and he handed him the manuscript for Del Morte del Amor, which was basically Dylan Dog before Dylan Dog. So it was like the precursors before the comic book character. It was, I don't believe it was published at the time. And so he made that Cemetery Man.
Dark Horse translated and put out some of those. Again, this was probably in the late 90s early 2000s when they put them out, several of the stories, and they're weird. They're because the character is very much like Rupert Everett's character in there, but it's more of a crime story. But his sidekick is Groucho Marx, and there's no explanation like why. It's just Groucho is his sidekick, and it's just a weird tonally thing because you get these very dark supernatural mysteries, and then the Watson to this Sherlock type character is just choking on a cigar and making one-liners like every other panel. It's weird.
Yeah, it is. But like from what I understand from watching, because they had an interview with the director and everything, what I understand is the novel this is based off, which is written the same guy who does the Dylan Dog comic books. This was Dylan Dog before Dylan Dog, and Dylan Dog is actually based on Rupert Everett. He's drawn after him, so he was so
he looks like him. Yeah.
The guy that made the comic book, he saw him in a movie and he drew Dylan Dog just like him. So when they cast him in this movie, it was like, this is probably a more accurate representation of any Dylan Dog ever made. So, but it's eventually, though, this character itself, it did eventually end up in the comic books as sort of like an alt universe Dylan Dog. So but but if you've not seen Cemetery Man, it's a bit artsy. It's Italian. It's not dubbed in Italian, except maybe the woman that speaks, because she does feel like she's dubbed. But everybody else speaks English just fine. So there's no subtitles or anything if anybody's worried about that. But some of the fun thing about those Italian horror movies is the dubbing, because that makes them so great to watch. But yeah, I do recommend this. This is not your typical zombie movie. So if you're like somebody like, I don't really like zombie movies, well, this is like, the zombies are funny kind of, and they just get wasted really easy. They're really like just to the side. Basically this man going insane being in the life he's doing. So I do recommend it. I do recommend it.
That's a great one. Yeah, that was a fantastic release too.
Yeah, it looks great. I wish I would have got the big box set of it, because they had they released a big with I believe it might come with the soundtrack, and it's got the Delamore title and everything. So
that was that went on sale. I remember that was my big, because Black Friday they have at midnight when everything goes on. So I was on that website refreshing because I wanted to get the set, but I regret not splurging for the one that actually came with the snow globe.
That's the one.
In the film that's very prominent, and they actually made a very limited number of them, and I did not pony out. That's a remorse that I will carry with me for a while.
I didn't pony up either, but I'm fine with just getting. I would just wish I would have had a slipcover and maybe the Delamore, because it was renamed Cemetery Man for the U.S. That name of the, even like when you pop in the movie, it doesn't say Cemetery Man. It says Delamorte Delamore. So it's only on the cover. I'm like, if you're going to do that, at least give me the cover where I can switch it around. So you can say that if you're not even going to put it in the movie. So, but yeah, there you guys have. There's my first pick of the night. So Tom, do you want to go through a couple real quick before we get to the big movie, which I didn't spoil?
Sure. Actually, I have one that kind of goes along those lines.
Okay.
And if Rick is still in the chat, this is one of the ones he sent me. So thank you for this, Rick. He sent me the Autoprint Making Contact, which was not shot in Italy, but shot in Germany.
Oh, no.
But shot for an American audience. So what they did is they got kids of GIs to be in the movie. And they brought over a few American actors and stuff like that. Not very good ones. Now, this is a movie I have not seen since I was really little. Like probably, 86 is when this came out, and I probably seen it on cable or video probably sometime in the late 80s, early 90s last time I seen it. So age-wise, the acting and the story are meh, but the effects are actually really amazing for what they accomplished with what it is. And what's also famous about this movie is, I believe, if it's not his directorial debut, it's one of his earlier films, Roland Emmerich. If you don't recognize the name, of course, for Universal Soldier, Independence Day, Godzilla,
Yep.
all those films. So yeah, what the movie is about though is this. It's basically the equivalent of the when the Italians make a rip off of a movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's the equivalent of the West Germany equivalent of that. So
I get
basically what they did is they took E.T. and Poltergeist and a little bit of Goonies and smashed it all into this movie.
Is it good though?
It's interesting. And then I found out, and you can tell watching this movie, the American version is cut down by like 10, 15 minutes. So, and you can tell that the movie's chopped heavily. Because like once it just starts and gets going. It doesn't waste any time. I mean, as far as like the pacing and all that stuff, the movie's only 80 minutes long. So it's missing closer to 20 minutes. That's right. Because the foreign version runs like an hour and 40 minutes. So it's missing closer to 20 minutes. But the basic story is this kid loses his father. And that's the way the movie starts. It starts at the funeral. And you come to find out this kid has like these telepathic powers, and he says he got him after his dad died, and he starts talking to his dad on a phone, and all of a sudden this puppet shows up from the house up the way and tells him this person on the phone is actually not his father, but this magician guy who is trying to possess him. And it's kind of a freaky little tale, but it reminds me a lot of like a Goosebumps kind of story.
Okay.
So like you can't tell if you can trust the puppet or not, or if he's really talking to his dad or not. And it has an interesting little twist. Like I said, it's got a little bit of Goonies in there because you get a bunch of the kids and stuff together, and they go through this labyrinth in the house once they all get in the house and stuff. And it's really ambitious effects and stuff like that for the time. Not so much Puppet Master Joey, but I see where you're coming from, which is funny because that's the name of the movie elsewhere is Joey. Yeah, it's only called Making Contact here in the US. But no, it's an interesting story. I'm kind of more surprised they haven't tried to remake it more than anything, but otherwise you can tell it's like an E.T. Poltergeist kind of ripoff. I don't know if any of you guys have seen it or not.
I have.
But thanks again, Rick, for sending that to me.
So you held up the case, and like I very much remember that artwork, the tape artwork. I don't think I've ever seen the movie
At every video store. Yeah.
Yeah. Like that's artwork that sticks with you. The dummy coming in through the window.
Yeah.
I do. Yeah, I do think I remember that artwork, but I don't think I've ever actually seen the movie at all. So it's interesting.
You'd probably like it, Greg. I mean, like I said, the creature effects and stuff are really good.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I probably would. I mean, I liked the Goosebumps show when it was on. I did. I was young at that time. So, plus I like those type of. I like those type of movies. So, yeah, I probably would. I have
a little bit of a precursor to Chucky in a little bit of a way too, especially the kind of the way that the doll acts and stuff too.
So those are always good to watch.
It's not a flat out horror film. So I mean, it's very much in, like I said, that Poltergeist, Goonies area where. It goes to the edge, but it kind of pulls back, basically.
Yeah. All right. Well, that is a good pick. So, yeah. Do we want to go ahead and get into it?
I think this one was shot in Italy, wasn't it? Was it?
Was this one shot in Italy? Is that what we're about to talk about?
If it's the movie we can't name yet, no, it was shot in Florida, in Georgia.
Florida, okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, it was pretty
I couldn't
warm,
tell.
man.
I couldn't remember if all of it
we'll
was
go ahead
or
and
not.
pull it, show them up.
Let's talk about it.
I mean, they shot
Why
a lot of movies in Italy, but not this one.
Go ahead, show it up, Austin. We're going to go ahead and talk about it. So we have Invasion USA. Which I also have the.
Oh, nice.
Oh, you got an old VHS of it. Awesome.
Yes.
Nice.
But
Rook's
now
just
I
sitting
can-
there blankly. He's like, I watched the movie.
I watched the movie on digital on Netflix.
I done watched it on my Tubies.
And of course, you got.
Yeah, I did that.
To be fair, you guys just told me about it 2 days ago, so it's not like I had time to buy
Well, actually, we talked about it like a week and a half ago, or whatever.
Yeah, we were going because Austin
2
was
weeks
supposed-
ago, or whatever,
yeah.
a week ago, or whatever.
You guys always go back and forth on movies.
But the slipcover is a nice slipcover.
Yeah,
So
Yeah, it's nice to do artwork.
So, how involved were you with this, Austin? For those who don't know,
Yes.
Austin actually does a commentary on here. I don't know if that was the extent of your
I
participation, and explain to us how that came about, how you did it.
Yeah,
We
sure.
want to
So-
hear
Yeah,
everything.
Talk to us about the.
I wrote the booklets in there as well, and
Oh, you wrote the booklet in it too.
and I was a consultant on some of the new interviews that were in there. So some of them, like the Jay Chataway and one of the other ones, I was the person conducting it off camera. The ones that are done virtually, when they're talking to somebody on a webcam.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was fun. It was fun getting to work on this.
That's really cool. So, did they get a hold of you, or?
Yeah. I was through a signing event. I was doing a screening, not too far from their headquarters, and
Oh, cool.
one of the representatives approached me there after the Q&A, and it was awesome because I've always wanted to do something like this, and yeah, it was just, I got very lucky that it was one of my favorite canon movies. It's definitely my favorite of Chuck's canon movies.
It's probably one of the
And-
quintessential canon movies, really, if you think about it.
Mhm.
It is. I would agree with that. And it's one that, yeah, if anybody always asks, like, oh, recommend a few canon movies, I'm always running into people, my wife's coworkers and things like that in an event. And they're like, so what do you write about? And these aren't movie people. I'm like, I try to explain it. And it's one that I will throw out there because it's, you can't be disappointed with it. It's
a great movie.
To me, is just so much action in it because, and reasons I get into in the commentary, there were large chunks that were cut out of the film that were due to certain performances not really working. And so it was basically all the connective tissue of the movie is gone. Something that would have explained the plot, explained why Chuck Norris always knows where the bad guys are. Because in the movie, he just sort of shows up like Michael
So why
Myers.
is that?
Yeah.
He has like a Spidey sense hat, like when they're behind a
Give
door,
us
he's
the
like,
dirt.
I
Give
just,
us the dirt.
yeah.
Well, the short version of it is the movie was originally written to be carried by the reporter, the Melissa Prophet's character. And
okay. Yeah. I was wondering
she-
how her character kind of is just kind of there. and
She
not
got kind of
really
like
there.
shoved aside as far as like a driving force for it. It seemed. It was like, oh,
Yeah.
she's around again. She's
And
around again. Why?
yeah, she's just sort of like her and Chuck Norris just happen to be wherever there is bad guys.
Right.
Richard Lynch is doing
Yeah.
something evil.
Out of all the places, they're at the same one they're at. Yeah.
And they went and they shot these scenes and they didn't really work. And canon, I mean, this is very long for a canon movie. Very famously, they didn't like their
Right.
movies to be longer than 94 minutes.
Mhm.
So they had to cut stuff down. So that was just something that like, let's cut out all of the stuff that explains the plot. Like basically all the necessary plot information, let's remove it. And unfortunately, that's stuff we were talking a little bit before the stream began, that canon, in most cases, they just threw that stuff away because
There's no
they weren't gonna
extended
pay.
cut or anything saved up anywhere
No.
with all
No.
the. Oh,
Not
no.
often with canon.
No.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
man.
there are scenes that were filmed that just would have explained this, but to me, I think that works in the movie's favor. I like that Chuck Norris is just this crazy kind of commie killing boogeyman, and
Yeah. He's basically a good Michael Myers. Yeah.
yeah. and the score, Jay Chataway's score. Jay did a lot of Star Trek stuff over the years. He's made his money.
It's almost like a precursor to things like Equalizer down the road, because it's not like Equalizer. Like when you're watching that, it's like it's not. You don't sit there and ask how Denzel knew where all these guys were going to be at the right place at the right time. You just sit there and cheer
Right.
whatever trap they fall into happens, right? Like,
Yeah.
so I think it works in this film. I don't think you really necessarily need it.
Like
Yeah.
the way I just watched it and I didn't know anything else about it going in, just like came in. I had the sense that he was an experienced soldier, so whenever he's going forward, he's kind of. I imagine he's thinking about what would I do if I were them, or what would they be doing to try to
Pulling
combat
the
me?
Equalizer thing.
Because like when he
basically,
goes into the rooms, he doesn't just he goes for cover immediately and then like shoots at them in some other way, or like my ID, sure. you're fooling me. I'm going to be ready to shoot you. And there you go. Like, and when they're behind the door, there's no indication that they're behind the door, but like they're waiting for
basically
him, but
yeah.
them all out. And it's like, okay, but maybe it's like he just got done doing a shootout. He's gonna go into a room with a closed door. Do you just, hi, I'm gonna waltz in, or do you you be waiting for me? So I don't know. Like I kind of assumed he just like thought of their battle plans or something. So,
well, that's why I compared it to the Equalizer, because I love those bits in the Equalizer when he basically checks his watch and he's like, and then you see his little eye view of everything going on in the room in slow motion, and it's him kind of doing it. That's just kind of the character that Chuck Norris is, one of those special ops kind of guys, Green Beret, whatever you want to call it, kind of things. Like he did these kind of routine missions because that's kind of how they set his character up anyway. Is like this is. And this time he's like, nope, I'm not doing it. And then, of course, when he finds out, what's his face is there. You said his name just before and I just forgot it.
Richard Lynch's character.
Richard Lynch, who's great in everything.
Yeah, he's amazing. Yes.
I mean, if you want a great go-to bad guy, it's always Richard Lynch. I mean,
he's amazing.
And
it's his movie, really.
And this movie has a scene between him and Billy Drago, which that's like so much 80s bad guy talent in one scene. I love it.
Yeah, that's one thing they didn't skip on was the bad guys. But I think we should just step back one moment, because I think people like Rook might appreciate this, and for those who may not know it in the chat, explain a little bit, Austin, how this was actually originally a script for American Ninja, but
yeah, in a very roundabout way. I wish I had my show and tell prepared. I would have grabbed.
Oh, sorry about that, but yeah,
that's okay. I can fish it up in a little bit. But yeah, so this was basically Chuck Norris. Chuck had done the two Missing in Action films back to back. That's a whole nother story.
Right.
But those were really kind of launched him to the next stage of his career. Missing in Action was a #1 movie. It was Cannon's highest grossing movie they ever had.
Right.
And it took him from being this kind of doing these low budget, very cheap, like martial arts movies, basically, to being a action star. And Cannon was ready to capitalize on that. And at that point, they were the company making ninja movies. They had done Enter the Ninja, Revenge of the Ninja, Ninja 3, The Domination. They decided their next one in that series was going to be American Ninja. That would have been the 4th movie. They didn't realize that this would be a whole franchise and make a start on Michael Dudikoff. And again, like, it's a very spreading patterns, but they decided that Chuck was going to do a movie called American Ninja. Chuck, at that point, he was mid-40s, did not want to be pigeonholed at that point in his career as a martial arts guy. So he did not want to do it, but Cannon did, and he begrudgingly posed for some photos wearing the bad guy's uniform from Ninja 3, The Domination. It's great, like these early mock-up posters.
Yeah.
And they used that to pre-sell the movie. Chuck got together with his buddy, James Bruner, who does a lot of interviews on here, wrote a lot of stuff for Cannon over the years. And they came up with a plan. They would make American Ninja because this was the mandate. They had to name the movie that. But rather than it be a ninja movie, it was the script for Invasion USA. It was basically what you see in Invasion USA as it is here, except Matt Hunter, Chuck Norris's character's code name was American Ninja. So Chuck likes the script. He co-wrote it with James Bruner. They're pumped to do it. They take it into Monaco Golan, the head of Cannon Films, and he reads the script and he loves it. And he's like, this is great. I love this. But can't call it American Ninja. Like even Menachem could call the bullshit there. Like he knew Cannon even couldn't get away with that. So they took the title off of it, called it Invasion. The USA was slapped on there at the end by Menachem because he thought that would sell better internationally. Even though there was already a movie called Invasion USA that from the 50s that is not related at all. People thought this was a remake because of that. No, it's just USA. It's a buzzy.
Was there more alien films around at the time that maybe that would have been what people think of? So putting USA on is a more specific.
That's possible.
Thing.
Invasion USA is a great title, and canon. Minako Glenn
What's
was
funny
doing away
about
with the
that is
title.
how much more worried they were about that crap back then than they seem to be now.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
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 Like, look at the movie Payback. You'll find 10 movies called Payback.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah, so that they ended up making this, and then American Ninja, of course, became its whole own thing. Like there was another script written for that, and it became its own franchise for canon, and turned Michael Dudikoff into their third star after Bronson and Norris.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it's the very earliest ads you'll see for this are a poster with Chuck Norris wearing a ninja outfit, doing a jump kick, and it has a tagline like it's pretty much like terrorism strikes from all over the world, like only one man was prepared. So it's definitely Invasion USA, but still with the American Ninja title on it, and he's still dressed as a ninja. I will dig that out in a moment.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can talk about what I thought about it while you go do that if you want. So
Sure.
Because my first impressions on it. It's not what I'd say is one of my go-tos for like my taste, but I did like a lot of parts in this. There's like the scene where who's the main villain? What's his name? Rotov or Rodotov or something. He keeps on saying,
I can't remember. Yeah, but it's played by
some Russian name. And what goes in the room puts like cocaine on this guy's desk, and then there's some chick snorting in the corner there, and then he just slams her head on the thing, and like a Joker style with a pencil or whatever. But this, of course, being earlier, and then just like shoots the guy, and then throws her out the window, and then he just like walks out. I'm just like, what the fuck? What the hell? Like
he got what he needed.
I guess before that, the very beginning, just the boat of people, and they're like, "Oh, America, oh thing, okay." You think it's like immigrants? I don't know what to think about the timing of this, of what was going on exactly with immigration at the time. So I don't know. And they're like, "Welcome to America," boom, and then kill everybody on the boat, especially the kid. They made an emphasis on the kid being on the boat too, and they blasted them all away. And it was like, oh, so it's the type of movie where anybody could be killed in this. Nobody's safe.
Yeah, it's
so,
I love
right.
I love like the fact that
I got to imagine some of that was about even though they're Russians, like there was a lot of like the Cuban influx. There was like what Scarface is kind of about and stuff like that. And a lot of these other things like that. And there's a lot of stuff going on at that time. And of course, this is also the same time Red Dawn came out, which was always I mean, honestly, that's probably one of the reasons why this movie stays in the lexicon even more than it probably normally would, because it gets compared and brought up with that movie all the time. Which of course, I mean, if you haven't heard of that, Rook, you should.
I've seen both Red Dawns, but yeah, I've seen the OG. but no, so I liked the intro with it being like that, because it's one of those things where any character they introduce, I don't know if they'll be safe or not, because they're willing to do away with a kid character. That like with whatever movies that do that, it's like, oh, because they're usually the safe ones. Like in Jurassic Park, I'm not really worried about a kid being, they're not going to do that, so that's usually fine. But then I like the scene for some reason. Did they just have an emphasis on Chuck Norris having strong hands? Because there's like scenes where like the guy at the bar or wherever he's going to, he's like shoving him with his beer. Then he's like, "Yeah, I don't think I understand," and then grabs his hand that's holding the beer and crushes the beer with his hand or whatever, and makes him bleed.
Dominance.
It's like, oh, I know, but and then like later he like stabs another guy's hand. And then just, for some reason, hands kept on coming up to me with this, like some type of hand fixation. And then, so Squid crushes that guy's hand with a knife, and then all right, everybody leaves the room, and then gets a grenade and gives that to him. He's like, if this survives, tell him, it's time to die.
That's my favorite thing.
That scene was hilarious. The guy was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be right back, and then goes and brings some little short, muscly guy, and then he just kicks him. And that's the end of the muscle guy.
Well, he kicked it pretty hard. He can get back up. But that's like, my favorite thing Chuck Norris does in the movies when he keeps, it's time to die. It's time to die. Tell him it's time to die. I love that because that's what he's got on his mind. That's what he's going to do. He's finally going to put an end to this guy once and for all. I love that. I love
funny.
that.
I got the impression he was like a super soldier, like with serum, because the way he kicked the guy into the door frame, he's like throwing around like a rag doll. Like,
it's Chuck Norris. Batman wears Chuck Norris pajamas.
Like, I can
All
see
right,
why he lives up to the meme where nobody can beat him. Can't cross the bridge or whatever because Chuck Norris, whatever, one of those type of memes. But it was just it was an interesting one. It had my attention. Definitely had my attention. I didn't know what exactly to expect, even though a lot of things happened that I was thinking of. But like I said, with the dude when he brings reinforcements, I was expecting the guy to bring like a couple of dudes. Like, yeah, you can't take on all of us. Nope, just one little short, muscly guy beats the crap out of him with one kick. Gives this guy a grenade, leaves. I was just like, whoa, I just didn't think this. Okay, whatever, didn't see this coming. So, all right, what's gonna happen now? And then later, just like all these things that happened is just kind of. Okay, I like the idea, I guess, of the way that the bad guys invade, like, taking disguise as authority figures and like killing people. Like it's
very clever.
That's gonna psychologically mess with people and like really
when
make
they
them
show up as cops in the first scene. You really think they're cops at first, and then they just start waylaying everybody, and you're like, "Oh, so this is how they do the invasion," which is actually pretty smart. So hopefully, no actual people watch this and think, "Well, that's how we can do it." Because they can
I was gonna say, America's already probably
exactly.
more effed up than they show in this movie anyway. So whatever. But I like that because it's not one I think that you typically would think about, and it's the Russians, and they're like kind of just using psychological warfare with all of this to kind of have chaos around America. So I thought that was kind of a good idea with it, and yeah, it's all right. Okay.
All right. Well, Austin, you guys
one very action packed. I guess. Yeah, my last thing.
Yeah, so this is their 84 going into 85 catalog. So yeah, that is. Well, probably maybe the first or second ad for what would become eventually Invasion USA. But yeah, assassination, random murder, terrorism, only one power can stop it. American Ninja, what?
It's Invasion USA.
But yeah,
that's cool, yeah.
It's a movie that we were talking about this earlier on, but has great production value. For what it was. It was expensive for a Canon movie, very pricey, but it was one of those things that they just kept putting more money into it. The very first thing they shot in this movie was the scene where Richard Lynch blows up a neighborhood like on Christmas Eve. And this was a scene they found this neighborhood that was being bulldozed, was about to be bulldozed because the Atlanta airport was expanding. And it's now like one of the parking garages. If you ever find yourself in Atlanta parking in the parking garage, you're on the site of where the neighborhood was blown up in Invasion USA. But yeah, it was just something that James Bruner, the writer, got to go with Joe Zito to the location scouting, and they'd find these locations, and they're like, okay, here are all these houses that people were living in like a month ago. Like, let's blow them up. Let's literally blow up these real houses. So you get cool stuff like that. There's a fantastic mall shootout, which was at a mall that was being renovated, so it was about to be gutted. They were going to close. They were planning on closing it for 6 months. So Canon strikes a deal with them. They say, yeah, you can drive a car around in here. You can blow out the windows. You can have a shootout. And so it's a real mall. Like, it's a mall that was being used basically up almost until the point they shot the movie there. Like that mall, like if you went around the other side, there were still sections that were open and being used. Like, this was just like the food court they were going to expand. And that's something that, again, like you don't get that same level of realism from facades, no matter how good they are. If you're building a set, that's when you see them loading dynamite up into these suburban houses just to blow them up with a rocket launcher. It looks really, really cool.
It does. And that scene is just like, that is incredible because they do this perfect shot of like it really feels like an 80s 50s family, like, you know, with the kids in the car making out and the kid wanting to put on the stars, and it's very American. It is very American, and he's just smiling, pulls that out, and he just starts blowing up the houses one by one, and you're like, holy crap, what is this guy doing?
And yeah, they Canon, I think they bought those houses something for like $6,000 a piece or something like that. And it's just amazing because you know, that was, knowing them, they probably still sold whatever was left to like scrappers and things like that. I'm sure like they had people come in and take the copper that was left after they blew them up.
I mean, but you can tell this was like one of the most expensive Canon films because they have like legit like military helicopters. They have like, what do they have, like 7 tanks, and then they have that one whole area cordoned off with like how many soldiers on one side and then the bad guys on the other side, and they're just like, it's a massive shootout for like almost an hour. So that had to cost a lot of money to do something like that. So it's
and right in the center of Atlanta too, which is pretty darn cool.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna see if they edited or cut down some of the parts in toward the third act or whatever, where they're having the big old shootout and where Chuck Norris is going through the building, and they keep on cutting between him and like military guys shooting outside. And I don't know, it was just the first time I've seen this, I guess, where there's just straight cut edits of to cut to him in the building where it's totally quiet. I was like, whoa. And then we're with him for a minute or two, and then it goes right back to the explosions outside, and I was like, whoa, what the fuck? Just jumps right to it. So I didn't know if there was if they cut down some of the scenes or like did something there to, okay, this is too long, we gotta, all right, cut it here, cut it there. We'll just,
the ending got shrunk down quite a bit.
It kind of felt that way a little.
The stuff inside, because you have all this stuff going on, and you have all these big, humongous set pieces, and then the finale takes place in a set. Like it was one of the few sets that they used in the movie, and it's just a cubicle, like a bunch of cubicles, like a nondescript office building. But no, originally it was going to be all filmed within the I'm blanking on the name of the building, but it's on Peachtree State in Atlanta, big famous historic building that you see them come into the lobby, and there was all this choreographed stuff with, you know, he was supposed to have a knife fight with Rostov and like this big like epic showdown, and that got squeezed down to what we see, like shrunk down. But it also gave us like one of my favorite like just like button endings. It's time.
Yeah, it's time to die.
Had they filmed the longer planned stuff. So now, the trade-off was worth it, I suppose.
I agree. It does build to a good conclusion. Now, I know when I first started following you and everything, and you were saying you wanted people to get a hold of you because you had all this Canon stuff. You wanted like these boutique labels, like, hey, if you needed. So when you got involved with this, going back to the Vinegar Syndrome in 4K and everything, did you get to see the movie? Well, you did the commentary, so you got to see the cut, you know, the new scan while you did the commentary, right?
Yeah. I got to see. You're basically working over a file, like just so your timing is right with the same timing on there, so everything lines up.
Yeah.
So I didn't get to see the big beautiful 4K restoration. I didn't get to see it in that form yet, but I got to see a digital scan of it just so the sync would, my commentary would line up with what they were, the version they were.
Did you do the commentary from home, or how did you do that?
Yeah. In that case, I did. It
sounds really good. Impressive.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, that was a lot of upgrading. I upgraded my microphone and things like that, just because, I wanted it to sound better. I was no longer doing all just the old Xbox headset.
Well, it looks amazing. I mean, we can, of course, Vinegar Syndrome gets a lot of love from us because they always do amazing work.
Great job. Yes.
So is there anything else about the work that went into the disc that you can tell us about that you were a part of, or anything else you know about it?
Well, just I was paired with a spectacular producer, somebody who she was really able to help guide me through the process, and I was able to submit questions for a lot of the new interviews that was on there that they did, and then in the case of the Jay Chataway and the James Pax they're the two that are the remote interviews, because James Pax was in Hong Kong, from Big Trouble in Little China. That's where I know him from. But he's still working there as a producer and actor and hyphenate. And the Jay Chataway, who did the score, which I love in here, worked on some other Chuck Norris movies, but most famously, like a lot of Star Trek, since the 80s. And that's something where I'm sure the royalties have like been very kind to him over the years. But he was on his sailboat preparing to sail down the coast of Central America. And so when you see the interview on there and you see him, if you're guessing where he was, it's inside his sailboat. And something that he does regularly. Yeah, so it was in those cases, I was the person off camera. So it was just fun. It was great. Like the team there is amazing. The stuff the interviews they put together in person were so they turned out so good. They look so nice, and of course they got to port a lot of the stuff over from the old Shout Factory edition. Like those interviews and stuff are still intact here. And then Joe Zito has a new commentary on here. He's in Thailand right now. I believe he lives in Thailand, and they were able to get him to record one from there, which is super, super cool. So yeah, it's an amazing disc with 3 commentaries. I think there's 7 or 8 interviews, like on camera interviews on there. Yeah. I'm just so thrilled to be part of it. Cause like I said, I've wanted to do that for a long time, be involved in that way. Like you said, like when I was
that's how I found you.
And I'm very grateful that, because if I could have picked any canon movie, this would have been one of the first ones that have been like, I want to talk about that one.
Yeah.
So if I can put that out into the world, if anybody wants to do a special edition of Over the Top or like a beautiful edition, that's a commentary where the movie would end and I could still be talking about it for 3 more hours just over a black screen. Yes. So please, if anybody, Warner Brothers,
anybody out there want to do this, hit up Austin.
Yeah.
Well, and as far as Vinegar Syndrome, like if you ever get a chance to talk to them again, send them our love, because they always go above and beyond. And
we love Vinegar Syndrome.
I mean, we're always glad to hear anytime they're doing one of these transfers, because we know it's going to get treated correctly.
Yeah. They're awesome. Like it was something I was super nervous to get involved in this way. Just I was excited for it, but I don't know many people that love the sound of themselves on a voicemail or something like that.
Yeah.
And then just recording a commentary and listening into it over and over again, and just hearing, that was something I was like, oh, this is, so they were great in sort of helping me through that and get over those jitters. So, and there's awesome crew all around.
Well, and I think last year, Greg and I both agreed that the best DVD release or Blu-ray, 4K Blu-ray release of the year was probably their Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 release.
Oh, yeah.
That was beautiful release on that. Beautiful release on that. But yes, we love Vinegar Syndrome, and I was curious because I did hear what that they did do this one, the Blu-ray, before. I heard they had to deal with some MGM titles, which this was an MG, after Canon or whatever, how that worked with MGM, and they lost that deal. From what I understand, they made a big mess up because they had because there were some titles they didn't want, and so like with the whole package deal with this, I think this was in on it. They lost a lot of good titles, which give it to the Shout Factory for doing something like that. So I'm curious, is like since Vinegar Syndrome they picked this up, and I've seen a couple other ones like we just mentioned, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, which I don't think was MGM, but that could have been involved on that. So I was wondering if they have more over there or something.
I don't know anything about that side. I wish I had that. No, I wish I had that information. I would. Yeah, it's something. I hope
us.
So.
We won't tell anybody.
Yeah.
No, I was.
Nobody's listening. Shh.
No, I hope so. There's so many really great movies from the MGM catalog that. I mean, I'm hoping, if not them, or even if Kino Lorber, because Kino Lorber's been putting out a lot of these too. Like, I hope somebody gets.
Yeah, Kino's great. I mean, I know they're not as like the reason I love Vinegar Syndrome and Arrow is they're generally, and Turbine and a few others like those, like they'll go above and beyond and they'll try to do the scan themselves so they know it's gonna be a decent scan.
Yeah.
Like Kino Lorber, Shout, some of the other boutique labels, which I love. Kino Lorber, don't get me wrong. Shout Factory is another conversation, but I know a lot of times they just take whatever they get because they don't want to pump the money it's going to take to do it. I know Kino does once in a while, so does Shout once in a while, but yeah, Vinegar Syndrome I trust, Arrow I trust, and whenever either one of those guys does a release, I'm always happy.
Yeah. Yeah. And I
They're
really
all
hope
gonna
also
give Vinegar Syndrome for Bat Pussy.
I think that was one of their partner labels, though. I don't think that was direct Vinegar Syndrome for Bat Pussy.
Totally not what I thought I was getting.
But Austin, I really hope you get to do more stuff like this because this was awesome to have, like I was like, I know this guy. I've had him on my channel like multiple times and I'm listening to him and the commentary. He did the interviews. So like, I am so happy that it finally happened for you. Cause like I mentioned earlier, that's what, cause like, I didn't know about the Canon Film Guide at first, but I saw you and I remember you saying that you didn't know if there was people like us out there. When I first talked to you,
yeah.
Like you started up your Twitter and everything. You're like, I didn't know there was people out there, so I thought maybe I'd do this. And I seen you like, if any of these labels want to get a hold of me, I have all this Canon stuff, and look where you're at now, man. So congratulations. I hope you get to do more.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I would very much welcome the opportunity. This was a lot of fun to work on this one.
Yes. So it was awesome. It was awesome.
No, thanks.
Yes. And it couldn't have picked like you said, you couldn't have picked a better one for your first right off the bat.
Had I made a short list of like ones that would be like a dream commentary to do, like Invasion USA would have been right up there.
Right. But that is awesome. That is awesome. So there you guys go. If you're curious about the new Invasion USA 4K from Vinegar Syndrome, it is well worth it.
Highly
it looks
recommended.
beautiful. Yeah, highly recommend it. It looks beautiful. Great audio commentary by this guy right here. Great special features. You just really can't go wrong with it. So get your hands on it if you can.
Awesome.
All right.
Yeah. Thanks.
It's been sought after for a while too. I know. I mean, it's been out of print for so long.
Yeah, and they announced a standard edition, so
there you go.
Limited one must have sold well.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as I saw it, I pre-ordered it. I was like, when they dropped it on there for the halfway to Black Friday, I was like, oh, I'm getting it.
Yeah,
immediately because I love that. Didn't you have something to do with Navy SEALs too?
I did. Yeah. I wrote an essay for the big gigantic.
Oh, I got that too.
Yeah,
I haven't really got into it yet.
It is. I mean, for people just show and tell. How do I open it there? Yeah. Oh, it's hard to. I'm trying to do it in reverse.
Yeah, that's one of their big special ones.
Yeah, so it's a very fun. The case, the magnet opens and closes with a magnet. We got the disc itself here, which it's a beautiful 4K transfer, and then a booklet, which has. Let me find my contribution here. Something an essay I'm very proud of.
Awesome.
But it's I in this essay I look at the production history. This is a movie that was in development for almost 6 years. It went through so many writers, so many different versions. So I look at 4 different versions of the Navy SEAL script, which are significantly different from each other with different characters, different leads, different plots, and kind of break them down in that essay. And it was fun. It's fun. Yeah. Navy SEALs, it's always going to be a like the Navy SEALs joke from Clerks. But it's, movie holds up more than I think than it gets a lot of credit for.
I agree. It's a good Charlie Sheen.
The reason that joke is in the movie is because it was a popular renter. That's why.
Yeah.
God is going thermal. It's a good film. Yes, it is good. Yeah. So I'm seriously, I'm very happy for you that you finally get to do this. So I really hope you get to do more, and you're always welcome to come back after those, because we will more than likely have them because we buy them.
What next time I'm back, I'll bring, because I haven't gotten it yet. It just shipped, but it's coming from Australia. I have a booklet in the Master Universe, the Umbrella edition.
Oh,
I have that ordered as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's got an extended version of the chapter from my second book on Masters, which
Awesome.
I
If
added
I
some
had
more
known you were
stuff.
working on that, I would have said something to you. They could have gladly used our episode of that we got into the movie on that from our channel, because we have one of the more extensive versions of that out there.
Yeah, I didn't work as closely on that as I did on the Invasion. It was just the licensing.
I mean, we
the
have some
chapters in
other
the book.
things out there I can't talk about right now, but yeah, that's definitely one we would have loved to have been a part of. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm eager to see it because that's the I'm waiting for it to come from Australia.
Yeah, I noticed it's actually
Yeah,
getting
yeah.
special features for once, which is because that was one of the reasons why I pushed Andre into doing that, because he wasn't going to really do much on the movie. And I'm like, Andre, you don't understand. There is like nothing out there about this movie. Like, there's more about the sequel that never happened
Mhm.
than there is about this movie.
Yeah.
I said, and so we gathered up at that time, and I don't even know if I was aware of your books yet when we did that video. Maybe I'm trying to remember. I don't think I was. 'Cause if I'd known, I probably would have dug into your book too about it. But like, I found everything I could. He found everything he could. I know that's where we got the Canon 86 reel and stuff like that out of that, and stuff like that I found. And yeah, I mean, it's one of those movies that I think just has not gotten a lot of notice. And even in the documentary about Masters of the Universe, it literally only gets like a little 10-minute section. So yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah, it's a movie with some amazing production design. Like say what you want about it, but there's so many cool things in that film that I think it's another one like Navy SEALs that it's kind of people who kind of dismiss it. I don't think have seen it in a long time.
Yeah.
So
I always enjoyed it. I did.
yeah, I mean
did.
it's
Well, as a
I've
He-Man
always loved
movie,
it.
it's not very good, but as a sword and sorcery movie, it's one of the
Mhm.
better.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. And Dan Blackroyd, you live in Australia, so he's already got his.
Years
Oh, awesome.
before, probably.
Yeah. So, but that's great conversation there. Like I said, I really hope you get to do more. Hopefully after this, because if any indication, you're probably going to get to do more of these. And so
Fingers
hopefully,
crossed. I really hope
yeah.
so. I had so much fun doing these ones.
Yeah. So that's awesome.
Well, and Vinegar Syndrome's a great home for canon fodder.
Yeah. Great home.
Pun intended.
Yeah.
Yeah. They put out so much cool stuff.
Perfect fit.
Random Brad, I just spotted it at the local. Yeah, you're in Australia too, Lucky. So
I'll say it. Shout Factory's too snooty for canon, and they don't deserve
Yeah.
them.
Well, like I said, I'm pretty sure they lost Invasion USA because I was watching that interview with the guy that used to work for Shop Factory, and he said
Yeah.
they had bought, like when they signed to do movies, they bought up this big thing of MGM titles, and yet they picked and choose the ones they wanted. But with the thing, it comes all together, and so they never renewed after like 5 years. And the guy was like, "You should have renewed that because there was some great titles in that they lost." And I'm thinking maybe this Invasion USA was one of them because now Vinegar Syndrome has it, and they no longer produce or a Shell Factory canon that the Invasion USA Blu-ray. So I would assume that was one of the ones they lost in their thing they never renewed. So it was some poor management at that point in time. They lost a lot of titles. So
Yeah, I have very little knowledge of how the whole licensing the packages. Any interviews like that, I'd be curious.
Whole new
to
company
check out.
now too. So hopefully from
Yeah.
here on out, Amazon might be more receptive to these sorts of things. They seem to be okay with licensing out the films. So
yeah,
For
so,
streaming especially, like I know this is a physical media show, but you can access these movies via like Tubi and Pluto and so many other streaming services.
That's
So
why I
many
watched
of
it
them
today.
that you couldn't-
That's why I
yeah,
watched it
ones you
today.
could ones that when I first started on these books, if they hadn't been DVD releases, it was just hard to find some of these. And it's
Right.
like you can go on Tubi
Yeah.
now and you can watch Shy People, which is a movie that its last physical release was a VHS, but you can get a beautiful like version of it that's in HD with the surround sound and stuff. The original, and like, where did this come from? Like, why isn't this on
Yeah.
disc? But I'm glad it's there because there are so many movies that writing the books
Yeah.
The first two I was watching from tapes, and now at least like they're streaming somewhere.
Right.
Hopefully they get disc
Yeah.
releases.
Yeah. So that's what I'm hoping is like
Maybe
because,
there's
like,
a compendium in that.
yeah, like Tom mentioned, Amazon has it now, and they seem very free with licensing these out. And so, hopefully, with my hopes is, as much as I don't like streaming all that much because what it's done to the business of movies. But hopefully, with the likes of licensing out to these with these HD scans, we can get more physical copies of them. So
Yeah.
that's a plus in my book.
And I have to wonder too, if some of these movies that haven't been around that people hadn't really no chance to see unless they had an X rental tape. If people seeing it and stumbling across it on a stream, if that creates some sort of demand for a physical release when it hasn't had one.
Yeah, exactly.
Meant for a home market.
Yes,
so
exactly.
Who knows? I don't know what the effect is there, but fingers crossed.
Yeah, hopefully we get more and you get to do some. Put it out in the world, over the top. Put it out in the world.
Yeah, yeah. I can talk so much about that one.
I would love to hear it. One more question before we get into other titles. I knew that was going to be our big title. We were going to talk long about it. So one more quick question for you, Austin. Do you wish Canon was still around?
I don't know that they would be the same in any way. The Canon that I think of, and I think a lot of people associate with Canon, is the Golden Globus period.
Yeah.
And there was so much magic of just these two kind of freewheeling outsiders who came in and, were just gambling. Basically making movies as fast as they could, as they could for as cheap as they could, and putting out as the volume they did. And I think there was a magic of like that time in that industry. I don't think it would look anything near the same. And in a way that a lot of those guys who are still around, Millennium's a company that those are all former Canon employees for the most part who that sort of, it went from Canon to New Image to Millennium. So I think if a Canon was still around, it would look more like that at this point. It was, I don't know, there's got to be a good movie quote there, but it was a time and a place. And unfortunately, I it's a hard question. It's a hard question. I also do think it's a story that had a very interesting closure to it. There's a lot of movies that shouldn't have. Yeah.
Think that like if maybe like a group of, because this is my dream, is like a group of fans could get together somehow and find out who owns the Canon label actually and buy it out and make movies in the same vein and spirit as Canon did before. Now it would never be the same. You're right. You're 100% right. But I think that's the only way you could possibly make it even remotely close. And a lot of it would have to be like, you'd have part of it would be getting a lot of these older, action stars who don't get a lot of movies nowadays and maybe getting them involved in some projects. And also in the spirit of Canon, giving the up and comers a shot at some projects and stuff. And, you can do some revival sequels and stuff, hopefully, of some of the properties that you could get your hands on that were Canon related. I think there's a possibility there, but I don't think it would ever be able to be done by the corporate entities that are out there now. That's for sure. You could still do it, like I said, in the same spirit of Canon. No, it wouldn't be exactly the same, but you never know. You could get some people involved that might make it feel very Canon.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I agree with it there. I do wish more movies were being made in the Canon spirit by anybody.
I will tell you, I might know some people that might be trying to do something similar to that. I can tell you, I've had them on the channel. They're starting a new company. Right now, their first movie is going to be, it's a little more of a sci-fi B movie. Their first movie is Rednecks vs. Aliens. This is what they're making. And it's being put out by Anchor Bay, the new Anchor Bay. So they're starting, what's the name of their company? They're Modern Classic Pictures. So they want to make classic movies like Canon and B movies and stuff like that. Like there used to be independently, and this is the way they're trying to get this project off the ground. Michael Calillo and James Wilder Hancock. they're putting this together. So yeah, they sort of want to get back in that vein that you're talking about, Tom. But I think they're a little more geared toward other stuff. But they said they want to welcome all ideals from anybody. First, they got to get the company going, and so like if they want to do like action movies like Canon, they're more than susceptible to putting that out there, because that's what they want to do. They want to go back to that type of era of
My dream though would be actually to have the Canon label, right? The actual Canon.
That would be great.
and actually, I think in my dream, the tagline of the company is "For fans by the fans," and you literally do campaigns where it would be like fan funded projects to help. Because that's the thing is I'd want to be, it'd have to be more prestigious than some of the other companies. Sure, it's not going to be an A24 or a Blumhouse kind of thing.
Right.
But what you can do is do better than some of the other guys out there. Like, I think if you have and you utilize the funding the way you should, you could do better than a lot of the other lower level companies that are out there. And I don't want to name any names right now to single anybody out, but I'm sure you guys can think of a few people that I'm talking about that we've talked about many times on here. But yeah, no, just that spirit, that idea. And like I said, gather up as many of the properties as you can. Make a new American Ninja. Make a new, type of film in those veins. If you can get those rights to certain ones that are, more associated with canon. That's, that exactly. I think could be done. Now it wouldn't be, like I said, exactly the same. But hell, you never know. You could pull guys like Chuck Norris out of retirement and some other people like that. Sly and them are getting to that point where it'd probably be a little bit easier to get them involved in a project like this than it would have been 20 years ago.
Yeah, that would be great.
He would probably love to make Cobra 2.
Yeah, exactly. I know he was trying to make a Cobra TV show at one point in time. As I remember.
Like, could you imagine if we were to actually be able to pull that off and Cobra 2 was like the first movie you put out?
That would be amazing.
Like Canon 2.0 or whatever.
I mean, Austin, you could be a big part of this. You're the Canon film guide. So
I know people who know Sly and stuff like that, so don't think it's completely out of the realm of possibility. So yeah,
there was very briefly in right around the 98, 99, 2000, and these movies are so forgotten that I think a lot of people don't remember new canon. And it was
vaguely
Menachem brought back the label and did put out just, again, these are like late 90s sort of low budget films, and so they look much worse than the low budget films of a lot of like digital stuff. And it's something, it's weird to see, because every once in a while I'll find one of those movies and pop it in, and you see the new Canon logo and you're like, it's weird. It's not because it's also like in different colors, and if someone used the logo again, it would have to be the blue shield.
Yeah, it'd have to be the.
It would have to do it right. Messing with it or updating it just didn't work for me.
I assume that's going to be a chapter in one of your.
Someday.
When you get to that part.
Yeah, eventually. Yeah, it's just everything the cousins did post canon is all very fascinating, but I got to put a bow on just the canon years and close that up first.
Yeah,
in this third book.
Yeah, I did see that Chuck Norris is going to be in a new film called Agent Recon or whatever. Yeah, I did see that. I saw that he was going to come do that. All right. Well, that I guess we'll tell in it there. Great conversation on that. Who wants to show something now? Whose turn is it? Whose turn is it to show another movie? Tom, Rook, Austin, who's got one?
I already got to show off Navy SEALs.
Yeah, you showed off Navy SEALs.
That was one of my pile.
How many picks do you have, Tom?
Oh, I got a ton more left here.
Yeah,
you can probably go next.
Actually, I have a good one to kind of jump off this with. This is not a Vinegar Syndrome. It's actually an Arrow release, but the scan was done by Vinegar Syndrome.
Oh, nice.
And a lot of the special features were, but this is basically the British release of it, because it was released a couple of years ago in a very limited. I didn't even know they did it. It's like $50-$60 now or whatever, but it'll probably go down in price since this is available. But I've talked about another film that's very similar to this before. And as we've talked, going off of the whole canon idea, back in the day, after a horror movie would hit big, you'd get a dozen ripoffs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, The Burning was probably one of the better ripoffs of Friday the 13th, if you'll recall.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And The Burning was actually based upon the Cropsey legend. And so was this movie, Madman. And we have another one that kind of is up there high in the ranks for Friday the 13th ripoffs. This is a pretty good movie for how cheap it was made. And you can tell it was cheaply made, but they do have a lot of decent special effects, great kills. It does linger in some spots here and there, but the intro feels like it's right out of Friday the 13th Part 2. And, yeah, Madman Mars is the bad
Yeah,
guy,
man,
and
yeah.
whatever you want to call him, and he's definitely kind of a lot. It looks a lot like what Jason did in Friday the 13th too, and this also came out in 81, even though it was shot, I believe, mostly in 80. So although like most of the ripoff elements come from the Friday the 13th aspect of it, but it is set at a camp,
Yeah.
and all that kind of business, and basically the whole story is that Madman Mars killed his whole family one night, and then went to the bar and put the axe on the bar and ordered a drink, and the entire town tried to take him down, but he lashed out at them and got away, and then nobody has found him to this day, or the bodies of the family that he slayed. And if you say his name too loud, he will find you because he can be anywhere. And of course, one of the snot-nosed kids has to scream out his name, and you know where it goes.
And then there he goes, and then he ruined the summer camp for everybody.
For everybody. No, it's a
Ruined it
fairly
for-
scan from Vinegar Syndrome. You can tell the negative has probably not been kept in the greatest of shape over throughout the years, but it actually looks a lot better than you'd probably think a movie from that era,
Yeah.
shot the way it was, mostly at night in the dark, would look. Surprisingly, looks really well. Or looks really good. Whole bunch of special features. I didn't really watch them all, but there's even like a documentary that's longer than the movie about the making of the movie. And I mean, I guess I was aware of this movie, but I didn't realize it had the type of following that it had, though, I guess. But yeah, it was kind of fun. Have you seen it? Any of you guys seen it
No,
before?
see, I was going to pick this one up because I heard it was the same, based on the same legend as the Cropsey movie, and as this is one I have not seen that I've been meaning to pick up. I meant to pick it up from Vinegar Syndrome when they announced the 4K, and I forgot about it. So, is this still up on Vinegar Syndrome too? I know this is the
I
Arrow
don't
one.
think you can get it anymore from Vinegar Syndrome, which
Okay,
is why
okay.
this one is.
That's why the
like I
Arrow one
said,
came out.
it's like $50-$60 to get, or more, to get the Vinegar Syndrome one.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll probably go down in price now, because I think this has all the same special features. I mean, they even say right on it that this is the scan done by Vinegar Syndrome and stuff like that. So, like, yeah,
It's actually the same editor as Invasion USA, so
there you go.
There you go.
Unintentional
That's
segue there.
perfectly.
I didn't even realize that.
Works
Yeah.
perfectly. Connected it very well, Tom. Yeah, but no, I've often heard good things about this. I've heard this is a really good like horror movie, Jason ripoff type movie.
It's a great team up with The Burning, right? Like,
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna do a double feature, kind of like a drive-in kind of thing, yeah.
Yeah, so I need to get this. This is one I've been wanting to see. I probably maybe saw it on Joe Bob back in the day on Monster Vision, because Hollifield said he saw it back then. I may have. I don't know. I don't remember it. Monster Man. There's one from Random Brad. He's suggesting. I have to look that one up. I think you mentioned that before, Random Brad. I have to look into that. But no, yeah, I've been wanting to see Madman. Like I said, I meant to pick it up when it was like a secret title or whatever from Vinegar Syndrome, was like an upgrade of one of our most popular slasher films.
Somehow I missed out of it. I don't know how. But
I kept waiting for the reveal, and then by the time it was revealed, I was like, "Oh, that's what it was." I forgot to pick it up, so I'll have to look for the Arrow version, and it's 4K, right? Yeah, because it's 4K. Yeah, but that's a good pick. And who would have thought the same editor as Invasion USA? Who would have thought?
yeah, I think he does maybe that edition if it's the same stuff from the Vinegar Syndrome one, because I think I only knew that because he mentioned that he had done something for Vinegar Syndrome before for Madman. So,
Well, that's cool. That's cool.
yeah,
That's one I definitely need to watch.
I need to check it out. Yeah, I have not seen it.
Yeah,
Well, you sold me, Tom.
if you ever seen The Burning, that's a great one too. The Burning is great.
I see. Slashers are my big. I've seen quite a few, but there are so many, and it's definitely I don't have the slasher, the cred.
I'm trying to
run
decide
circles
which one
around
would
me.
be better. I mean, I think I'm leaning more towards The Burning, but I got to watch that one again.
Mm-hmm.
This one might be the better paced film,
Mm-hmm.
but the better shot, acted type film probably is The Burning. Because yeah, I wouldn't say the acting in this is necessarily of high caliber.
It's a slasher film. I'm a sucker for slasher films.
Yeah, oh yeah, you'll love it.
Yeah,
You'll love the shit out of it.
I guarantee that much.
I'm trying to remember what other movie that the main chick was in. Dawn of the Dead.
Oh, okay.
The one that the
Galen Ross.
yeah.
Yeah, she basically plays like the Alice role or whatever you want to call it.
You gotta love those old like Friday the 13th type movies. They did very well.
I mean, they really aren't even trying to pretend that they're not ripping. I mean, it is just blatant, even more blatant probably than The Burning in that sense. And I mean, they even say it in like the making of it. Well, the weird thing is they had to change a bunch of stuff about this movie. That's the other interesting thing, because they found out that The Burning was shooting at the same time. And they found out that it was using the same thing, so they had to change. And that's where Mad Mars. I think they originally were going to use Cropsy and all that kind of stuff. So like, yeah, the whole thing kind of got flipped around a bit, but in that sense, then they created their own original character at the end of the day. Yeah. It's just funny they didn't sequelize the shit out of it, because I don't think it did horribly on release. I mean, because they even talk about it in one of the making of about how this was that period that, you know, if you were an indie filmmaker, it didn't matter what you did normally, you made one of these movies, because as soon as Sean Cunningham and John Carpenter hit it big with Halloween and Friday the 13th, that's what you had to do, is you just made one of these movies. And you know, after Paramount bought Friday the 13th, that really changed the game, because that was a major studio getting involved with one of these little campy horror films. Not to be punny, but fuck it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm often surprised about. Like, people talk about same with The Burning. Is like The Burning never got a sequel, because like The Burning was and Madman, from what I've heard, are like two movies that were ripe for sequels that could have very well rivaled.
Madman is totally set up for a sequel.
Yeah. So I have to I'm gonna have to check that one out. That one's on my list for a while. I've been meaning to see. All right. Well, who do we got next? Because I guess we'll. I don't know how much longer you guys want to go. So, Rook, I know you.
Here, so whoever wants to go next, go.
Yeah, Rook. What do you got first? Let's do you real quick.
All right, I've got the old. I saw some pics of James Gunn and his new Superman stuff that he's working on, and I've only seen the Justice League animated series of Superman and Zack Snyder's Superman. So I thought I'd check out the old movies right here.
You finally watched the original?
The original. I didn't watch the other two yet. I just did the one. I'll do the other one next week.
Oh man, I wanted to know. Now, have you ever seen the original version of Superman 2 to even be able to compare the Donner cut?
He only watched the first movie.
I just said I only watched that one.
So you've only ever.
So like I did the Justice League animated, Man of Steel, the Snyder stuff, and now that one.
He's only seen Superman the movie.
Why is he here? I'm still trying to figure this out.
Have a good night, Brian Board. Thanks for
because I'm going through it. Imagine if I wasn't here and I didn't watch half the movies that I've watched and talked about on here. So yeah, think about that. Think about how much
disappoint us some more.
I would be.
Yeah, disappoint us with how you didn't like Superman the movie, which is one of my all-time favorites.
Well, it's interesting because there's the beginning and the end I didn't like, but the whole middle and like most of the movie I enjoyed. The stuff where they're on Krypton, it's boring shit.
It's Brando.
So I don't care. That was okay, but that was boring. They're setting it up. Gotcha. They're a fantastical, intelligent space people that are dying. Okay, cool.
You're going to be glad it's there in part 2. Trust me.
Yeah. Well, and then so goes to the farmland. You get he lands on Earth. You got the farm, and then just goes. So when he's kind of a teenager, he's in high school. I liked when he's in like in high school and stuff, and he's like just like showing off a bit. He's like, oh, he's kind of the nerd. He's like putting on the persona that he's a weakling all the time, it seems, but he's also like wanting to show off. He's growing up. He's like, trying to use what he's good at. So oddly enough, so I've seen The Incredibles first, and so I kind of saw that kind of thing there first, but I realized this was way the fuck ahead of time. So don't drill me on that. Exactly.
I just can't believe you compared Superman to The Incredibles.
I don't know why I wouldn't. It's superpowers. The person's hiding their
The
stuff.
Incredibles is Fantastic Four.
So,
The Incredibles is basically Fantastic Four, not Superman. But go on. I get what
the character of Dash hiding his ability. It's not that hard to compare the two here with it. So I'm not comparing the whole movie. I'm just saying what Clark is doing specifically is similar to Dash. But anyway, so like I liked too. He's like hanging out with his dad or grandpa. I didn't catch who he referred to him as a grandpa
was his
or
dad.
His father. Okay. Angry, jeez.
This is one of my all-time favorite movies, and Superman is my favorite superhero. So
okay,
he's treading on sacred ground here. We're talking top 5 ground.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
This movie literally is the movie that got me into movies.
Okay, that's cool. But no, I liked how he's like hanging out with his dad. He was like just gonna go up and get something, and then the dad just gets a heart attack and he's dead, and it's like, oh man, that sucks. He's Superman. He's like super powerful guy. I kind of think it would have been better if Superman didn't say, like, if Clark didn't say, with all of my abilities, they couldn't even save him. I totally got that. What?
That is like one of the defining moments of Superman.
Yeah, but
he realizes he has to say it.
I don't know that he was actually made for children as well as adults.
Okay, I'm just saying. I think it would have been.
Well, maybe
better.
Kids didn't quite get that.
Then that's fine. I'm just saying a tiny bit. My gosh.
Sometimes you have to explain to a little bit younger audience what's going on here, Rook.
That's fine.
You know what my dad said to me when I was young?
Oh my gosh. I don't know.
Come on, Greg. You should have came in on that one.
Oh, I was still just thinking about
for that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's funny because like I praise most of this movie. It's just wow, didn't think it was that stuff here. Okay. I mean, my next, I guess the only other part that I would criticize, I'll get that out of the way first for this part. When he gets the fortress with the crystal, that just seemed kind of weird. He just kind of like goes into a shed. He's like, oh, it's a crystal. Okay. And then he just kind of throws it in the ice and then just kind of grows and he's just kind of chilling in there. I don't know. I wish there was something that like led to that event a little better. Him having the fortress. It kind of wasn't even necessary to show, I feel, in the movie, him having this Superman fortress or whatever that grows out of the crystal. That seems like that wasn't necessary for anything. I mean, yeah, that's where his space dad is like talking to him, but I didn't feel like the whole fortress.
It's literally where he learns about Krypton in his past and where he comes from, and they show the crystal, the green crystal specifically when they put him in the ship. And
right, so he needs to So in order to learn about stuff, he needs to grow a gigantic fortress.
How else was he going to know where he was from?
So if I were to tell you, so if you didn't know where you were from, you didn't know where you were from, FanZcene.
Oh my God, I thought he was going to jump to the end of the movie. No, this motherfucker's hung up on the Fortress of Solitude of all things.
Literally not. I just said it just wasn't needed. That's not even
it's totally needed. It's part of his mythos.
Oh my gosh.
It's the one place he can go where okay, let me tell you something, Rook. This is Superman's day. I can't sleep. I don't sleep. All I hear all day long is blah, 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 people talking all over the fucking world. People screaming, help me, Superman, help me, Superman, help me, Superman, help me, Superman, help, all over the place. That's the one place he can go on Earth where he can't hear anything else.
Yeah.
And he can ask his father every question he needs to know. It's the one place nobody else knows about, and it's important to him because it's his place. Right? It's the one place that he has that is his own. And it's important because it's his home, man. I mean, it's the one piece that he has that's just like his home. That's why it's built where it's at, because it's just like Krypton.
Mm-hmm.
And either instinctually or the crystal told him what to do. and you're really not
In
going to
ter-
like
in-
Superman
in-
Returns,
in
man.
ter- in terms of the events of this movie, I don't think it was necessary. That's all I'm saying. If there's other reasons later that come into why it's so important, great. But until then, I didn't think it was that necessary in this one. But because you don't go back to it, you could get in for if you didn't know where you were, FanZcene. Do you need to grow a house to learn about where you're
Yes.
from? No,
It's very. I can't agree. I mean, I get that you like the movie, and I'm not trying to. I know you're not. You're just getting your criticism.
I'm not even like rip. I'm really not even ripping into it, guys. Like I ripped into Gremlins. I've ripped into.
I get that, but
this is
yes,
I'm just
like how Tom
suggesting-
feels about Gremlins. This is how I feel about Superman the movie. How Tom feels about this, how I feel about this movie, and I get that these are your thoughts and opinions. You're coming at different everything, but it is definitely needed in this movie. He needs that to know who he is, where he come from, and it's a big part of the Superman mythos. And if you leave that out, it makes no sense for him to go from his dad dies. He tells his mom with all the power he has, he can't do nothing, and he's got to leave. And then all of a sudden, he's in Metropolis as Clark Kent, and he's flying around Superman. Yeah, you cannot get from that point to that point without having.
He's literally there for.
I think that
he's
the
there
film
for like
would have
12
been
years, Rook.
I didn't know he was there for 12 years.
Well, he goes from being a 17-year-old teenager to being a 30-year-old adult.
I don't know what he's doing in the meantime because they
learning. He's at school. He's at Kryptonian school. He's learning stuff.
He's learning.
They cut that out for you at least, so you didn't gripe about that. But you know what? As I said, Austin left because he's just totally.
I just want to be here when Rook gets the Superman 4.
That's right. Superman 4 was a canon movie.
On that, we're not going to get into that business.
Right funny. Now. No, if anything, so Tom, what you guys are saying, I'm saying this film would maybe benefit with some extra scenes that show what you guys are talking about.
Do you even have there? Do you realize there's like 5 different versions of this movie?
There's even a 3-hour long.
I have the one that was in this. Like I don't know.
So I think that's the Richard Donner cut.
It's just one of the versions.
That's the theatrical version.
What is the running time?
I feel like it was around an hour and a half. I mean,
are you fucking kidding me? It's 2 hours. No matter which one it is.
It's long. Well, okay. Well, it didn't feel. Well, then I guess.
Well, there you go. It's a better movie than you're even acting like it is because it didn't feel the 2 hours and 20 minutes that it
literally. So here's how it's gone so far. I say a slight thing that I think is wrong with it, and you guys explode about it. I'm just like casually, barely. It's
no, understand. This is a perfect movie, regardless with all its flaws. That's what
already I like his the brief time that they show him with his mom and dad, Mom, Pa, Kent. I like those moments. I like how they show him showing off with his friends and stuff. They're like, oh, you stupid loser, knock over the helmet, and he speeds up and already beats them. And like, how'd you get here so fast? I ran. It was a really dumb, cheesy kind of joke, but that was funny-ish. Kind of liked it. Like I like the movie. Okay,
there's a 150-minute version. There's a 188-minute version.
Yeah.
And I think the original running time was around an hour or 2 hours and 27 minutes, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so there's lots of versions of it, but
yes, and the original version actually cuts out most of the Kryptonian stuff compared to the other versions, and.
Austin, if you've got to go, because I know you got to go.
Take off.
we get into this sometimes. So if you want to,
this happens.
That's all right.
Child wandered.
Your brain will explode after a while if you try to wrap it up.
But I appreciate you for coming on, Austin.
Thanks for having me.
At any time.
It's good chatting with you both, and good to meet you, Rook.
Good meeting you too, man. It's cool.
Yes.
Yeah, and thanks for having me back. Have a good night, guys.
By the way.
Right. Yeah, I love the shirt.
Yeah, it's from the Mahoning Drive-In. They did a Canon marathon.
Oh, nice. That's right. You went to go
last summer. So it's their event shirt. It was a lot of fun.
That's awesome.
But awesome. Yeah. Good night to everyone in the chat. Thanks again. See you later, Tom, Craig.
See you.
Have a good night, brother.
Yeah. Thank you. I even got the Superman curl in my hair.
They did a floating head of his dad better than Thor: Love and Thunder.
Well, I mean, it's practical effects back in the day.
I mean, it's just funny because like when I saw everybody made fun of the holographic in Love and Thunder, and it was shit. And then it's like this has one, and I'm like, wow. So in modern day Thor: Love and Thunder, they can't get like a thing to look better than something from that's insane. But anyway, so on to some more compliments that I have with the film, as I've done quite a few times already so far with this. I think they did a great. I think they did a great job. They did a great job. They did a great job with him, like showing his demeanor as Clark Kent, as the like total nerd type of guy, total klutz type of thing. Even though he's got a giant build, like he's built really strong and everything. I like how they show him be this like nerd, so it's a more believable type of person. I don't know how he's depicted in other things all the time. If he's always like, if he's also just a buff guy and whatever, and he doesn't do any effort. I don't know.
Christopher Reeve came up with this version of the character, so there was some believability to him being like that. People, especially in his own personal life, could actually believe he wasn't Superman.
Yeah. I like that. I assume they're mostly doing that because of the glasses thing, where everybody goes, you couldn't tell it was him without his glasses or something.
Just watch the scene when he's with Lois and he's sitting there and he's like, and he takes his glasses off and he stands straight up. It's like he's a completely different person.
I know, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They did really good.
I think that's in part 2, or is that in part 1?
That's in part 1. That was after. When
he's about to tell her, and then he doesn't. Okay.
They did really good at showing him like hunched. He's got his voice is a little more different. He stammers with words.
Because all the other versions of Clark Kent before were pretty much in. The only difference between Superman and Clark was the glasses and the suit.
Right. Yeah.
And at that point, it's just kind of like, you know, sometimes they would change the voice to be like, this looks like a job for Superman. Yeah, they would do that thing all the time, but that's about it. Otherwise, like even George Reeves Superman, like there's very like you're sitting there even as a kid going, come on, Lois.
She's
like, come on, Lois.
All the time. She's in the closest proximity to Clark.
Jimmy, you ain't that dumb.
Like, come on, yeah. No, so I like that, and I like how when he's like walking with Lois down the street and whatever, there's the gunman that comes out of the corner. She's like I like how
the fourth wall.
The difference were what she's suggesting to do compared to what he's suggesting to do, and then she almost gets him killed if he wasn't Superman.
Of course.
With her idiotic, stupid, I'm going to kick the robber while he's here. It's like,
just wait till you see the fucking second one.
Pretty much got shot. And if he wasn't Superman, they both could have been killed right there. It is like, man, so luckily,
she's crazy.
Yeah. I don't know anything about Lois Lane other than she's the love interest for Superman. So like,
Lois Lane is the original,
really getting her here.
Is like the original boss queen.
Yeah.
Right. And I don't mean that in a negative way at all. She is
in the old way.
Yeah, in the old school indie woman to take care of herself. And this version of her, this is where they really captured the romance factor. And that's kind of one of the things they really keyed in on and was kind of like the launch pad for things later down the road, especially Lois and Clark. And the relationship that they have now is based on this.
Yeah.
And what you have is Clark, she doesn't pay attention to Clark.
Yeah,
he is downriver from her.
She rarely looks at him. I noticed
exactly. Like she has no time of the day for him. He is just another part of her day as far as she's concerned, or however you want to put it. Not important on the food chain. Like Superman, on the other hand, I mean, she's the dominant force in that relationship. Superman, on the other hand, she turns into a fawning little schoolgirl who just saw the Beatles for the first time.
She gets outclassed entirely in every way, shape, or form. It's like,
well, it's not even so much the outclass part. It's she instantly loses all inhibition and control of what where she is normally one of the most strongest willed women you've ever met.
Yeah.
And he literally turns her into goo.
Yeah.
You know, that's the thing. It completely flips the dynamic of the characters, right? It works brilliantly in this film, regardless of how people feel about Margot Kidder, because she understood that. She knew that this is how I got to play Lois when I'm with Clark. And then it's the reverse when I'm playing him with Superman. And same thing with, Christopher Reeve. He's like, not only do I have to play it one way with Clark, I got to play it the other way with Superman, especially with Clark, because he brought the Clark Gable-esque kind of character version of
Mhm.
Clark to the table. This is the first time we ever got that, and that's why I love the speech in Kill Bill, because I know some Superman fans don't like that speech, but it's this version of Superman that he's talking about, really.
Mm.
And that is because, yeah, Clark is not Clark, the real Clark.
Right.
Clark is the mask. That is the disguise. Superman is the real guy. And that's why the Fortress of Solitude is important. That's why knowing his history is important. That's why it's a big deal. Because even his parents tell him, we don't know where the hell you came from or who you are or what you were here for. We know it wasn't to score touchdowns.
Yep.
So then that's where he gets all his answers as to who he is, where he comes from, what he can do, and the capacity that he has to bring peace to humanity. Right.
Mhm.
And it's kind of him doing what his father's teaching him, but also doing it his own way. Because as you get going throughout the movies, it's kind of like there's points made, like in this movie, it's you're not supposed to mess with human nature. Right. You can't put one, you can't mess with human history. You can't put one above the rest. All those sort of things. He breaks all these rules all the time. So basically, Superman, as super as he is and as perfect as he normally is, when it comes to being a human, he sucks.
Yeah.
He's really horrible at it.
I can tell there's the mixed thing.
Comes with being a human, right? When it comes to being a superhero and all these other things, he's perfect in every which way, form, and and all that kind of stuff. So yeah.
Well, and I feel like his whole life he's had to kind of suppress himself all the time. So he's always living like a double thing.
Exactly.
And now he's trying to like show off, but not show off. He's like utilizing his strengths and stuff where he can, but then he's still
Cary Grant. Did I say Clark Gable? I meant Cary
like,
Grant. Thank you, Boba Fett.
Yeah. But he's still Clark though. So I mean, I'm liking they're doing a good job at showing his like double identity kind of struggle in a way. I mean, it's kind of like, so I grew up with Power Rangers and then like Spider-Man as far as like the movies go with the Spider-Man and his identity stuff. So, like I didn't grow up so much on superhero stuff. I've gotten into superhero stuff pretty much when the Dark Knight came around and Iron Man. It's like when I started to really dive more into it. I mean, I saw some of the X-Men,
which is funny because
earlier, but
both of those movies, especially Batman Begins, use Superman the movie as their blueprint
template
for how
some
those
of their
movies.
stuff. Yeah, I can kind of see that. For
Christopher Reeve was an unknown when they cast him. He was an unknown. So what they did, what Richard Donner did, was he populated the cast with very well-known actors. Like the guy that played the I can't think of his name, but played Perry White, was actually a very well-known actor. And then of course you got Gene Hackman as Lex Luthor, and then all the other ones. So they really propped them up that way, and that template is still being used to today in most of these superhero movies up until the shit we're getting now.
Zack Snyder, he basically took Batman Begins, mixed it with Superman, and added superheroes to it.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about Snyder's.
That was a joke. Yes, if you didn't pick up on that.
Yeah,
because he doesn't even know what the hell he's doing. But no. And in that respect, I mean, you got to give it that much credit that it actually felt like a superhero movie. It felt uplifting.
I mean, this is what I'm getting to. I barely started my compliments here on it. Like just on the scene we were talking about with the gunman. I mean, I like how he even adds to, okay, he doesn't just stop the bullet. Because I was thinking too, like as character wise anyway, like just another thing. Even though he's presented as a wuss, I still like how he does put himself in front of Lois. So even though like she obviously barely notices him as anything, he still put himself between like her and the gunman and stuff like that. I like that character type of thing, even though she doesn't really notice it at the time. I don't think she doesn't really catch on to her right away.
She don't notice Clark at all.
Are we ever going to talk about the fact that Superman breaks the fourth wall all the fucking time?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just kind of going past it.
He does it like 2 or 3 times in this movie. He's done it in other movies. He winks at the audience all the fucking time. Every movie ends with him winking at the audience.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's what I love about it, is it's like he's along the ride with us. You know what I mean? It's like, and that's what I love about it. And it's those moments to me that make the movie more than just some of the other kind of movies we've gotten recently. There's an innocence about this movie. There's I really wish I could put the word to it. They haven't quite been the same.
It's a type
charm is not even quite the word I'm looking for. There's a specialness to this movie. And this is why like Greg and I get very emotionally
Yeah, I can
defensive about this film.
like I said, like
Well, so like another part I like is when Clark's like telling him, violence is not the answer, sir. You should probably look for other methods to come about your issue, whatever this thing. And he's just like, oh, gee, you're right. Yeah, I think I'm gonna change. Oh, but you see that, Lois? We don't need to do anything at all. It's just like I like that, and that they even kind of joke at that. Like, I think about that with a lot of movies. Where like, do you think they're just gonna because you tell an abuser to stop abusing their wife, they're gonna, or something like I like how the robber was like, I'm gonna change my ways now. No, I'm not. And shoots. I like how the way that Clark was able to like stop the bullet while not giving himself away as like, I guess I fainted. She's like, oh my fucking god. And then like it just goes on with the scene. Like that scene alone, I really liked that sequence was just a pretty good. Like
I'm waiting for you to gripe about the ending.
His character, and just like a good summary of like how what lengths he can go to keep his identity a secret while still doing good and being aware and on top of things, which was nice. And Lex Luthor, who's the actor that plays Lex?
Gene Hackman.
Hackman. So I love it because I've seen South Park where they do the whole you Hackman and the Legion of Doom, and the reversal of where he's like where they have Superman, they have Reeves pretty much be the evil guy. It's funny thing. I've seen all of South Park before. I've seen most movies. It's funny seeing the movies that were referenced in South Park with their stuff. But anyway, let's see. I actually took notes while watching this a little bit because I had quite a bit to say here. And I was gonna say Lois, she almost makes him look. I don't. Are we supposed to like Lois or not? Like, I know you guys were saying because like I kind of do, but then I don't sometimes. I'm like she just is like, she seems careless about other people, like you guys were saying, like she talks past everybody. I'm really trying to think in the movie when she looks at him when they like talking to him, because most of the time she's literally looking somewhere else, she's typing somewhere else,
and she's doing that on purpose as Clark. Like
just like
Clark is not much more than a prop to her. Barely a friend at that point until it takes time for her to get used to him being around, but like that's really all it is her getting used to him being around.
So like she has no, like, it's like we mentioned earlier, like Tom mentioned earlier, Clark is nothing to her. He's just there to do some stuff for when she needs to do some stuff. So that's why she doesn't really acknowledge him. But when Superman comes around, she acknowledges Superman, and that's Lois in a nutshell. And yes, I thoroughly enjoy her character in this movie. I have no problem with her.
I gotcha. I feel like I assume that they do more with her as they go, like that makes her go on some type of arc.
Yes, her and Clark also get more closer too. I mean,
right. Okay. Another thing
in the second film, there's twists and turns. Trust me, and that's why I wonder because I think that only has the one version on it.
Yeah,
those three movies kind of go together.
It comes with the one.
And
then the next disc. But there's the blind newsstand dog. I like that or whatever. There's a blind newsstand man, and then the guy's like, "Yeah, hey Jerry, what's up?" And it takes his thing to dog. Oh shit! Okay, sorry. Small moment that I liked.
Otisburg.
Just a little beep, please.
A nice little thing. I'm like, who thought to put that in here? That was funny. Okay, you don't need it in here, but I like that you did. That was good. The little Otis, the minion guy for Lex, that's walking around and getting stalked by the police and whatnot. I was not expecting the detective dude to get splattered like that. They don't show it like at all, but I'm like, okay, I got the gist, man. You just I was not expecting that for this movie. I thought it was going to be way more PG-esque.
Well, here's the thing: is when Richard Donner got this project, he knew this had to be taken seriously. He knew he couldn't make this.
At that point, I was paying a little more. I was like a little more. Wait, hold on.
They wanted the Saw kinds of stuff when they first was doing this. Wanted
not only that, back then we weren't fucking wusses.
Yeah. They wanted it to be a little more campy. There was like even a scene, if you know the I almost said Kolchak, not Kolchak. Who's the detective with the sucker? The bald guy. Telly Savalle. I can't remember the name of his character.
Who loves you, baby?
Yeah, there was actually a scene in the movie where because he was a big, the big TV show on TV, he was going to be walking out of the Deadly Planet with and he was going to have the sucker, and he was going, "Who loves you, baby?" That was his catchphrase from the TV show. They wanted that in the movie, and Richard Donner was like, "No, we have to take this seriously because this is like a modern mythology that needs to be told and told right."
Yeah, so I like their approach with that. I mean, because when they had it, they have the goofball Otis, and then Lex is there, and he just sees the thing, and he's like, "All right, just push the door out slightly as the train goes by," and skablat, he's gone. And it's like, oh, damn, like they're not playing around now. That was when I sat up a little more into the movie. I'm just like, okay, okay, isn't. Okay, you got me. Okay, what's going on?
And it shows you the evil links Lex is willing to go to, because when you get to the end, it's like, I don't give a shit. I'm going to blow up your mom.
Call me foolish. Call me irresponsible, but it occurs to me that a 500 megaton bomb planted at just the proper point would destroy most of California. Millions of people dying would be.
I also love that that's like the
bye California. Hello, new West Coast. West Coast.
I love that that's his evil plan, is destroy California.
Yeah, just destroy it.
Pretty great. If Elon and anybody who's capable of doing that, get on that. That's not a bad idea, I think. But no, I like that. I think it's one questionable thing, but it's probably part of his to have a character flaw. Like, he's such a smart man. He's got his library, he's got everything. He's thinking. I like the way that they present Lex Luthor, a very intelligent guy. But you would think that he'd have smarter companions around him than Otis and what's their face. But I feel like that is an intentional character flaw for him. He doesn't want a room of smart people that would challenge him. He wants people that will follow him.
Servants.
So I could kind of see that there. So that makes sense. Yeah, people that will listen to him and do what he says, not challenge him.
Nobody challenging him, and they'll do whatever he wants because he's smarter than them.
Is that my paper?
Which for an intelligent character is a good.
Why am I not reading it yet? Because I haven't given it to you yet, Mr. Luthor.
Yeah, and I imagine that he also enjoys being smarter than them and making them stupid. So with what you just did there, Tom, I liked that too. I was like, okay, I bet that he enjoys doing that. Because why else would he waste his time?
He does.
Why else would he waste his time with even bothering with this? But because he enjoys it, is what I'm thinking. And so I like that for his character. It's a good balance to him being the smartest man on earth, but he's got some obvious character flaws that could come back to bite him in some kind of.
He's egotistical
later.
He's
so
a maniac.
That's a good way that they do it. They did a good job portraying it. Just because nowadays with villains, especially when they try to portray intelligent villains, they really it's really hard to get to show intelligent villains these days. So they always try to make them sound like they're smart. Like, oh, well, look at that. You didn't see that plan coming, did you? Whoa, they killed their own subordinate or something. And it's
Gene Hackman was an actor. He knew his assignment. These people are just reading lines. The new actors are just reading lines. So I'm supposed to sound like this. Yeah. No, Gene Hackman knew. He's like, this. I'm this guy.
Yeah, well, I mean, not just how he does it. I mean, the way that what the character does, the actions that they have him do. Because look at Kylo Ren. He, somebody talks, and he just tries to kill him. And it's like, okay, but that's not just him. They do that in Wonder Woman as well. The guy there's some lower person. It's one of those. It's one of the most lame tropes in movies for villains when they have them kill a subordinate, or there's so many different examples of trying to show the villain do something evil, and it's they usually suck. That's not interesting. So this was refreshing to see Lex, the way he behaves, to me, and the way he just killed that detective just so casually. It wasn't his own subordinate. It was a guy trailing them, but he didn't need to kill him, I don't think. But he did, and the way he did was kind of cruel. It's you could have done it in a less messy way.
It's Lex Luthor don't give a fuck.
So I like that with him. It was a nice, and the fact they don't show all the blood that would have come about it. They show his hat. Instead of his head or something. It's I like the subtlety of that. You get the reality punch of what he did, and it's subtle. It's I like that combo. So the film does good at straining itself, but not holding back where it needs to. So Good on those marks. Good on those marks. I literally wrote down, dude got fucking murdered. But
Stessmacher, when I was 6 years old, my father said to me,
Get out.
"Get out."
yeah.
Before
And then
that, said, "Son,
so-
stocks may rise and fall. Utilities and transportation systems may collapse. People are no damn good, but they will always need land, and they'll pay through the nose to get it. Remember, my father said, land, right?"
so then
Got an affinity for beachfront property.
so then we
I
go
don't ask for
to
much, just Australia.
so then we go to where he saves Lois, and I must have I think my cat was bugging me, so I missed what exactly happened. She got on the helicopter, and it just started bugging out.
It got stuck on when it was lifting off the
wire
the
hooked around the
wire
thing.
got stuck on it, and it got so it
Okay.
got flipped over. So yeah.
Okay, because I wasn't sure if there was like that is when I questioned him. Like, did I have a cut where they missed something where like something was supposed to happen with this? I just looked down and I missed it.
Nah, it literally just caught on a wire
caught on a
and
wire.
Yeah.
like
Okay, because
doubled over on
then like
itself.
the pilot was knocked out. It looked like she was like shouting for help, but he wasn't responding. He's like, "Oh, is he knocked
You
out?"
got
Okay.
me. Who's got you?
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
I love that scene.
I like
That's a bad
I like her
outfit.
I like her delivery of that. You know, she got me.
That's one of the greatest
Oh,
lines in
yeah,
cinema
that's it.
history,
Okay.
man.
It is.
That was a good little line. It looks a little goofy, but I think that works for this with how that happens. And then when the helicopter fell down too on top of them, I was like, how are they going to show it this? I just catch it.
Yeah, that's it. Puts it back
I
up
hope
there.
this doesn't scare you off of flying. Statistically
Hopefully.
speaking, it's still the safest way to travel.
Yep.
I like that was a good. That's like, yeah, okay, yeah, it's true. Spitting facts here. Not only saving the day, he's like got knowledge books.
Bad
He's
vibrations.
doing all that.
You know where he got all that knowledge from? His Fortress of Solitude.
Yeah, his fucking
Yeah.
fortress of solitude,
It's
yo.
Okay. He's a computer or a book.
Honed.
You don't need a
There-
fortress.
It was the
All of his
70s. There was no
powers.
computer.
You can have a
That is
book. I said
basically
a
what
book.
that is a mega computer, really.
Mhm.
I mean, you see Lex and he's a library, so I mean,
You'll learn a little bit more about it in the sequel.
Yeah.
okay, but and that's fine if it expands
Ah,
more
it's cute.
in the future
It's not
material.
really here.
that-
It's just
that's
an
fine.
echo of the past.
But yeah, so then I read they
Are you
literally
the
had
old
a tape-
man?
Oh yeah, I love. So after he saves Lois is when he starts going on a like having a more public appearances of saving things. I like how he goes to save a literal cat, like the trope. You save the
Of
cat.
course he
But then,
does.
but
Yeah.
then I love what follows. This was probably one of my favorite parts, subtly, of the movie. The little girl goes back inside. It's like, wow, a man came in and flew in and saved him. And the mom's like,
Yeah.
stop telling lies. And you just hear a smack. You hear a smack. You just hear a smack.
Back then, that was typical. That was
Yeah,
I
normal.
was like,
was-
whoa, that is
You get
great.
backhanded for even just fucking speaking out of turn back in the
Yeah.
70s.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah.
just, it's just funny because she's telling the truth, but it's like, stop telling lies. And you just hear a smack, and it would have been better if he was like, ow. Just like, I don't know.
First drinks on me.
That got to me. And I was like, oh, that's funny. It's another thing that you don't need to have in the movie, but they put it in there, and I was like, that's just a little more charm that I like with this movie here. And then when they show the airplane, so I like as I was listening, did they say it was Air Force One, like president?
I
plane
believe it is. Yes,
got
I remember
Yes.
correctly.
hit there, and I think they referenced something with the president traveling earlier, so they did meet up with that. But then I don't think anything came with it later. Did they do more in a different cut with Air Force One? Was there?
No, it was
More-
just
No,
we got
no.
there safely.
Okay, it's not like an issue. I just wasn't
No,
sure.
but it does
was one of
lead
those
into like the second film, so the president does know who Superman is and all that
He
kind of
knows who
stuff.
he
but
is.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I gotcha. Because I just
It
wasn't.
doesn't
sure if
like
it was-
reference it or anything, but it's just kind of like a
It-
tangential
It
thing.
felt like it was setting up a thread.
It goes
that
to
he
show
didn't
you
go back
he
to.
can go from
Well-
saving a cat in a tree to saving the president in the skies.
Yeah, you have to understand as well that the
Okay,
other
that's
part
a good way to
about this is they were building a lot here because Donner went into this movie because the making of this movie is insane.
Mhm.
Like you have to understand this was the most expensive movie ever made when it came out. Because they spent before the movie even started filming like $30,000 or something like that, or no, sorry, $300,000 to $1 million or whatever it was, just trying to figure out some of the flying techniques and stuff like that, or more money than that. I can't remember how much it was. It was a lot of money. And then the movie itself ended up costing, I think, like 30 million or more by the end of the day. Maybe it was like closer to 50. But at that time, it was the most expensive movie ever made. I have to look it up again.
Yeah, and they
But
were
the
shooting.
thing was,
Go ahead.
well, I was just going to get to that. Like
Yeah.
originally they were going to shoot it in England. With I think I'm trying to remember the director. He was one of the Bond directors. I can't remember who it was. I don't think it was Richard Lester originally. He came in later. But I can't remember who the original guy was. But they had a director attached to it, but then he had to drop out because of tax reasons, because he couldn't spend more than X amount of time in London. And the reason that is because we'll get to that in just a moment here, because they needed a director. So they're calling around. They had Mario Puzo writing the script, of course, guy who did The Godfather. They already had Marlon Brando attached. They already had Gene Hackman attached. Well, actually, they didn't have Brando attached yet, but they had him, I think, in talks. But anyway, because I think it was Donner who ended up talking him into actually doing it.
Yeah.
Because that's a whole nother fucking story.
Yeah, the story production.
But they
man,
did
is
use
great.
him to sell the idea that they were doing this Superman movie. So they like actually went around kind of like Golan and Globus would and sold the idea that we've got Superman coming summer 1977 with or 78 or whatever with Gene Hackman and Marlon Brando. It's going to be great. You know, we're looking at Robert Redford or somebody like that for Superman. They were talking about, they had a list of people that they could use all over the place, from Harrison Ford to Robert Redford to even O.J. Simpson.
It's Sylvester Stallone.
Sylvester Stallone was even like, there's a ton of like almost every major actor at that time. Paul Newman, they went after everybody.
Yeah.
Like, because at that point they were like, we need a star for Superman.
Well, was there any Superman movie or show before this that was like
just the George Reeves show and the serials and the cartoons? That was it. So you had the old ass Fleischer cartoons. You had the serials from the 30s and 40s or whatever it was.
And then there was a Superman
and then the 50s TV show, which ended when George Reeves ended his life.
Was like Adam West style, sort of, but
not as campy. It was more serious and straightforward, but it was a very earlier version of Superman. Yeah. Like, and a lot of mythos had happened between there and when we get to the 70s, and they tried for a couple of years to get the movie made, but finally they got Donner to sign on because he had just gotten off of Omen, which had done very well, and so they signed him on. And he found out the catch was, because he's like, oh, they're offering me $1 million. He's like, I got the little card written down still to this day because they called me and I was on the toilet.
Yeah.
He's dead now, but this is the story he told. He's like, I got this little card that I had there, just whatever was on the other side from somebody, and he wrote down Superman. March, I think, was the starting date because he only had a couple of weeks to prepare or whatever. And then he wrote down Brando, ? Gene Hackman. And then they said 2 movies or $1 million. And then he said, and it's going to be 2 movies. And he goes, aha, there's the catch. Because he couldn't figure out at first why they were offering him so much money. And then he found out it's because it was for 2 movies. So the thing is they shot Superman 1 and 2 at the same time.
Yep.
And so what they did was, because they only had Gene Hackman and Marlon Brando for a very short period of time. They only had Brando, I think, for a week. And they only had Gene Hackman, I think, for 2 weeks. If I remember right. So they went in and shot Brando's stuff first. That went pretty well. There's a whole nother story, though, to that goes around that whole thing we won't get into here now.
Have you read the script? It's actually good.
Yeah. I don't know. It might be shit.
You never read it.
Yeah. That was Terrence Stamp asked him on the day they met on the set. He's like, you're talking to him, and it come up that goes, so is this movie any good? He goes, what do you mean, Marlon? Haven't you read the script? No, I'm afraid it might be shit.
It's pretty good.
I really need the money. Because he got paid
pretty good.
Like, I think it was $1.5 or $2 million to do this. And plus, I think he got even some back end deal, but very similar to the Joker deal.
Yeah.
But anyway, so yeah, like he didn't even want to be in the fucking movie, and he put him through hell to get him in the movie. I might as well tell the short version of that story now, because they warned Donner. They're like, Brando is going to try and talk you out of doing whatever it is you want to do. He's like, what do you mean? And he was talking to one of his assistants. He's like, Marlon will convince you to shoot a green suitcase and have him do the voiceover if he can talk you into it. Like, he will not show up on the set. He does not want to make movies anymore.
Yeah.
He's like, okay, so I was semi-prepared going into this. So they got talking about the conversation. And Marlon goes, so I was thinking, I could play this Jor-El I picture him like a bagel. And Donner goes, a bagel? It's like, yeah, you know, he's an alien. He's from another planet. How do we know what they look like? And Donner goes, well, that's interesting. But let me tell you, Marlon, there isn't a kid alive from age 3 to my age that doesn't know what Jor-El looks like. Right? He's a very well established character. We know what Clark looks like, etc., etc. And Marlon goes, well, I talk too much, don't I? All right, show me what I look like. And that's how Marlon got into character. He would say, show me what I look like. And that's also how he did The Godfather.
Yeah.
He goes, show me what I look like. And then as soon as he gets that, he just becomes the character. And so on the set, so he didn't read the script. So he gets on the set and he never ever memorized a script, even if he did read it. So all throughout the movie there, when he's in his scenes, there's a guy holding up cue cards when he's looking up.
Really?
He literally has the lines taped to the baby's fucking diaper when he's saying I send you my only son.
I think I've seen this like memed I've seen this like an SNL skit. It's an SNL skit. I've seen this.
Yeah, so like finally like the first day he meets Terrence on the set because you know they had the whole scene with he's one of the bad guys that's in the woo 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 thing that'll come up later, playing Zod basically. And so like he's like talking to Marlon and Marlon's like, yeah, I didn't read it. So the next day he comes in and Marlon finally read the script.
Okay.
And originally his deal was no press on the set when he was there. Not only did Marlon show up early this time, he showed up with a bunch of fucking press.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
And Terrence is like, what happened? Like, what's going on? He goes, it's a bloody fucking Valentine. I love this thing. It's amazing. It's an amazing story. I can't believe it. He just fell in love with it, because it's just Superman. He realized how great his character was, how important his character was to the story and the character he was playing there. And to him, to this day, it's probably his second or third most remembered character beyond, The Godfather and probably Streetcar or something like that. One of those movies maybe, but
speaking
it's
of
definitely up there.
Real quick before we'll get right back to the Superman, but have you seen this? I gotta show this real quick. Have you seen this picture? This is not Marlon Brando. This is Billy Zane, who is playing Marlon Brando in a movie. This is him as Jor-El. I just had to show it real quick.
Shit, I didn't see that yet. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's Billy Zane. That's not Marlon Brando at all. That's him in makeup as Jor-El. I just wanted to show it real quick, and then we'll get back. There I just had to show because it fucking looks like him. But anyways, continue.
So yeah, no, that's the Marlon Brando story. But anyway, so the movie gets going, and as they get going, they realize they're running out of money, and they have to keep signing over more and more rights to Warner Brothers, which is funny because they licensed it from Warner Brothers in the first place on a negative pickup deal, so that way they could keep the bulk of the box office. But as they were going along, they realized they were losing more control of this film, and finally they're like, okay, we just got to finish this one and get it over with. And hopefully this one will make enough money we can finish the second film. And Pierre Spengler was butting heads constantly with Richard Donner. It got to a point where Richard had kicked him off the fucking set. Pierre was one of the producers.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, they brought in Richard Lester as a go-between. And at that point, Richard knew that at any moment they were going to fire his ass and insert Lester in. And at that point, Lester's like, look, he was like really upfront with him. He's like, look, I don't agree with exactly how they're doing this. I want you to finish this movie. It's your movie. I'm not here to do anything other than be a go-between you and Pierre. And he's like, great, that's all I want. And he said he was very respectful of that. So like they finished up Superman 1, and then the reason why the ending of the film is so goofy is because they had finished the effect for the end of part 2. See, that ending for part 1 is actually supposed to be the ending of part 2 where he goes back in time. See, a lot of people say he's turning back the world. It looks like that, but what he's actually doing is just going back in time. Let's be real. That's what he's breaking one of the fucking rules.
I was going to say that for later.
I knew we were going to have a problem with that. Everybody always does. And I do that. If there's one big major flaw, they should have let Richard make the movie he meant to make, because the end of the movie was supposed to end that he actually stops both missiles. But the one that he willy-nilly throws out into space blows up and knocks the Zod and his gang out of the Phantom Zone.
So they didn't get like a good cause and effect there.
Yeah, see, and that's what didn't happen.
I think I would have.
And then he stops the other one.
I would have liked that and almost have a.
So instead, they had Lois die, and they had him go back in time and stop both missiles. So basically, what's happening, because you got to stop and think about it for a minute. He's just, how can he stop both missiles? Well, he can't unless there's 2 Supermen.
Well, I was gonna say, can we get back to the time travel thing in a little bit with it? That's I still had a little bit I was gonna say, but I don't know if you want to finish the production part first.
No, that's pretty much it. Because then after the movie came out, it was a big hit, and they fired Richard.
Yeah, and then hired Richard Lester to come in.
And then they brought in Richard Lester, who reshot half of the movie.
Superman 2 is the one that has.
There's 2 different Superman 2 movies, and they're vastly different in a lot of different ways. Now, yes, the version you have there has a lot of portions that are in the other version.
It says the version. This is the version you have never seen.
Exactly. That's the Richard Donner called the Richard Donner cut. Now, when you get to the end of that one, spoilers, it's the same fucking ending as the first one because that's the way it's supposed to end. But there's a tag onto the beginning of that movie that has what was supposed to be the part of the original ending
of the first movie.
Of the first movie, so it kind of is its own
I have
little
the one
animal.
That I should watch, right?
So,
technically, yes, yeah.
Do
you guys think I should watch the second one before I talk about?
Should he watch the Donner cut or the Lester cut first? What do you think?
I don't know if he has the Lester cut.
He'd have to find it.
I could get my hands on it before next show.
You should see it just to see the differences. I really think you should, because it is a completely different experience.
Yes, it is.
Because Superman 2, as is, the theatrical cut is okay. It's decent. It's good, but it does not age well. And the Lesterisms are horrible. Because they like totally throw out the window a bunch of shit of it. Not only that, just kind of like lore and how Superman's powers work.
Yeah.
Well, I'll probably watch both versions. I'll probably watch both versions then, but then I'll probably only have like 2.
Now Donner's version feels like it literally picks up right where the first one leaves off because it was shot at the same fucking time. That's why.
It says as originally conceived and intended, Superman 2, the Richard Donner cut, the version you have never seen. Like it's this huge.
Like literally 60% of that movie. 60% of that movie is different. Now think about that for a minute. How much of a movie difference that is? That's a lot.
That's a different movie.
So I almost want you to see the other version just so you can see how vastly different they handled the same story. Because it is almost identical story, but you can tell how leaps and bounds ahead Richard Donner was in his storytelling, as opposed to Lester, who just come in and clearly didn't give as much of a shit. Right. Because that's the thing that and Greg brought up earlier and is right. Superman is Americana. Right. It was a huge piece of our history, and Donner wasn't, and I'll say it, I don't think he'd ever say it out loud. At the time, he's dead and he can't defend himself, but I honestly don't think he was too happy with a bunch of foreigners controlling it to begin with.
Yeah. Because he does, Well, when you watch those documentaries and stuff, like he was literally telling them, he's like, even though I may be like a Democrat or whatever, I know Superman is apple pie, Americana, and I'm trying to tell these guys,
because American is baseball and shit. And they got like, Kojak in here and crap. Exactly. Like, what Kojak, the fuck?
I love you, baby. And you want to do this, and you want comedy here. He's like, no, it's got to be a little bit conservative. It's got to be American. It's got to be like this, red, white, and blue. Truth, justice, in the American way.
Yeah, because that's the thing is, and he's the kind of director we need more of nowadays. He'd be the kind of director who'd come in and tell Kevin Feige, "Now, fuck your shit. This is not Captain America. This is Captain Falcon in a fucking outfit." No, like Captain America is America, motherfucker.
That's
he
what
is his own character. He is the embodiment of red, white, and blue down to his blood. You know,
I like that. I like that.
That's the way Richard Donner
I'm trying to
came
show
into
some more U.S. Love here, you know.
So what he did
Americana.
then is, and here's the other thing, is that the guy who actually rewrote the script doesn't even get credit for it. He gets a consultant credit. It's Tom Mankiewicz, because Puzo wrote this. This is what's hilarious about this. This is another story. I may have told you this one already. Mario Puzo, who technically wrote The Godfather with
Oh yeah, I know.
with
this
Francis
story,
Ford Coppola as a script, right? He
Yeah.
adapted it. He didn't do shit. He sat there, and they show this in the offer. He basically just sat there and ate most of the time and helped him think of ways of working the story into a movie. That's
Mhm.
it. Otherwise, Francis was the one who actually did the actual writing. So he's like, okay, I've actually got this big deal for this script I got to write now. I better go learn how to write a script, because he never actually wrote a script. Goes down to the bookstore, buys a book about how to write a script. Opens it up. Chapter 1, how to write a script. First things first, read the script for The Godfather. Motherfucker slams the book shut and throws it in the goddamn garbage, and then proceeds to write, which is what is basically the Godfather version of the Superman story, which becomes 2 movies because it's a 500 fucking page story. Like he just threw all that shit out the window, wrote basically the skeleton of what is the movies we got. Okay.
Okay.
So then they brought in this writing couple, and I forget their names offhand. Either way, they were the ones who were actually credited with the writing besides Puzo. And they're the ones who brought in all the funny shit,
Mhm.
right? Because this is where I think the producers in their mind were seeing, oh, it's
hold on, when you
Superman,
say-
it's camp, it's
Hold on,
like
hold on,
Batman, the
hold on.
60s
So,
series.
Are you referring
Yeah.
to in Superman 2 or Superman 1?
Superman.
This
1.
is before Superman 1 even got to
Because
this is stage
This was
1.
during
To me,
making
because
it.
to me, the funny scenes are like the guy stealing it from the blind newsstand guy and the dog's
No,
barking.
That's
it wasn't
Donner.
funny
That's
stuff.
Donner and
No.
Mankiewicz. See, that's what I'm getting to here. So, like, you have to understand the Kojak's joke, all the other stupid shit. That Richard read that script and he's like, "What the fuck?
Yeah.
This is not 60s Batman all over again, kids. We cannot make a $50 million movie and have it be camp.
Mm-hmm.
Just can't."
Well,
And
this
that's
is
where
of the
he
time
come in
where
and
where
he
action heroes were cool, right? Like,
well,
when they
not
were,
just
like,
that he
becoming-
knew that you got to remember they didn't have a Batman, they didn't have a Spider-Man, they didn't have anything to go where Richard can go, look, trust me, this has to be taken seriously. The only thing they had in recent history, even remotely close to this, was the Batman 60 series. So the way they were approaching this was all camp and humor and
they
fun
wanted to do,
and
they wanted to do Adam West.
Zam Powell shit. Yes.
Yeah.
And
Gee
he's like,
willikers, man,
are you
gotta-
fucking insane? People are going to laugh us out of the theater.
Exactly.
You cannot be playing that card when it comes to this. He knew at that moment if he did not do this right, there were never going to be another superhero movie ever again.
Mm-hmm.
And in that moment, he invented the idea that we have to create verisimilitude. And he had a sign that he had over his office to the day he died. It's
That
probably
means
still there.
believable, right?
That
I
had
find that
Superman
it's, like,
on it,
believable.
towing a flag that had the word verisimilitude on it. And this is something Robert Brian Burnett talks about all the time. And what that is just make it believable. It doesn't matter how crazy and insane it is, as long as you present it as believable and real to the audience.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was literally tasked with making the audience believe a man could fly. That's the other thing you have to understand at this point, Rook. The closest we had gotten to a man flying was a dude on a fucking surfboard
Yeah.
in front of a fucking
That's how they used to do it on
screen. Like,
Yeah. He'd lay down on the board and he'd
There you go.
take his arms out. And then they put a green screen, well, like a screen behind
and he
him.
just lay on a board like
Yep. Just like that.
very limited.
I
And
believe
what
you.
they figured out, and Star Wars changed everything because they were developing this before Star Wars and stuff, and they just couldn't do it. Star Wars changed everything because when Star Wars came along, that was the first time they said, you know what? I think we've been doing special effects the wrong way all this time. Instead of moving the model, why don't we move the camera? It's a lot easier.
Yes.
So they took that concept, and 90% of the time when you see Christopher Reeve flying, he's not moving at all. He's stationary in whatever position he's in, and it's the camera that is moving. It's zooming in, it's zooming out, it's panning, it's swooping, it's doing all these things, and he's in front of an orange screen. It was then because they couldn't because of the blue. And they had other various practices they did.
Sense.
And then, of course, he also mastered the wire work. That was one of the first movies to use a lot of wire work outside of like Peter Pan and stuff like that on stage. Like, this is the first time they really did a lot of that in movies. So he learned, and it was a good thing that he actually was a pilot, because he knew how to manipulate the wires in ways that, so like, because like that first shot you see of Superman after he goes into the Fortress of Solitude, we jump ahead 12 years. And he jumps up and flies and banks across the screen like that. The original shot, he was just supposed to get up and fly straight at the screen and go over it. What Chris did is he moved his body in a way with his arms that it went and swooped in and flew all across the screen like that. And Donner just, his jaw dropped.
I think that's a better shot. I think that's a better shot.
Yeah, because he knew how to manipulate.
And from that moment on, he's like, anytime Chris could manipulate that in any way he could, that's what made it work. And nobody else has been able to do that since the same way that Chris managed to work, because he worked so many hours with the wire stuff to get to learn and how the tension worked. And if he shifted his body a certain way, moved his arms a certain, and that added to the character.
To learn how to do something to make it better. Wow.
So when you see him actually doing this kind of stuff, and it looks like he's got weight shifting, because he is. And that's what makes it work. And that's what's missing in a lot of these CGI fests nowadays.
Yep.
They usually make them kind of blurry. They make them move quick and blur around. Like,
as I said, they can smudge it so you don't have to see it.
They don't like to show it off typically these days.
No.
Not necessarily. But that's cool. That's a lot.
No, there's a lot of stuff that you could learn from just the behind the scenes and making of Superman. That the second film is a whole nother fucking animal to get into when we get to that.
Right. That's for next week. Yeah, I still have more I want to say on this one.
Yeah, please continue, because I actually have a movie that will go off of this. Actually,
you know what? My last movie also sort of connects to this as well.
Okay. Sweet. Well, this goes. So the next thing on here, I guess that I wrote down anyway, was I really liked the one-on-one scene with him and Lois, where I thought it was going to be like, I thought they were going to meet up a few.
I like
more
Pink very much, Lois.
But they did it this a really long time here. Starts out like a interview. I like how she's like, typically doesn't show up, and it's like 5 minutes after 8 o'clock or something. Like, chill, it's okay. Like, but you can't send a text saying you'll be right there. So okay, gotcha. See the worry. She starts drinking.
Well, and you got to understand that they would have never let Lois and Clark, or Superman, I should say, have a scene like this ever before that. He's literally showing up on her terrace in the middle of the night. She's outside in a nightgown.
Yeah.
Do you know how improper that was?
It was.
I guess I can't imagine scenes that would take place like that.
And that's kind of what made this movie different at the time, is they injected sex into Superman.
Yes, because like even in the show, the George Reeves Superman show, when they did commercials, he was allowed to, Clark Kent was allowed to come in and sit down and eat breakfast with Jimmy Olsen, but he was not allowed to come in and sit down and eat breakfast with Lois Lane. They had rules like that. Yeah.
Well, when you just said interject sex, and to me, I'm like, they're just sitting and they're just talking.
But it's
together.
Yeah, I know you say that like that, but it's like up until that point, it was like never like Superman and Lois had these type of like, because like he talks about her underwear. She asks him what color underwear I'm wearing, and he's like,
right,
hey.
Yeah.
So that was sort of like a sexual charge between the two, which show you, these two people like each other in this type of way.
That was deliberate. Like, this is a woman's lib Lois. This is a different Lois. Like, you could almost say this is like now, like this is what I'm afraid of with the new movie coming out, is that if they have Lois act this way, some people will jump to the girl boss thing. It's like, no.
Yeah.
As long as they have Lois act the specific way with Superman and act another way with Clark, I'll be fine. She can be as girl bossy as she wants. As you said, that's what gets her ass in trouble all the fucking time.
Mm-hmm.
That is Lois. Like that's every episode of the old George Reeves Superman show is, oh, Lois, you were lucky Superman was there to get you out of trouble this time. Wink, wink.
Yeah.
I guess I describe her as kind of like a hothead in a way. She's like she doesn't sit around and think about it.
She doesn't think ahead.
She just goes forward.
She's very
boom,
gung
head
ho.
first.
She does not think of consequences.
Yeah.
But that's also what makes her such a great reporter.
Right. But I mean, I like to, I guess, just the comedic aspect of she's like, you know, oh, it's that guy that saved me, that huge, strong Superman guy wants to save me. Awesome. And then she's like, he doesn't show up for the date. Typical guy. Like, I imagine that was funny in theaters or something.
Yeah, that was like the girl aspect coming out of her. The
feminine part and the feminine side, typical. And then I imagine if he didn't show up for another 5 minutes, she'd be writing articles on how horrible he is. But then it's like, nope, he showed up, and he's like, oh, so I didn't mean to drop in on you.
Little do you know, on the other side of town, there was another reporter that got stood up, and that story did get written.
Right.
It was in the Daily Bugle, though, not the Daily Planet.
I don't know how, without having like the script in front of me to like have their dialogue back and forth. I really like the way that they do their interaction and their conversation, because it's like they're both interested in each other. Clark under Superman is interested in Lois, but he doesn't want to. I assume he's like struggling into, do I show this song? Like, I imagine he's thinking of what his parents have said about like showing off. You're not here for touchdowns or whatever, so you're not just going to impress her. Hey, look, you're obviously infatuated with this side of me. Well, what if I showed you this is who I am? And he's not going to do that. But I imagine that's what he's going through when she goes to the bathroom, and he was going to think about telling her. But I like their conversation. I like she's like trying to come up with questions, but she's like totally just really the girl side of her is coming out entirely. The gush. She's like, God damn, this god.
That's the only time she acts like a woman.
This
that's
god is on my patio talking with me.
Because think about it for a minute. She is probably the highest paid reporter in New York. I think even Perry calls her that at one point.
Yeah.
So she has a penthouse apartment, or not New York, Metropolis. Sorry, it's fucking New York.
I knew exactly what you meant, so it just goes right over.
I mean, she is obviously, she doesn't need no man, and I don't mean that in the modern. I don't need no man. Like, she really does not need a man outside of. She just needs a good dick in once in a while. That's about it.
Yeah, of course. But no, I like the way they had their conversation. It was like a well-written character conversation, while you get like the way they present the information it didn't feel like an exposition type of scene that we could get in a lot of modern day written stuff, where they're like, when he says that he has trouble seeing through lead, and that can you see my
which is the dumbest thing he did
things right now, and can see the underwear. Like, it all came off very natural, but it's also important information for us to be getting about the character. This is stuff that will be applied later, but it doesn't feel like they're going, did you get that, audience? Did you get it? Like, it's like just showing the characters naturally have this discussion with their own personalities. Yeah. She's trying to regain her composure, but is struggling to. He's trying to not push too hard with his showing more of his real self here. Like, I don't know. I like that dynamic that they're having. And it's like an interview that's meant to be going public, but they're also
this scene
personal.
is literally.
I really like this scene. This is a really good scene.
This scene is what they literally sold the movie on, because this is a scene that had to work. The relationship between them. That's literally how they sold the movie. This was like the point of the movie where they're like, this scene makes or breaks the movie.
It's one of the scenes they used as one of the test scenes too.
Yeah.
So this was worth it. I'm like, damn. So like by this point, I was like, the detective guy getting ran over really got my attention, and then this was like, I am definitely focused on the movie. Like, I'm definitely in on this. Like, this is making me.
I want to see a long arm. I'll show you a really long arm, Otis. I don't even know if that's in the version you got. I don't even remember what scenes are in what anymore. I've got so many versions of the movie.
Me too.
That's funny.
Me too.
But no, so the scene's done really well, and then he offers to take her out for a flight.
Here's how I know which version you have. When he goes down into Lex's fortress, does he get shot with a bunch of like machine guns as he's walking through and get fire and flames and ice and everything on him?
No.
So now you think you got the theatrical cut?
Yeah,
he barges in, and then he opens up the lead case where the kryptonite is, and then puts that around his.
When he's
like,
coming down, when he goes down in the street, does he have like this long journey through a bunch of stuff, or does he just bust in through the door?
No, it just cuts to him busting through the door.
Okay, so you got the theatrical cut. Like, there's a whole like level of shit that he has to go through that's in the other version.
Yeah, and it's like testing his powers, like because he shoots him with the machine guns, and he walks through fires, and Lex freezes him, and he busts out of ice.
Kind of interesting to see if that
Oh,
was
it's
in
great
there.
scene,
But
actually.
I feel like
You might actually appreciate the Donner cut better.
I feel like nothing's lost with that not being there, but that is still an interesting thing.
That's just one bit, though. I mean, there's a whole another like half hour worth of shit, and then you got the TV cut, which is almost an hour, actually closer, like 45 minutes ish, a little more. Like, that's the thing. Like, there's 3 different cuts at least of the movie. There's the theatrical, the Richard Donner version, which is all the Richard Donner version does is take a bunch of the scenes that were in the TV cut, but not all of the scenes that were in the TV cut, just the scenes that he deemed important to the story that he didn't really want to cut out to begin with. But at that time, there was no way they were going to allow him to release, a 2-hour and 40 some minute movie or whatever it was.
Especially at the times, with that being a minimal thing that they would do. But,
the machine guns was not in the theatrical cut.
Nope, that's in the other cut.
Which that did make me wonder if he had goons or henchmen or other thing.
A bunch of the stuff is cut out of the beginning, like so you didn't see the meeting between Jarrell. You just got cut in the middle of the meeting between Jarrell and the council.
They're just already in the council talking. Pretty much is where.
There's a whole lead up to that scene where he's talking about the other stuff that. So you know a little bit more about what's going on in the planet. So you are missing little bits and pieces. It's not important shit, but it does help fill out the world a little bit more and let you understand kind of what's
answer
going
a few
on.
Questions that might come up thinking about it, probably.
I think there's a couple extra Lex scenes. There's a few more scenes when he's a kid, or teenager, I should say.
Well, so that actually, speaking of Lex again, so I like the scene where he's talking about getting the meteor, right? About recovering it. I like the scene where he's describing it because he's like, it's like the dynamic. He's like on a ladder thing trying to get a book, and Otis is like fucking around, being stupid. He's
not
like
M, as in moron.
Yes, like
nincompoop.
Like Lex knows what he's thinking already, but the goal is to get the audience to know what he's thinking about. But he's got to explain it to these two like idiots essentially. So he's got to explain it like you would to a 5-year-old. So he's like the way he's talking about it. I really liked it because he's like, what we know. He's reading based it on the article that Lois did, and we saw the conversation with Superman and Lois. So we get, and we already know the information that he doesn't say to her directly on screen, but we know the information from earlier about Krypton. He's like curious about Krypton, the planet, how far away it is. Is it possible that debris has come over here and he landed here at what time? Or he said that Krypton blew up in what year? And so would there be fragments here? He took him 3 years to get here, and so I like that he's putting all this stuff together, and it's just how he came into there's could be fragments from his planet on our planet, and there's in history been some weird meteorites that stand out from other ones. I'm gonna go check that one out. I like that deduction as a thing. So I'm like, that is like that's like the type of logic that a lot of movies don't have. And I like the way that he got there. I like the way that to him, like this was obvious. And he's like, but he's explaining it like, come on, guys, can you please he almost wants them to know, like, can you just figure it out, please? Can you figure out what I'm getting at? No. Okay. And they're like, so what are we going to do when we get, are we going to go over there? Yeah. What are we going to do? Huh? It's like, but yeah, I like how he thought of, can we utilize something from his planet to, in some way, to learn more about him or how to beat him or something. I like that. That was a good scene. And then we're getting toward the end here with it. I like how he doesn't just have the missiles launched and then Superman randomly talks to him or something. I like how he wanted Superman to come here, he lures Superman here and then launches the missiles. And while he's got him kind of occupied, the missiles are already going. So stalling Superman while having this happen, even if he couldn't subdue Superman in some way, would he be fast enough to stop 2 freaking missiles?
And also,
who knows?
You mentioned earlier, and like Tom mentioned earlier, is like the dumbest thing he tells Lois is he can't see through lead. That comes back to this.
exactly.
So
And he even
that's how
says,
he
"Oh,
tricks
don't
Superman.
open it. Oh no, don't open it."
Yeah.
It's just
Where's the
so-
bomb, Luther? Somewhere in the back
I
of
like
my mind.
basically where's the trigger? And he's like, no, I don't know where it is. And then, no, it's you're trying to hide it in a lead thing. How silly of you! Don't open that. And then no, he does. And I like that scene, and the fact that he mentioned the lead earlier to Lois. I like how that doesn't seem like oh, that wasn't obvious. Well, you're
Who
so
would have thought when
stupid.
it was
Why
time
would
to
you
cash in your chips, it would be this deranged mind?
like it didn't come off as a thing that is dumb for him to tell Lois because she said, what am I wearing? What kind of underwear? She asked him, what am I wearing?
Yeah.
And he's like, well, oddly, I can't really tell. It's like, well, what? I thought you could see through anything. Well, I can't see through lead. I have trouble seeing through lead. It just seemed like a natural thing. It wasn't like I obviously told you a weakness. He didn't know it was a weakness. He didn't know it could be used against him as like a weakness.
Exactly, but exactly.
That was really good. That's why I really like that the talking scene because that comes into play so easily, and like they wouldn't think that it would come back to bite them in any way, shape, or form, and it does. It helps Lex come up with that. I assume that he was, yeah,
Why?
but then
I'm the one that set you right, and I'm the one that has Superman's address.
I like how casual Lex is throughout all this, and at no point does he seem nervous with
Why
Superman
do you
even
say
in the
these
room.
things when you know we will kill you for it?
He's getting in this part 2.
Like I like how he's not sweating his balls off while Superman's there. He's
Lex
like he
ruler
knows
of Australia.
he knows that Superman's around, but he's got an idea on Superman's character based on the deeds he's done. He's not just going to kill Lex Luthor right away here. He attracted him here, and he's like this whole time Lex is on top of this situation and knows what he's doing. I just like that, and he presents it well. And it's just like, okay, and then he's able to the kryptonite thing. Oh, that does affect you negatively. Thank goodness, because I don't know what he would have done if the kryptonite did not work necessarily. But it does work, and then he doesn't just. I mean, I feel like, of course, there's ways he could have probably ended Superman there, but he shoves him into a pool where he's not going to be strong enough to swim up. He'll probably drown because I don't know if the information was in the article of her, but they did make it a point where she's like, you are just like a normally bodily functions, right? He's like, yeah, I'll eat when I'm hungry.
Well,
like another subtle thing that doesn't seem like a weakness. But
another subtle thing is like how Superman made the mistake of saying, without realizing, like he said, I can see through lead. Lex made the mistake with Miss Tessmacher when she said, but Lex, my mom lives in New Jersey. And he goes,
like,
not anymore. So that was a mistake he made that he didn't realize.
That was another, to me, that's like another ego, like one of his character traits where he just is so ahead of everything where he would overlook somebody else's feelings on something. Somebody like her feelings could be his downfall here. Like, no shit.
I can agree with Scott Hughes here is that Miss Tessmacher was not actually an idiot.
No,
she was just pretending. She's actually very smart, which they actually lead into the second movie.
Well, I guess what I meant is that he thinks she's dumb. Is
exactly
what I'm getting at. He sees her.
He thinks
dumb.
everybody's dumb. Like you said.
Well, exactly. But so like that's his hubris, is thinking that's like one of the quotes. I don't know where I've heard it from, but like if you're the smartest person in the room, you should probably leave the room because like you should be in a room with people that are as smart, that challenge you in some way. If you're being the smartest in the room does not make you great, essentially. Like you get an ego essentially develops with that, obviously. But anyway, I like how they did that. I was wondering how they're going to have Lex confront him exactly. And I've seen the animated series, or not the Superman animated series. I've seen the Justice League stuff, and they do a couple of things with Lex in there, but it's usually involving Lex having kryptonite guns or a robot suit or some other type of thing. Some other like villain helps him in some way, shape, or form. So I didn't really know what they would do with this sort of thing earlier on. So I enjoyed that little bit. And then that he didn't just have one missile, he had two. It's like the one missile was for his plan. The other one, was it just a decoy missile? It's because he knew
Superman couldn't
get both of them.
Potentially couldn't stop both, basically.
Yeah, I assume he didn't know. It was just a precaution of like, well, I know you're pretty darn fast and strong. Can you even survive a hit to these? Maybe, I don't know.
Either these nuclear weapons will kill him, or if he stops one, he's going to let these die. If he stops the other one, these are going to die. He can't get both. So either way, I'm winning.
Exactly. Yeah. So I like that aspect too. It's just an extra thing that didn't need to be there, but it was, and it makes him seem a little bit smarter. Like, and that's him assuming, even if that's him almost assuming that it's possible that his kryptonite plan and everything could fail Superman. That he's technically got another
greatest criminal
contingency.
genius mind of all times.
Well, yeah, but you could say you're the greatest criminal mind of all times and then be a complete idiot, like in most things these days, where they're like, "Oh, I'm the smartest person in the room." Like, so I like how with him they show more that he is a smart villain, which is like, God, the competency. I love seeing competency. Thank you. And then he gets free. She tries to kiss him. She kisses him before taking the kryptonite off. Just a funny detail. He's like, "Why'd you kiss me before that?" Because I figured you wouldn't let me do it afterward.
Yeah.
Just, okay. Again, why is that in here? I don't know, but I like that. It's a funny charm. Why not? And she's like, I'm not gonna save you unless you save my mom first. He's like, "Oh, but Lois and Jimmy," and it's like, "Oh yeah, you're friends. You know, you're supposed to put other people above yourself. This is not just about your two friends. There's a lot of lives on the line, so you gotta do what you gotta do here to save the day."
Of his word, and he promised her so.
Yeah, I like, so he saves the one and then he misses the other one. I'm okay with the nuke hitting California, like him missing it, but I just feel like I don't know what I would do for this exactly, especially the way that they described it is that if the nuke hits, then the whole landmass just floats away or sinks. So I don't know exactly what I would have had happen here, but I don't like that he goes back in time. I like that Lois was in trouble, and that was due to her own hot-headedness of going out there without enough gas. Essentially, she's one of her hot-headed moments trying to do something. I don't know. I really
initially the ending was he just stopped both of them. He was fast enough.
Yeah,
I like there being some type of extra tension or peril. I just wish it was something different that doesn't involve him. Going back in time. That just
because it actually once you see part 2, even though I'm not a fan of either time they use the whole going back in time or spinning back the earth, whatever you want to call it, at least it makes more sense the second time around, because the whole point is he's not supposed to do that because it messes with human history.
I just wish that wasn't an option.
But
like that just seems like
it does seem like an easy out, and he's not supposed to do it. That's the whole point. So when he does it here, it seems like a selfish reason to do it.
Well, and to me,
when he does it in the second film, without getting too many spoilers into it, he's doing it because Krypton got involved with Earth when it shouldn't have. That's kind of the reason for it. So it's kind of he's kind of doing a do-over there because of the destruction that was caused.
Well, I mean, I guess for one, I thought that the time travel thing was something that happens in Superman 4. I thought that's where it was.
No, and actually it never comes up again. And they only reuse it in the second film because of the Donner cut. And actually, Donner should have went with his original ending, which was just supposed to be where, basically, I'm not going to spoil it.
Well, I guess. So I guess I want to know what you guys think, though, because we've
talked a long time in Superman.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, sorry. Well, there's a lot more to talk about it than I thought there was. But so when Pa Kent died, and he's like, man, with all my powers, I can't even save him. Like when Lois is dead, or if she were to be almost dead in the script or something, like I don't know. I just wish there didn't seem to be any thought to that when he just goes back in time. It was just, I don't know. The like him going back in time isn't just he goes back in time, and that's the problem. I feel like there wasn't enough contemplation about what Pa Kent
because it was just tacked the fuck
and
on.
I don't know. It just was there, and I'm just like, this like almost this is almost like a really good type of scene to have for him after his dad died, and he's got all these powers. We just saw Superman stop a nuke and stop a town from being flooded, and all this extra destruction that happened from him not being able to save the second nuke. And then, but then she still could die here. I thought in a way that would have been good if she did die there, for him as a character, I still, even after everything we saw and how much he's learned, how much he's improved, he can still fail. And
considering the shitstorm that she's involved with, it's kind of You're kind of not wrong.
I mean, I feel like it would have thematically worked better with his lessons on, like,
Well, Lois is
even
his
with
real
all his
kryptonite.
powers.
That's the problem.
Right. I know they can't kill her really, but like I don't know if they're gonna bait her death. I just don't think going back in time was the answer. I don't know what else they should have done. I don't know what else they should have done exactly.
Sort of like what he was thinking about was like, I'm not losing anybody else like I did my father. But
yeah,
like,
but this goes off as weak to his character, and
Exactly,
not in a good, not in a
And
good
we
way
agree
at all.
that the ending
No,
doesn't
that's
work
what I
as
agree
well
with
as it
you.
should.
yeah,
Yes.
because it was meant for a whole nother reason, and they kind of forced Donner's hand to do this.
As
And
far as I know, she didn't even die in the original version. He just saves her in time.
They just
that's
want a
kind of the
happy-
whole point.
They just want a
is it
happy ending.
Well,
That's what it
again,
felt like.
what it
They just
really
want a happy
boils down to, and this is why it comes off so convoluted, is that it was initially meant to be the ending for part 2. Since the special effect was already done and paid for, they're like, just make it work for part 1 because we don't even know if there's gonna be a part 2.
yeah, so
Because like I said, once you get to part 2, it's a whole nother fucking animal. And so they literally just said, slap it on there. So I don't even think she died in the original version. My guess is that he missed one of the missiles, but he was able to save everybody basically by going around and doing all the things he did. And my guess is in the original script, he just managed to get there just in time before Lois died.
Yeah,
My
that
guess
would have been better. But you see, that would work better too, because when you have the time travel thing, the way that he does it is by going around the planet so fast, so many times. But then it's like, why was he too slow to save the second one then? If he can go that freaking fast around the planet, like I don't know. That they just
because it's set up in a way, like I said, that it's set up in a way that that his dad tells him that you're not supposed to do this. Right? It even says that to him just before it even replays that voice just before he does it. But my point is, once you get to the second film, in the story aspect of it, it makes a little bit more sense. I still don't agree with it. I would have come up with a much better solution, which they did have multiple different endings for the second film. But that being said, it is what it is now. They should have changed it with a new version of the Donner cut when they did part 2. They should have put that new ending on in some way, because you can almost cut it in a way that she just gets stalled and she's fine, and then you can just have Superman just be happy that she's fine.
Yeah.
Right? Because he went and spent all this time. And that's probably how the original film ended, actually. She probably didn't even fall into a ravine or anything like that.
She was probably just stalled out there, and he comes right at the right time.
He's always so worried about her, and that's the one time she really didn't need his help, is probably the irony of the joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, that could have been a thing too, where like while he's trying to save all these people, if he's constantly looking at where she is and where they are, and it's like, I know she's in trouble, like a ticking clock to her doom compared to the others.
Well, and that's the thing is, I think she was meant to die.
Dead, so I've got to do that.
I think she was meant to die at the end of part 2.
Which, based on what we have seen here, I think that would be a pretty good idea with what they show. And especially
once you see part 2, it will make more sense to you why they did that. That's what I'm saying. Like,
well, you have this part 2.
I got you.
That's the one time Soups can argue with the old man, saying, "Look, this is not something you even anticipated necessarily, and these guys got out. And now what do we do? Well, the only way we can fix this is by going back and putting them back where they belong, and the only way I can do that is by going back in time." Right, and stopping that missile from hitting the Phantom Zone.
I guess I also just wish that maybe there was a different way that he did the time travel, like this, because when he can go around fast enough, as quick as they
it
show
is
him,
convoluted.
Like,
it is
so you're that fast.
It is, yes.
Like that makes me think you should never miss saving.
And I even argue
ever.
that he should even be able to do that. I agree with you. Like that is almost kind of lore breaking in a way. I don't know if he's ever done it in the comics, but
no, I think it's because the Flash is the one that's fast enough to bend time.
I guess I almost wish that like maybe it'd be something to do with Lex Luthor that has him go back in time in a way. I don't know. Like where
it makes more sense. Once you see part 2, you will understand a little bit more like to why. Because like I said, with the Kryptonians being involved in part 2, that's why they're set up in this movie. That's why there's that front end shit in this movie, because that's setting up the bad guys in part 2. Right. And that's why Man of Steel jumps to fucking Zod, because that's what he wanted to do. He wanted to do that fight. Right. Because that's the first time Superman had an adversary that's not only as strong as him, but 3 of the bastards that are strong as him.
Yeah, so that pretty much ends my what I gotta say with this movie. But you mentioned Man of Steel, man. I hate the fight scenes in that so much because they punch each other.
You
for
might
like an
appreciate
hour,
part 2 then,
nothing
because
happens,
part
but,
2 he handles it the way he should have fucking handled it in Man of Steel.
okay, okay, yeah. So I liked the movie a lot. I liked it a lot. I had a couple things that I think could
And
have
then
been
you'll
a
understand the
little different,
importance of the
maybe,
Fortress of
but
Solitude as well.
Yes.
if things expand more in these, then that's
It's
good.
his connection to home. Keep that in mind. Not his connection to home on Earth, his connection to home on Krypton. Like that's the last piece of Krypton. Keep that in mind.
And yeah,
That's what's important about it.
it's so much more important in the comics and stuff but the movie
And they didn't treat it important enough in Man of Steel. That's why they turned it into a stupid ship.
Yeah, they didn't treat it important enough in that.
I
Not at
gotcha.
all. All right, so we've gone 3.5 hours.
We have. So let me. Do you want to go next, Greg?
Yeah, I'll show my last movie real quick because we don't have time. It won't be a long conversation, but it does sort of play off of what he just went over a little bit because my last movie is Dylan Dog, starring Brandon Routh, who played Superman in Superman 2. Now, after watching Cemetery Man, which is a Dylan Dog sort of Dylan Dog thing, I watched this. This movie isn't bad, except Brandon Routh is miscast badly in this. So this movie is basically Dylan Dog is this paranormal investigator. He's like this go between guy between vampires, werewolves, zombies, and there's some kind of big threat emerging. He's called back in action because he had given it up because he has lost his fiance. And so he goes back into this fray of this world of supernatural beings to discover what's going on and with this big bad. And that's the story. From what I understand, the people that this is not a well-received movie for people who like Dylan Dog. This was not a well-received movie at all. I don't think it's a bad movie. I think Brandon Routh is a good actor. He just was very poorly miscast in this because Dylan Dog needed to be a little more like Keanu Reeves' Constantine, because that's what this feels like this is trying to be. And like we brought up earlier, his sidekick in the comics is Karl Marx. They couldn't get there. Karl Marx. That's not. Is that who it is? The Marx Brothers guy? Whatever. The Marx Brothers guy. They couldn't get the rights to him, so his sidekick in this is actually the guy that played Jimmy Olsen in Superman Returns. Right here. He plays Jimmy Olsen in Superman Returns. He plays his sidekick in this. Them two are great. They're the best part of the movie. Brandon Routh and him together when they're together because they play well off each other. But Brandon Routh needed to be a little more broody. You know what I mean? He needed to be a little more darker. And Brandon Routh in this movie is coming off of Superman Returns, so he still sort of feels like Superman. So that's a big problem. But if you like the movies like Groucho Marx, thank you. I don't know why I said Karl Marx. That's a fucking communist you bastard. But yes, Groucho Marx, thank you. But no, yeah, this is if you like the movies like Underworld or if you like Constantine, this is very much in that vein, except it's a little more campier, I should say. A little more campier. And it's I like the movie. I thought it was good. It's nowhere near as good as Cemetery Man, but I do like this movie. It was fun, and I wish Brandon Routh would have got to do more because you'll find out once you watch Superman Returns. But there you go. That was it. There you go. Boom. Quick and easy. Yeah, but I do recommend if you're looking. I really kind of wish I would have watched this at Halloween time, Dylan Dog, because this would play very well at Halloween. I dug it. Yeah. But it looks like it was trying to be like Keanu Reeves' Constantine, but it's saddled with like a PG-13
That's kind of what
rating.
it sounds like. Yeah. It's similar.
It's supposed to be. You can tell, but it's like more kid for.
So was that same character in the Cemetery Man movie, or does it just take place in the same world? I didn't quite understand how they
technically the Cemetery Man is the precursor to Dylan Dog. It's basically almost like the same character, but it's a different story, different world. And then the guy that wrote it is like, hey, I like this character. I'm going to make this character into Dylan Dog, who is a private investigator for the supernatural beings. You know. So, and that's what he morphed into.
All right.
So, yeah. But Dylan Dog, it's a little cheesy, it's a little campier. It probably could have did with an R rating instead of a PG-13 rating. I think that kind of hurt it a little bit. But there's like he fights vampires, he fights werewolves, and he fights zombies. But however, it's got a great like moral thing. Like, yeah, these are monsters, but they're not monsters. Some of them are, but some of them are good people just trying to live normal lives, and that's why he's there. So. There you go. There.
All right.
So I knew it wouldn't be long. I just wanted to get it because I watched Cemetery Man and I wanted to watch Dylan Dog. So
Well, yours is actually more attached to Superman than mine is. Because mine was only tangential just because of Marlon Brando, and it's very tangential because it just so happens to be a documentary about the producer behind The Godfather. It's called The Kid Stays in the Picture. It's about producer Rich Evans. And if you don't know who he is a maverick. He is one of the people that is responsible for saving Hollywood back in the 70s. And we need more guys like Rob Evans now. It's a great documentary. If you haven't seen it, check it out. Kino Lorber did a good job with it. Pretty much just transferred all the extras from the old DVD onto this. Now the quality varies because now look, and it's not Kino's fault at all. You got to keep in mind when this documentary was made. It came out in 2002, so it's kind of in that weird era. So there's some, I want to say, standard definition type footage here and there throughout that you're going to be like, wait a minute, this is a Blu-ray and it should look good. And it does look good in most of the parts where they were able to access film. But you can tell stuff was blown up from some standard def, whatever they had at that time, blown up to film for this. So it still looks good, but it just, you'll like, wait a minute, why does that look like that? And this other stuff looks fine. So if you're fine and able to look past, it's a documentary, so I don't think most people are even going to question that. But no, it's a really great documentary at the look at his life. And he's also well known for Chinatown, of course, Rosemary's Baby, Love Story. He was the head of Paramount, but also he was a producer at the same time. So he's one of the few guys who ever had a deal in Hollywood to produce and be the head of a studio at the same time, which was a rarity back then. I mean, it's just it's an interesting story. It takes you up through a lot of his downfalls and the issues that he dealt with throughout the 80s and 90s. That is, I mean, he basically got kind of like blacklisted out of Hollywood for being, part of a drug bust, and then only being a character witness in a murder case. He got just drugged through the mud with that too. But luckily he kind of made a comeback before he passed away only a couple of years ago, believe it or not. It wasn't even that long. I mean, I think 2019, 17, somewhere in there, maybe.
Ago, was it?
Wasn't that like that long ago? Yeah. But it's a great story about the guy. He was a guy who had a vision for Hollywood, not just movies in general, but what movies should be. Mm-hmm. And like I said, he was a maverick. And I don't know if you guys ever seen. I don't know if you've ever seen it, Greg. I highly doubt Rook even knows who he is. But yeah,
I know who he is, but I've not seen the documentary, so I would like to see that. It sounds interesting. I like a good documentary. You know that, especially in like the movie industry.
It's a great companion piece to The Offer. If you ever get a chance to watch that series, but yeah.
Yeah, I've been meaning to watch that too because I've heard you and Valiant really liked it, and I was really wanting to dig into that. And it's on Blu-ray, so that's good for me.
Yep.
But yeah, there you go. Great picks.
Well, I guess
tonight.
I'll just keep going. I got more.
Yeah, you can go. All right, yeah. Get another one real quick before we.
I got a few more here actually.
Go ahead, go, just pop them up.
Okay, well let me do some quickies. Okay, so this one we've all talked about a billion fucking times.
Yeah.
So this one got an anniversary release. I mean, I've rebought this bastard 6-7 times now. So is it worth it to buy again? Okay, if you already own it, it's only going to depend on how much of a fan you are, because you get this really neat vintage kind of look to the case, which makes it look like the old Columbia
VHS
TriStar. I think they even went to the extent of getting the same exact pictures that I remember on the VHS.
I got the VHS. Give me a second.
If you do, I think they are the same exact pictures.
I'll show you.
They're fairly close.
Well, I actually was going to ask. I love the Karate Kid, as you know, and I don't own any of them, but I do want to get the trilogy. I don't know what versions.
There's the 4K trilogy out there that's not badly priced in 4K. And it comes with Blu-rays as well. This one though is it's going to be a little bit expensive if you're just going to buy this by itself. It's like 20-25 bucks. I wish it was a steel book. See, that's the part that's number one strike.
It feels like it should be a steelbook.
It should be a steelbook release for an anniversary release. Okay, let's see the back.
Let me pop it up.
Let's see the back there because I think it's this. Yeah, same fucking pictures. I knew it because I've had that VHS for years. I even had the old fold-out one.
Yeah, I know. My Karate Kid 2 is the fold-out one. This is
both of the fold-out one for that one and 2.
Yeah.
And then I even rebought it later on when they remastered it or whatever. It was a remaster, so I shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
It was an actual remaster. So this movie's been remastered a few times. So this is exact same scan as the box set, but if you never upgraded from the one to the Dolby Vision before, if that's a good reason for you to upgrade, that might be one thing. Otherwise, the movie itself is the same old Blu-ray in there as far as the special features. The special features, though, are where this is different. Okay, so what is on here that's different? And this is going to be a make or break for some people. There's like a 10, 12 minute like reunion documentary that was shot, it looks like 3-4 years ago with the cast of Cobra Kai, or the cast of the film while they were shooting Cobra Kai.
I know what you meant. Yeah.
There's a new commentary on here from the guys who worked on Cobra Kai. I have not got a chance to listen to that yet. I didn't have time yet to dig into that, but I'm assuming it's probably chock full of all sorts of just trivia and stuff and connections and stuff. I doubt there's any real huge things in there, but we'll find out. Maybe I'll listen. If there is, I'll bring it back. If not, then it wasn't that big of a deal.
Yeah.
So what is the bulk of this the reason for having this? Now, I was worried what they were going to do because for those who don't know, the director before he passed away, John G. Elvison, had a YouTube channel and he would just post all kinds of crazy shit all there all the time. And he has a bunch of stuff from Karate Kid. He literally has the entire film in camcorder VHS form, shot with most of the actors, just to kind of get a feeling of how things were going to go for rehearsals and all that kind of stuff. And in that version, there is the deleted scenes. Okay. But no, that's not what they did here. They didn't go to that and just cheat us. And that's what I thought they were going to do. No, they actually found them. We now have not one, not two, but 2.5, I would say, or three-ish deleted scenes. Okay, so what you have here, let me explain this, because there's two sets to this. You have a set of dailies, okay, which now these dailies are from 2 scenes that are cut out of the film. And they actually add a little bit of an idea of what's going on between Daniel and his mother. So what we get, though, is the rough dailies of that scene. It's not cut together, so they probably never even put it in the movie to begin with. Because that version of the movie that I was talking about, John kind of got a good idea of what he needed for the movie from that version. So that's why there's not a lot of deleted footage from this movie. It was pretty tight. Like 80 to 90% of what was shot went into the movie. Like they didn't really shoot much that didn't end up in the movie. But what I'm telling you now didn't end up in the movie. But what it does give you is the idea of, okay, his mom actually lost her job. The place went under. We don't know that. They don't tell us that.
Yeah.
So she got another job already as a server at a restaurant. So she's talking to Daniel while Daniel's watching TV, and he's trying to talk to her about his license and his birthday coming up. And they're basically talking through each other. So you can tell this is where there's no communication between these two whatsoever. Daniel is listening to his mom a little bit more than she is listening to him, which also gives the impression of why Daniel is in desperate need of some sort of adult or somebody in his life, right? Because he's all alone.
He needs like that dad figure and stuff.
Yeah, so you get that idea. And then the other scene that's in there is another daily scene that is kind of cut all up into different splices. You could cut your own version of it together if you wanted to. Everything's there to cut it. And you could actually have fun with it if you wanted to. Because you get all sorts of different angles and takes and all that kind of stuff. And everything's there for you to cut it together if you wanted to. And it's him waking up his mother on his birthday to have her sign the slip for him to fight. And she refuses and crinkles it up and throws it away. But he picks it back up and leaves. Okay, so then that actually leads into some other stuff that actually is in the. Okay, there's one more scene that's like an excise, just a little bit, and it's literally just a little bit of one of the fights. So it's like I think one of the early fights we didn't get to see that leads right into the song. So I think you even hear the cut of the song at the beginning of it.
Mm-hmm.
So that might have actually been in the movie at one point, and they just got rid of it because it just slowed down them getting into the fight. But there's also bits about that where you have his mom come in, and she's chews him out for going to, it ties into the her not actually. So he forged her signature is what he did, obviously. And so she's pissed, but she's impressed. So there's that scene. And then what you get besides those little bits, because there's also a little bit with one of the other fighters with the Cobra Kai. It's literally just little chunks of things that were cut out. Like I wouldn't even exact, nothing that I would even worry about adding back in. It's like literally nothing. It's just little chunks of things here and there, and a few alternate takes of the sweep the leg scene. That's about it. Other than that, just him telling, sweep the leg. That just different versions of him saying that and how Johnny responded. That's nothing really to write home about. But then you get the other two big deleted scenes, which is the two scenes that if they left them in the movie would have changed Cobra Kai. Because if they left those two scenes in the movie, they paint Johnny as more of a bully. Because what you have is the first scene is him slamming, and this is the scene we've seen the pictures of everywhere that people have talked about, him slamming him up against the lockers back and forth and trying to get him to get the paper signed so he could fight in the tournament. So this whole thing with him not fighting in the tournament, which comes back again in part 3, it would have tied more in with that.
That sounds just like what.
So it's kind of a similar thing. So like he's like, did you ever think like your sensei's wrong and all that kind of stuff? And it's like, why are you being such a jerk and shit like that? He's like, maybe I like being a jerk. Shit like that. Just basically being a flat out fucking
I am
bully.
so glad that wasn't in the movie.
And then that extends into the other scene that they actually bring up in Cobra Kai, which is the other famous scene, which is the blueberry pie scene.
Yeah, the blueberry pie scene.
With
So yes, it's finally here.
Okay, wow.
For all these years, we finally get to see the pie scene. Yeah, so it's just him sitting on a pie and
yeah.
Didn't they use parts of that in Cobra Kai? And
They do. They use that.
They do use parts of that in the flashback.
When Johnny and Daniel.
That's how I knew they found that, but I wasn't sure about the other stuff because the stuff that isn't in here now is stuff that's in that VHS version that I don't think they ever shot.
Yeah.
So like I said, like John kind of knew once he got in, like this is what I'm going to need. This is a very tight film because even if you add those little bits back into it, it still only brings the movie up to about maybe 215 tops.
Yeah.
So I mean, is it a bevy of tons of shit? No, but what it is, those two scenes that we have desperately been looking for, wanting to see for years. So yes, we finally have them in really good quality. They're there. We finally have them with audio and everything, and it's there. So there's that. So that's the main reason to buy this if you're going to get it. So
it sounds good. And
yeah,
one more thing, didn't they reference the forging the signature in Cobra Kai in like the first or second season? Did one of them forge the signature, and he actually talks to him and says he did that?
I think he did say that he did that. Yeah, I think you're right now that you mentioned that. Okay, so let's go through another quick one. Now, this is one I didn't actually watch, so I'll probably make a comeback at some point because I might even watch it this week because of what week it is. But this is more of just a consumer warning. Okay, so if you guys will remember, Shit Factory put this out not even a year ago. What this is, and I should have known better, but it's the new 4K scan on a Blu-ray plus the unrated cut and all the special features carried over from the DVD. And what you basically get is the same exact thing here that just come out this week from Paramount for cheaper.
Yeah.
With a 4K.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Okay, so keep that in mind, kids. This is actually where, and I did skim it. It does look good, but there's really, if you own this already, like really, the difference is. I mean, this is a pretty good Blu-ray. I will give Shit Factory that because I could barely tell a difference between the two.
Yeah, but I mean, you spend $20, you get the 4K, or you can spend $22 and get the Shit Factory Blu-ray.
And that's actually a 4K scan of film.
Yeah.
Which so is this, which I did watch. But now this is one I know a lot of people have been asking about. Because I'm not even 100% sure what they did here. I have theories, I have ideas, and I have suggestions. But one thing I will say is if you have this already, this specific version, you're just going to have to weigh whether or not you really think it's worth upgrading to 4K. Because in my opinion, this is actually a little bit slightly better representation of what the movie would look like on film. Because this is clearly a scan of either the inner positive or the negative. And I'm going to get into that in a second. Because it's not a bad looking Blu-ray. It's pretty good. But here's the thing that's weird about this. I don't know how they did this movie, but I thought from the point where they did this movie on, they did the show the same way. Because it wasn't too much longer after this movie came out, they started doing the show in HD. But they went back and redid the entire first 4 or 5 seasons or whatever it is before they switched over to HD full time or whatever. They went and re-rendered them all in HD and reframed them in HD. So they were in 16:9 widescreen plus HD.
Yeah.
So for some reason on this, instead of re-rendering the movie out at 4K, now there may be reasons for it. I'm not 100% sure. I'm trying to find out why. They either up-converted this scan somehow, like whether it was AI, whatever, or they rescanned the negative. And what the negative would be, for those who don't understand how this movie would have been made, they did it on computer. So they had a digital copy of it. And what you have is like a laser printer that like spits out the film. Like it spits out a negative of that movie.
Right.
So whatever resolution this movie was finished at that time is what that film spat it out at. Which could very well be close to a 4K resolution. I'm not going to deny that.
Right.
Okay. But it still makes me wonder why you just wouldn't go back to the original files and give us a rendering of that instead. So it's perfect.
Right.
Not that this isn't really good looking. So don't let that undersell anything that's here. Because here's the thing. What they have done clearly is scanned that negative that they spat out of the computer back in 1999. Or they up-converted this with AI. One of the two. Does it look better? Slightly. Slightly. But what seems to happen here is, okay, so when those printers make the film, it does it in like little laser lines like this. This brings out those little lines. Really, like, and most people are probably not going to fucking notice. I'm the only one who's going to notice.
Right.
But they've clearly also done a little bit of edge enhancement here, because you can see the haloing of edge enhancement around some things. And I don't know if they have tried to degrain it at all, because I don't know if that spitting a film out like that actually does give it a lot of grain or not. It might not. I don't know how it works depending on because if it's coming from a digital file, there wouldn't be grain for it to produce the grain if it's doing an actual one-to-one kind of thing. But what that does with the way that's printed is sometimes things get just slightly off, like off kilter. So like the eyeballs, instead of being a perfect circle once in a while, will have jagged little edges here and there, and it'll stick out. And certain process shots that they did clearly were up converted in some way. And there were some special effects shots that I know that they possibly couldn't have been able to get the digital files for, that were just on film. So that I understand. But overall, the presentation is really good looking. It does look good. But I really am going to have a hard time making the argument for this movie being in 4K compared to this. I don't really feel like you're gaining a whole lot of ground. Maybe with a little bit of high dynamic range, you're getting a little bit better picture. Like the colors pop. I mean, it looks amazing for an animated film for what it is. And it does emulate like the cutouts, and it looks like you can see the actual, you know, like in their faces, you can see like the patterns of the paper and stuff. Like if you want to see that kind of stuff, you can still see that on here though. That's the thing. Like this was already pretty damn good. And this Blu-ray is already 15 years old.
Right.
Okay, so that gets me to the next part of this. This is another reason why it's hard for me to say this is worth an upgrade. This comes with a Blu-ray. that does have all the special features off of here. So there's no special features on the 4K whatsoever, but all the special features are carried over from this to here. But the version that's on the Blu-ray here, keep in mind, is not the standard movie. It is a sing-along version. So what it has is basically karaoke at the bottom of the screen. And because they have that permanently burnt into the movie, there's been some processing done between there that makes this version on the Blu-ray look like ass.
Really?
Like, yeah, that version is like, so basically the only way you can watch the commentary on this version is watching the, and it's like got a lot of digital blocking, and clearly they did a bunch of DNR to it, which is weird because supposedly that's the version they were showing in theaters for a while. And it's like, if I went to the theater and I saw a version look like this, I'd want my fucking money back. Because I'd be like, you're showing this off a DVD or something, man. It looks bad. Like, I was expecting them at least to have like animated ball bouncing, you know, maybe something look good. Because you can do some pretty fancy shit with Blu-ray. Oh no, this is like old school 1990s karaoke style. Like blocky letters and shit. So all the special features are on the Blu-ray disc, which are already on here, which this version looks so much better on Blu-ray than this Blu-ray version does. So keep that in mind too. If you're like buying it for future use, you're stuck with the sing-along version until you get a 4K player. So yeah, I don't even know why they put that on there.
Yeah, that's weird.
Absolutely no sense. You literally can just turn the subtitles on and it almost does the same fucking thing. In fact, the subtitles have non-blocky letters. Like, these are old school 1990s block letters. I wish I could show you guys so you understood how bad this looks. Like why would you even want this as a presentation?
That's crazy.
Like, I would get it if they actually animated the letters and stuff on there and they looked good. That'd be one thing. But no. It's just like you turned on your Laserdisc fucking subtitles. Not even DVD quality subtitles.
Jeez.
Yeah, they are bad.
That's bad.
So, that aside, I mean, it is not badly priced. So if you don't own it, which I don't know how readily available this version even is anymore.
Yeah, the Blu-ray.
It's been around for so long. So I mean, for the price, the pickup, it might be worth it. It does look really good overall. I mean, I can't complain about that. It just doesn't make sense to me. Some people were claiming that maybe they didn't have the ability from that computer to, but I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense because those same files or whatever files they had for the show, they went back and upgraded. So why not this?
Right.
And that leads me to my other gripe is, what the fuck, Matt and Trey? Can't you do any special features?
I'm actually shocked.
They don't have any, do they? Yeah.
Seriously, I want to see more.
There's a commentary which is interesting to a point, but it's most of the commentary is them going, I don't remember shit.
No.
This is 15 years ago, and I don't remember nothing, or 10 years ago, or whatever. Yeah.
Just watching a thing and talking is not going to be as interesting as them. Like,
some bits are interesting, but you and it gets a little bit more interesting when they bring in the guy who they base Butters on, who's their animation director, because he brings up a few things that they didn't quite remember, at least in the order they remembered it. But that's what you needed to do. You need to get a crew in there to interview not just Matt and Trey, but everybody else involved.
I was about to say,
and we know there's got to be a bevy of deleted scenes somewhere, even if they're in VHS form. I don't give a shit.
They used to make alternate versions of certain things right before they'd come out because they.
Well, this movie has like so many different versions of it and there's even scenes in the trailer that aren't in the movie.
Well, yeah, that was because they kept on being rejected, right? And they had to keep on being told, like, you need to change this or that. And they're like, okay.
Yeah. And then they put something worse in.
They ended up where they changed different things all the time that they couldn't tell what was. And then I think you told me that they snuck the title in. Still,
the title they wanted. Well, the title they originally wanted was South Park Goes to Hell.
Right, but I mean,
but Paramount said nope, you can't have that title because there's no way we could get any ad time before 9:00.
Yeah. But they didn't understand the bigger, longer, uncut.
So they changed it to bigger, longer, and uncut, and they didn't get that joke until it was too late. But that being said, it didn't matter because Paramount, R-rated movies usually don't get any advertisement time before 9:00 anyway.
Right.
But the point being was, at that point, and this is one thing they do bring up in the commentary that is actually interesting and true, is that Paramount was under the impression that they were going to get a PG-13 movie out of them.
Oh.
Yeah.
And they're like, what the fuck is the point of doing a PG-13 movie when the show is basically already PG-13 on Comedy Central? Like we got to give them something.
Yeah.
And the whole point of the movie is that these kids learn these dirty words from this movie. That was
Yes.
they were they were almost pulling a Lucasfilm by expecting the outrage over the film. What they didn't expect was the movie would actually be well received, right? Because they also talk about that too, because even the critics didn't expect to receive it well, right? Because they even make the joke, like, you go into the Entertainment Weekly's 1999 summer edition, and you've got all the big movies, Star Wars Episode 1, Austin Powers. Then they have this other blurb here where you got a bunch of other movies coming out. And then they got this other smaller blurb right down in the corner where it says, oh, yeah, and then South Park is getting a movie too. Ugh.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, they're nominated for fucking Oscars, and they're going,
go figure.
Well, that's kind of against what we're all about, but I mean, it is the Oscars. I mean,
we learned everything that we know.
And of course, they say they were glad that they didn't win in a weird way, because even though they made fun of Phil Collins afterwards because he beat them, they were fucked up on mushrooms and wearing dresses. So the last thing they wanted to do was go up on stage and accept a fucking Oscar fucked up on mushrooms wearing a dress.
Dresses.
Yeah, there should be more footage, even if there's no commentary. There should be a lot of funny. I imagine just funny things they do behind the scenes in general, like on sets or something. They're goofy guys.
We know there's got to be a bunch of deleted bits and stuff. Like I said, even if they're in rough form, like they had to have been finished enough to show the MPA where they went back and redid this and redid that. There's a couple of bits that are in the trailer that we never got to see in the movie.
Yeah.
Like Lord knows what the Q word is yet, because that's one of the lines in the movie that.
Oh, right.
Because they cut to everybody saying, did you say the F word? Did you say the S word? Young man, did you say the Q word?
It's probably queef or something.
Probably queef or queer, yeah. I was thinking one of the two. Probably queef, you're right. But yeah.
Yeah. It's later kind of.
No, so we have no, and that would be something the MPAA probably would want to get cut out. That wouldn't surprise me. So yeah, they kept getting threatened with an NC-17, and of course Paramount's like, well, we wanted a PG-13, and they're like, fuck that.
So then they have literally one word less than what would have taken them into the NC-17 or something.
I don't know how many times they had to send it back in, but they
ended at 399.
See, they only tell part of the story on the commentary. The broader version of the story is on that documentary I told everybody to watch, including you, called "This Film Is Not Yet Rated." I believe it's in that documentary where they talk about how they had to go back and forth, and this is how they learned the MPAA was bullshit. Because when they had Orgasmo, it was a big pain in the ass, and they couldn't even get, because they asked, because they got slapped with an NC-17 right away, and they're like, well, what do we do to get an R? And they're like, well, we can't tell you. They're like, well, what do you mean you can't? But why did it get an NC-17? Well, it's because of this, and that. It's like, so if we cut this, and that out, or just this, or what? And they're like, we can't tell you.
Yeah.
But as soon as they worked on Basketball, they said it was a whole different world. Although they weren't the directors on that, they still got an idea of what it was like. And then South Park, then they had an idea of what to do. Especially when it came to, and then even still they dealt with shit with South Park to when it came to Team America, they knew exactly what they were going to do. And that's where the unrated cut comes in of Team America, and why I don't think they give a shit if it ever gets a 4K release, because that version is not meant to be their version. The minute of footage that's added into that's just mostly the sex scene or whatever, that was meant to be cut out. They didn't want it in the movie. They just went overboard, so they knew that they could get away with what they wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they didn't really give a shit if they got the shit and the piss scene in there. That was them. They knew they could compromise with the MPAA. Like, okay, if we cut that out, then can we get an R? And they're like, yep. Bingo, that's exactly what we wanted.
That's what we wanted, yep.
Because they exactly had to deal with that after all the bullshit they went through with Orgasmo and Basketball, and then in turn South Park. Although a lot of it was from the sidelines on Basketball, because they were I think they were writers, but they didn't direct it, and I don't think they had anything to do with the editing phase. But yeah. Anyway, that being said, I can somewhat recommend it. Another one that's a mixed review. This is a weird one. And it's funny because I just said that, what was it, 2 weeks ago or whatever, a week ago, that I'm not the biggest Richard Gere fan.
Yeah.
But then I went and got this for some reason.
American Zillow.
I didn't hate it. I
don't think I've ever actually seen it.
The last hour is not as good as the first hour, and I don't think it wraps up the way I would have wrapped it up personally. But basically, it's kind of a noir film, and it is beautifully shot. Paul Schrader is the writer-director. It's the basic idea of the story is that, of course, Richard Gere plays a gigolo, but he wants to be a part of the world that he, works in. And he kind of gets cocky and egotistical, and that may have been, I never quite understood. Here's the thing is okay, so the setup never quite made sense to me as to why. Like, that was the thing the movie didn't answer for me, or maybe I missed that. Okay. Because the whole thing starts out, he's, one of the highest paid, most in demand gigolos among the high class, upper class, especially the older ladies, right? The old lonely ladies. So, and I don't think they're related. He then gets kind of somewhat wrapped up. It's kind of a reverse Pretty Woman in a weird way.
Go figure.
He gets wrapped up with the senator's wife, and he actually kind of falls for her, and it becomes a thing where it's not actually work. You know what I mean? And I don't think that's related to, but he gets framed for murder, and this kind of comes in, it builds into the story. But my problem with it is when the mystery of sorts wraps up, I never quite understood why he was framed. Like, one of the guys that's involved in it tells how it was so easy to frame him and why nobody really wanted to help him, but it still didn't answer the why. It just kind of answered the how.
Yeah. Why?
I never quite got a why out of it. I mean, there could be a number of reasons why, I suppose. But if somebody out there in the chat can tell me something I missed, because I've never seen this movie before.
Yeah, I don't think
That's
I've ever seen it either.
And but I mean, Arrow did. Oh fuck! It looks amazing. Oh my god! I couldn't believe how. And it is like a visual feast film, because it's like early 1980s LA shot film, and it just looks spectacular. And I don't really care for Richard Gere. I mean, and that maybe I kind of ended up somewhat giving a shit about his character, though, by the end of the film. And it comes with a nice book. Not that I really give two shits, but what I do like about Arrow's books, and Vinegar Syndrome does this too usually, is they give you all the stats about how it was preserved, where it was preserved, who did the preservation.
Oh, yeah.
So there's no question, right? Because that's one of the things I hate, is digging for the information about what is what. And of course, we get a poster with the new and old art on it. Typical Arrow, nice box set release. So do I regret spending the 30, whatever it was, for it? Not exactly, but I would say for most people, probably just wait for the sale unless you're already a huge fan of the film. Because, yeah, it does taper off in that third act or so, where I thought there might have been a better way of wrapping it up, or at least showing the audience a lesson, I guess, in the world of being a gigolo.
Megan Gigolo.
Otherwise, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, Steven said he was never clear on himself either.
Okay, so I'm not alone. I didn't miss anything, because I'm like, because I did a really good job watching the film, because I was intent in the film. Like, because I had to watch it in chunks, because I'm like literally falling asleep watching it at first. And I'm like, I want to see the rest of this movie. This is getting more interesting and interesting by the minute. And I like the aesthetic. I like George Moroder, or however you say his name, from Scarface, does the music. And he actually must have wrote the song Call Me, because it's all throughout the film in the score. And Blondie, of course, did the pop version of it, or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I don't know if there's anything more you guys had to say about that, but I doubt either one of you have seen it.
No, I've not seen. I think I've seen the opening of it, but I don't think I've ever actually seen the whole movie. So,
George Moroder, I think is how you're supposed to say it. I could be wrong.
Giorgio Moroder.
Giorgio Moroder.
You gotta roll it.
It's Italian.
Yeah, it's Italian. You don't roll the R's.
Okay, I got one more and we're done.
Okay, go ahead.
This one you've seen. This one you've seen.
Okay.
And I was kind of sad that I should have got this to earlier because I was hoping that, because I think Austin actually wanted to hear the rest of the story. But I don't know if Rookie's seen this one or not. But like you, I got a bug up my butt and I decided I want to watch Critters.
Yes.
That's on my list to see soon.
And I actually have the old DVD as well. Man, this fucking movie rocks. It still holds up.
Speaking of Billy Zane.
Billy Zane's in it.
Yeah.
I've got all 4 to watch at some point soon.
I love Critters.
At your recommendation. So,
well, they're fun. I think you'll at least like the first 2 specifically. But no, of course. I mean, we've talked about this a few times. I mean, I don't know what else to say about the movie. But before the show, we were talking about, the Canon films and how they didn't preserve a lot of their stuff very often. One of the funniest stories about this movie was Dominic Muir, one of the writers, who sadly passed away quite a few years ago now. I believe it was cancer, if I'm not mistaken, or something like that.
Yeah.
Pardon me. He was doing a fan event at one point, I believe in the early 2000s or late 90s. Can't remember exactly when it was. It may have even been closer to the teens, but I know he passed away well over a decade ago now or better. Because the interviews they have with him on here are very older, at least late 90s, early 2000s, either way. So he was going to do this fan event for Critters. And he got a hold of New Line and got a hold of the last, as far as they knew, print, which may have even been the interpositive at that point. So print, mind you, not the negative. Print of the movie. So he got the print and was heartbroken when they realized every single one of the Critter scenes had been cut out. So they don't know what for, why they were, but it just was weird that every single one, whether it was for some documentary or whatever, nobody could understand or figure out what the fuck, where they went.
Yeah.
Maybe they cut them out for a sequel to use and whatever. Because they did reuse some bits from Critters 2 and Critters 3 and 4, I think. But either way, point being, even for some of the effect scenes, like the shot of the one critter jumping at the screen is reused from part 2. But that being said, so yeah, he was devastated. They couldn't show the movie. It didn't have the critter scenes. Lo and behold, though, after he passed away, I know you think you know where the story is going to go, but it kind of does, but kind of doesn't. It takes a bit of a weird twist. So after he passed away, everybody was going through his stuff. In the back of his closet was a shoebox full of little reels. All this time, he had the Critters shots from that reel.
From that reel.
Or from that print.
Yeah.
But for some reason, they were all in this shoebox, all in these little reels. So he was the one who evidently at some point, and he must not have remembered what for. He had them the whole time, didn't know it.
And that's crazy.
They found him in there. They're like, so yeah. So anyway, I think this version was actually from the negative, because this was actually one of the better looking DVDs at the time it came out. It doesn't hold up as well now, but it's a nice collector to keep a hang on to, because it actually has the open matte version of Critters. So, for people who are interested in shit like that. So yeah. So you get a little bit more at the top and the bottom.
Yeah.
But no, like, this looks great. I will give Shit Factory that much credit. They do go back to the original negative. Makes me wonder if they actually did a 2K scan, because I do realize that Shout Factory used to lie. There was actually a 4K scan, but they would just say it's a 2K scan because it's on a Blu-ray.
Yeah.
Now they started changing that once they realized people gave a shit. So it makes me wonder, because as good as this looks, I think they did do a 4K scan of 1 and 2.
I would believe
so fingers crossed at one point we're going to get a 4K version of those. Because that's the thing, is a lot of these 4Ks that are popping up now, they're getting them from Shout Factory scans.
Yeah.
The ones that were done for their Blu-rays and stuff. And you and I've discussed that before, but yeah, great looking film. Got a great bevy of extras. Got a great documentary on here. Tons of interviews with everybody who's still alive, some not still alive. In fact, a good companion piece to this is where I wish Shout would have got a hold of us. I actually got an interview with Robert Shane. You get his side of certain things that are talked about in here, which are interesting because one of the funniest stories is how the critters talk. You guys, you probably know the story yourself, Greg, from this side of it, but we get his side of it too in my version, and just how much he loved the whole thing. He didn't talk about being adverse to it at first, but he did talk about how much he enjoyed it when he did see it. But then he was the one who said, we got to change the ending.
Yeah.
So, there's that bit and stuff in there. And no, it's a great fucking flick.
It's so good.
It doesn't get enough credit considering it always gets tossed into it's a Gremlins ripoff wrong or whatever you want to call it. But yeah.
No, but you're right. It's an amazing movie.
And I'm done.
It's so great. Ugg and all of them is just so good. And I just love. I love the movie. It's a great movie. It does make me wonder if we get the 4K, will it be from Warner Brothers? Since
maybe or somebody else, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know if Shout will hang on to those or not.
Yeah, because as we talked, it was one of the biggest.
Well, and all the companies just did a big deal with SDS. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, I did. I actually saw that, and I meant to talk about that.
Oh yeah, and I think Walmart's still involved with that deal too. But
yeah.
Of course, I think my Walmart just downsized their movie thing again.
Oh, that sucks.
I have one of the worst fucking Walmarts in the world, though. So
it happens. It's weird because we keep hearing that Walmart's doing great, and some places are. Their departments get great, then other places they're still shrinking them. So it sucks.
Well, I live in bumfuck Egypt.
I went there today because I was looking to see if they're actually selling a VHS at Walmart right now, a brand new VHS.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yes, a terrifying.
So I was just debating. Yeah, I was just debating because the disc father or whatever the hell he calls himself now.
Yeah.
He was talking about acting like $30 for a VHS is a lot of money. I'm like, are you kidding me? That's sell through, baby.
Yeah, and plus I mean, it's a collector. It's a niche market within.
I'm like, and if you factor in inflation, man, that's actually pretty goddamn cheap for a VHS.
It is, and plus it's a big box, so it comes in a box and it's in a clamshell inside of that.
And this is why I don't bitch so much unless it's Shit Factory or Criterion. Right. Because I don't mind paying $30 for a fucking Blu-ray because guess what?
I don't.
That ain't shit compared to what we used to have to pay for videos. You guys have no idea who were around back then.
I know.
Purchase.
It was like $70 to $80 for VHS.
That's what you got to think about. Yeah. So like a $20 VHS. Think about that for a minute. Add the inflation onto that. That's just a regular sell-through.
Yeah,
exactly.
Wow.
Now, I think if you really wanted a movie and you bought it brand new through Columbia House, because when they would get them, they would be like 30, 40, $50 too. But those are usually 4 or 5 months old. Otherwise, you go to buy it through a store, you're going to pay $80 usually for a fucking tape.
Only
now, do the
inflation
on
movies.
That. Yeah, I just covered.
Do you know how many people lost, quote unquote, lost Star Wars, man?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Well, I assume it would be easier to just go to the movie theater and cheaper
to
pay
$80 for that fucking tape, yo.
That's great.
No,
I'm not kidding you. That is one of the most famous stories because the original rental tape of Star Wars, there was no sell through. It even had a rental tape thing on it. So notoriously, it was the most broken or lost tape ever for the longest time because every video store would report it lost or stolen or broken. And they would get a new copy because they would sell it to a friend because somebody would pay the $80 for Star Wars.
Yeah.
I can see that. But it's funny.
Those versions of that VHS, Greg, are how much now worth? Probably a couple $100 at least.
The Star Wars ones, probably
ones that say the rental library on it.
Yeah,
or whatever.
Them are pretty good. They're probably more so now than $80, but yeah, they're probably like $200, $300.
It's just the collectability factor.
Yeah. But I went to. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say before we move too far away from it with stores. You said your Walmart's shrinking your thing. And my Winco is like we used to just have food at the checkout racks. Now they have movies at the rack. That's where I got the Superman thing. I was at checkout.
That has to do with SDS.
And
yep.
Yeah, and so it's just funny because I've gone there for years and they literally never sold movies there, but now it's in the checkout area only. Like it's a grocery store, so I mean, there's not really there to sell movies anyway. But now every time I go and there's a little bit of a line, I'm actually okay with it because I can kind of browse what movies they're selling, and the movies they sell are only like $10 tops. So it's like, okay, it's a cheap buy to my thing, and it could be a good movie in there. So that's where I got the pick.
I believe that's all SDS doing that because they're starting to roll them out throughout grocery stores. Yeah, look at that.
That's what they looked like. Those are.
Whoa.
They actually had the video rental library thing on it. And like I think on the tape it even says like this is property of 20th Century Fox and blah blah blah.
They were worth some money. They were worth some money.
Damn.
Yeah.
I still have my original VHS Star Wars tapes that I grew up on. I still have
those.
Them.
Came out in 82, 5 years after the movie came out, man.
Yeah, you believe that? But I did go to Walmart today because I heard about that, and because they supposed to have like a new.
I was hoping they'd have some fucking steel books, and they didn't have shit. Sorry.
Well, what's my mom worked at the movie theaters when they were playing these all the time. She actually had a lot of awesome Star Wars stuff, but didn't care about it at the time. She thought at the time that like people were being brainwashed going into the movie theater because everybody would kind of come in and go, it's a movie you're going to see. And then they come out like obsessed with it. And so she was like, what the hell is going on? It
alters your mind, man.
Like she just see people day in and day out come back to the movies and didn't
she go see it?
So she didn't see it until like maybe a while after. I don't remember how long she said.
And then
she waited to see it.
And then you were born because she got impregnated by the movie.
I think she got it at some point. But no, I actually do have. I'll show it next time. We do have like an old one of. I don't know. You guys would probably be able to tell if you see it, like an old R2 and an old Chewbacca, like a really old.
Oh, they might be worth some money then.
You guys might know what they are. Those are like the only two things she has from that era of like the early like in theaters releases of stuff that was going on. So just wanted to, since you guys mentioned that stuff with the VHS thing.
Yeah.
So that's
But real quick, I'll tell you what happened to me, and then we'll close it out because we got 4 hours, and I got to get some sleep. But
yeah,
I did.
This is a packed show.
Yeah, I did go there because I was going to buy it. I was like, and plus they're supposed to have a new horror stuff there, like from Bloody Disgusting and Fright Rags, like a Freddy lamp and everything. I was wanting to look through it, so I went to the movie department, and the shelves are empty. And I went to where they're supposed to have all that stuff, empty shelf. So I went and asked the dude. I was like, hey, do you have this VHS here? And he goes, a VHS? I said, yeah. And I showed him where it was supposed to be. And he goes, oh, let me scan it. And he goes, And he walks right to all the boxes are literally sitting right there. They have not unpacked any of them. All the boxes are there. He walks over there and he starts going through the boxes and he comes back and he goes, we've been really swamped lately. We're really behind. I don't know if it's supposed to be the street date just yet. But come back in like 2 to 3 days. I'm like, dude, you was just right there. He just didn't want to go through the boxes. So
it's on the shelves yet. Can't do it for you. No.
All the shelves are empty and they had all.
You know what you do? Here's the trick to that. You open up your app on your Walmart. You go to the thing you're gonna buy. Should say that it's in the store. Because my buddy learned this the other day or last week with Killer Clowns. Because it actually said they had them in stock.
Right.
He went to the store, just like you said. Nowhere to be seen. Couldn't find them on the shelf. Asked 3-4 people. They had no fucking clue. So he went online on the app or ordered to pick it up. Within a few minutes, it was ready to fucking go. It was in the back.
Oh,
they just didn't have it out yet. Like you said, they're so fucking far behind and lazy because they don't.
It's just lazy.
Well, it's part of it's lazy, but they're also running Walmarts with such small staffs now. That's the other problem.
It is true. It was just one guy in the back, and all the boxes, literally all the boxes, was right there by the shelf, stacked up on top of each other. And he just like went through one box, and he was like,
"That's
I don't
a trick
think I'm
from now on, though. Seriously, dude, get the Walmart app on your phone. As soon as you know you're looking for something, before you even leave the house, go to look. On the day it comes out, it should say if their store has it, because I think that all goes through the computer system.
Yeah.
So if it's there, it'll say it. Order it for pickup. That means they'll find the fucker.
That's what I should have did because it was just one dude, and I don't think he really wanted to go through 3 or 4.
Probably not even his department. Yeah.
You could just be like, "I'll help you, bro. Don't worry."
Because he scanned. Because he scanned the thing, and I'm pretty sure it said on his phone that they have it. And then he went to the boxes and it was like, I'm not digging through these.
He's
Just
like,
come
it's not
back
on the
in 2 to
front,
3
it's on the
days.
top. No.
And that's
So-
where I said if you had ordered it online and actually paid for it, somebody would have dug it out for you.
Yeah.
Because they know it's in the store.
Yeah. But
Because I've been
All right.
pissed because I've been wanting to get a hold of I missed somehow. I don't know how the fuck I missed out on it. I missed out on the Godzilla X Kong Steelbook.
oh yeah.
I don't know how the fuck I did. And of course, my store didn't get any. And none of the stores around here did for some reason. But yeah, that was my plan, was to go pick it up at a nearby store. But none of the stores in the area got it. I was like, what the fuck? And it sold out pretty goddamn quick. I'm like, I could have swore I ordered it, but I didn't, evidently. And the next thing I know, it's like, can't even get it. So
That sucks. That sucks.
yeah, it is what it is. I can get plenty of the glow in the dark Godzilla X Kong one or versus Kong ones.
Yeah. They got a lot of those. I've seen those.
Yeah.
All right. Well, almost 4.5 hours.
4.5 hours tonight.
believe
That's
that?
my fault.
No, it's all good.
Nice.
And I even
substantive
threw
one.
a title or two to the side for possibly next week. So
I'm
there you
gonna
go.
clip the part where you give like the Superman history a little
oh
bit.
dude, you just need to watch the
That's good.
documentaries and stuff.
Yeah.
There's stuff out there, man.
Well, I will probably clip some of the Austin stuff for the thing, but I appreciate you, Tom. Appreciate you, Rook. Everybody out in the chat hanging with us. Everybody at home that stayed with us. You guys are awesome. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. As always, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
How you doing? Bitches leave.